Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Supreme Cosmic Demigod? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Stupid Kaken. Why would you say something like that? The ash-blonde high schooler's words echoed through Midoriya Izuku's head, mocking him as he descended the stairs down Aldra High School and towards the dirty fish pond where his tormentor had thrown his hero notebook. You know what you would have instigated if I listened to you, don't you? He found it at a quick glance, surrounded by fish nibbling at its cover. Despite his panic at his precious notes being destroyed, he couldn't muster the energy to grab it with any kind of urgency, too drained by his confrontation with Bakugo. That's mine, stupid. Don't eat it. Stupid. Stupid. Izuku didn't mean it. The fish didn't know better. He just couldn't care at the time. He needed to let his anger out on something, even if the best he could do was calling fish stupid, in a voice low enough that anyone would think he was afraid of them. A hard impact to his face quite literally knocked him out of his depressive trance, sending him reeling backwards and knocking the notebook off his hand from the recoil. He landed unceremoniously on his butt, dirtying his uniform in the process. Oh shit, my bad dude, ha. Some girls from other classes gathered around him, with one of them retrieving a soccer ball nearby. So that's what happened. He got a soccer ball kicked at his face. On quick inspection, his nose was bleeding, and his face felt completely dirty with dry soot or dirt or something. He hoped they didn't break anything in his face, but it didn't feel quite that bad. It's okay. The green-haired boy stifled a painful sob as he tried to get up, looking for his notebook without being able to find where it landed. You looking for this? One of the girls had it in her hands, popping it open with a bit of disgust at the smell from where it had just landed. What's all this? Hero notes? Sketches? Perving on in Lady 2, whoever that is. Another one of them walked behind her, taking a peek at the contents while Izuku could only hold his trembling hand forward, desperate for her to give it back. For a quirkless dude, you're really obsessed with quirks? Bro, weren't you taking the mock exams for hero schools? Why don't you just go into medicine or science? Bet you'd make some cash with all these ideas about quirks. I want to be a hero. Please give it back. Unfortunately, his pleading puppy eyes did little to persuade the girl, who just threw it as far behind her head as she could, to his dismay. The wet pages were tearing off by the force of her throw, flying out in every direction. Why? No way, freak. Nobody should touch that disgusting thing. You're gonna catch something and then pass it to us. Just make a new one and don't toss it into a dirty pond next time. She laughed on her way back to the soccer field, while the girl behind her just gave him an apologetic smile. Nobody else cared to help him, or give him words of encouragement, or even imply that the girl was wrong. Why would they? He was just some quirkless loser. And a boy too. In today's day and age, when nearly 90% of all births were female, and 80% of the population had a quirk, he was a statistical aberration, a boy without a quirk, nearly a 0% chance in his generation. And like the male quirkless loser he was, he went to retrieve the notebook and its many missing pages from the trees and walls they had landed on. He could feel the minutes passing by as his poor athletic form struggled to climb up trees and stretch enough to get awkwardly placed pages. By the time he was almost done, he was pretty sure an hour or more had passed. This is the last one, just a little more. He had to climb up a completely different tree and stretch while holding onto one of its thin branches just to have a chance to grab it. After all, that was one of the most important ones, All Might's 5th page detailing his debut in youth. He almost had it between his fingers now, and then he felt a crack under him. His fight or flight instincts kicked in at the thought of suffering even more pain than he already had that day. He shot off towards the wall, struggling to climb up in his panic. Unfortunately, that's when he noticed his sudden leap had lifted up enough wind to send the page flying away, carried by a passing breeze into the street. Wait! Izuku managed to land in a rather conveniently placed bush on the other side of the wall, quickly apologizing to what seemed like a birthday party happening on that front yard before leaping over their fence and into the sidewalk. He had become better at running as the years went by, tormented by Kakin and her goons as often as he was, but even then, this page always seemed to be just a little faster than him. When he got too winded to keep running, it landed somewhere, egging him on. When he ran at full speed, something happened to make it go even faster. A car passing by stirred up the wind, or a flying hero had it stick to their leg for a few seconds. This was getting ridiculous. Night was falling. He had no chance to remember the streets he was going through in order to find his way back home. He went further and further into what seemed to be wilderness rather than the city proper with each step. His mom was probably worried sick, and yet the stupid page would not stop fleeing from him. Yet he couldn't stop now. Not after he'd gone to these lengths. Not when he could forget what he wrote. At some point, he realized he had likened this pursuit to his dream of being a hero. If he couldn't retrieve just one measly flying page from the wind itself, what hope did he have of ever rescuing people like All Might did? His pursuit had become a blur. A dream haze. Things just went too perfectly, too cinematically, the more he tried to remember all the events that led him here. He couldn't remember when he had grabbed the missing page, or where it had even landed, let alone where in tarnation he was currently at. Night had fallen, trees surrounded him, and barely any light got through but that of the stars above. But more importantly, there was a dying woman in front of him. The green-haired boy became paralyzed with fear as he realized what he was seeing. A blue-haired woman in front of him laid on the ground, clutching at her torn-open chest, bleeding to death. Yet she smiled as her bright blue eyes met his. Those eyes, they had tiny, almost imperceptible stars in their pupils, shining faintly in the dark. The maidens have a sense of humor after all. Against all odds, this seemingly dying woman suddenly got up, still bleeding and dying, yet somehow functional like a puppet on strings of her own control. "What is your name, boy?" Was he dreaming? This had to be a dream, right? Maybe he knocked his head when he leapt onto that wall and this was just him being unconscious. Yet something felt all too real about all of this. A bone-deep certainty of her death. A burrowing feeling deep inside him, deeper than flesh and organs and thought, something he could only describe as his soul. Midoriya Izuku. Please come with me, we must tend to your injuries. There's a hospital nearby, I can dash. Cease, boy. Her words made him realize what she meant without any explanation. She was only alive because of her quirk, or whatever power she held deep within in its stead. Soon enough, that power would run out, and her body would be beyond salvation. She was a dead woman walking. This realization made him respect this woman's final words, no matter how intrusive and cryptic they'd feel after the fact. Do you have a dream, Midoriya Izuku? I want to be a hero. Izuku felt himself start to hyperventilate. He'd never been this closely exposed to death before. The visceral reality of human frailties threatened to spiral his state of mind into a fear-induced shock, but the more he focused on her questions, the more he felt capable of overcoming this dread. "And what stops you from doing so?" She asked as if she knew something did it all. "That I was born without a quirk, ma'am. Everyone gave up on me after that." His eyes landed on the ground, but her finger on his chin made him look back at her. "Why do you want to become a hero, Izuku?" Her eyes pierced deep into his soul, unblinking yet gentle. Because I don't want people to be hurt. There's villains everywhere, and natural disasters, and accidents. I want to save everyone. I want to be just like All Might. Somehow, that deep stare slowly brought back the old Izuku for a few precious moments. The Izuku who didn't know he was quirkless just yet. His answers seemed to satisfy this mysterious woman. "Do you ever wish upon a star that your dreams came true?" "I would. If I could only have a quirk, I could reach my dream." "Thoughtful. Very well. It saddens me that I will not be here to see those dreams come true. The maidens chose well when you were born." As Izuku tilted his head in curiosity at her words, she made a strange sign with her left hand, where her thumb pressed against the fingernail of her middle finger to keep it curled as her other fingers pointed upwards at the sky. "With the last of my power, go home, Midoriya Izuku. You were never here." It was like a snapshot. 1 second, he stood in front of this dying woman, hearing her last words and wondering what she meant by what she said. The next, he was back in Aldra, the sky still blue, his notebook still wet and in one piece, a soccer ball still flying at his face. A soccer ball was flying at his face. And he just moved his head aside and dodged it with the grace of an anime villain showing off. Oh, that was crazy, dude. The students he saw a few hours back came running after their ball, led by the bro dude girl who spoke last time. That's when he realized his face felt fine, no blood or soot to be found. He had barely registered the fact that he dodged the ball at all. I guess it's to be expected, huh? You're so flighty, bet you're really good at dodgeball. Haha. The what? Where's the Izuku really wanted to ask. He really wanted to know what happened to that lady. But he was too used to this school. He knew making himself look even weirder or crazier would only result in even more bullying. These people wouldn't know anyway. The ball, that's how he ended up saving himself, diverting his attention to the ball right behind him. But it's there. Yeah, we know. Anyway, good luck with that UA dream, little weirdo. Walking back home, he couldn't help but wonder exactly what had happened. Was he on drags? Were those bushes some sort of poppy derivative or whatnot? No way. He'd still have a bloody nose and a dirty face and a broken-up notebook. Then what happened? Did time just flow back by a few hours? Was that just a dream? Going through an underpass, he kept asking himself these questions, overthinking every minute detail even when he could barely remember most of it. And then he heard the manhole cover pop open. A mid-sized invisibility cloak. "You're a lifesaver, kid." That voice coming from behind him, accompanied by the sound of bubbling liquid and a looming shadow spreading over what little light went into the underpass. A villain. He didn't have time to turn back. A sweet, feminine voice whispered in his ear even though no one else was around him, clearly enough to make him question his sanity a third time in the day. When you find yourself chased by black stags, smile. After all, you were never there. I was never here? And so he wasn't. The moment he blinked, he found himself standing in the middle of a sidewalk, with people giving him weird looks but never stopping on their way to work or school or wherever. Of course, his luck had it so that Bakugo and her crew of 2 were just about to cross his path, causing them to bump into him a second after this strange, warping incident happened. Deku? The F are you doing here? Bakugo's hand went to grab his collar, but somehow, Izuku could suddenly read her moves like a book, just like he read that soccer ball earlier. Or, no, it wasn't her that he could read. He could read her possibilities. As the bully's hand advanced, his brain went into overdrive, showing him every single spot where that hand could land, and every single spot where it could not. Thus, with a backstep born out of reflexes he didn't have before today, he completely avoided her grasp, landing in a dark and narrow alley facing the sidewalk. Are you trying to make me look like a fool, B? The ash blonde launched off after him with a blast, while her pawns remarked on quirk use in public being illegal, and something about only Izuku being able to get under her skin like that. Come here. Izuku could only pray his beat-up wasn't severe enough that he'd have to hide it from his mom again, but to his surprise, he could suddenly keep up with Kaken. Since he could see the many possible futures of her attacks, dodging them was kind of like a video game. All he had to do was run to the spots where she had no possible futures, and he'd always dodge her that way, staying out of her range. Why are you trying to grab me? I was just going home, Kaken. Demon Katsumi, are you going easy on him? Didn't know you were the sentimental kind. One of her pawns heckled, amused at the sight. The other had her fingers grow to very long proportions, probably trying to grab him like he'd done in the past. Out of my way. The green-haired boy could barely dodge the massive sludge ball rushing through the alley, but Bakugo hadn't been so fortunate, hyperfixated on her prey as she was. The blonde was quickly swallowed up by the green slime monster, whose voice Izuku recognized as the villain that almost attacked him a few minutes prior. Ooh, this is a top-tier cloak. Thank you for this gift. A massive explosion sent Izuku flying back to the sidewalk as Bakugo panicked and struggled to free herself, leaving some burns on the green-haired boy's chest and arm. Soon, another went off, and another, alerting everyone in the vicinity of the villain attack. Despite the quick arrival of heroes on patrol nearby, their efforts seemed in vain. Death Arms could not manage to pierce through the sludge deep enough to grab Bakugo out of there, and he had no protection against getting pelted by explosions and high-speed debris. Backdraft's water could not dissolve the monster, whose slime was apparently some form of oil-based substance mixed with thickening agents. MT Lady, whose debut Izuku had seen just earlier that day, couldn't go through the particularly narrow streets in giant form without risking severe collateral damage, which would come out of her pocket. Kamui Woods could have grabbed her, if Bakugo wasn't setting fire to the entire alley, risking to blow off and burn his wooden limbs. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes went by. No other heroes arrived. Izuku could only sob behind the emergency line made by Backdraft, watching Bakugo slowly suffocate to death with no one to help her. Another voice inside of him soon startled him awake. When violence threatens your life, accept it and mirror it back. Let your fists wrestle your loved ones' lives back from the edge of the grave. Let necessity justify brutality. Rip and tear, Izuku. This tiny realization was the final straw for him. No longer paralyzed by fear as much as compelled by it, Izuku launched off past the emergency line, eliciting calls from every present hero to stay back. It didn't matter. He promised he'd chase after his dream to save everyone, didn't he? The monster swung at him, but it was far more predictable than Kaken's attacks. He only had to duck slightly to avoid it. Hero notebook. What should I do in this situation? Think. If your weapons can't pierce his skin, pierce his shadow instead. Huh. The voices kept coming, and he was sure they were different each time. His backpack swung open as he tossed it at the monster, its contents flying in just the perfect way to hit his eyes and send him reeling with pain. This bought Bakugo a few much-needed breaths, but soon, the monster brought her back into its septic embrace. More explosions fired off, with the green-haired boy barely having a window to dodge them, and still being grazed by one of them. Half of his uniform had been torn off by now. His shadow. Aye, if you say so. He kicked a rock he noticed laying on the ground, which somehow made it bounce between walls at the perfect angle for him to catch it. Pierce his shadow. Shitty brat, you missed. Wait, what? As soon as the rock hit the monster's shadow behind him, he stopped moving. A moment later, his core burst out into a sludge rain, freeing Bakugo from him. The ash blonde barely spared a shocked look back at Izuku before she ducked under the emergency line and yelled at him to run away. Her goons were nowhere to be seen, likely having fled at the first thought of danger. But Izuku knew the heroes around had no quirk suitable for subduing this thing. He had to capture it somehow. Accept violence and mirror it back? Justify brutality with necessity? How would I? His thinking out loud was stopped by a rushing wave of sludge, trying to enter through his nose and mouth. It was the most unthinkably horrid experience he'd suffered, like having a sewer invade his respiratory system by force like some sort of tentacle monster. His sight went red as he pictured himself drowning in this sludge. He understood now. If he didn't fight back, he was going to die within seconds. As soon as he accepted this reality, his arms started glowing in a terrifying crimson radiance. Almost immediately, the crimson glow began spreading through the villain, breaking down his green sludge body in a violent, exothermic reaction. Wah acid. This isn't worth it to CK? The villain had nearly chickened out, but Izuku's hands had grasped it by its teeth, the only solid spot he could find besides from his eyes. This guy had tried to kill him twice, and Kaken once. That could only mean that he had to fight with the intent to kill to keep this up. That's what mirror violence meant, right? That's right. Match fist for fist. Let their demise mean your survival. In this ocean of blood, you either drip or drown. The violence voice spoke back to him. Finally resolved to fight in self-defense, Izuku let out a primal scream muffled by the sludge enveloping him. The monster's blunt teeth eroded into paste, and his sludge prison blew to pieces, raining all over the walls and pavement nearby. The heroes immediately moved to rescue him and capture the unconscious, strewn-about villain, who would likely need fake teeth for the rest of his life. Izuku had infected explosion burns on several areas of his body thanks to Kaken and the septic bath he just took. His eyes were bloodshot from having opened them inside the monster's body. His entire respiratory system burnt, feeling violated in every sense of the word. He was left gasping for breath and within seconds of keeling over from pain and exhaustion. But he won. The heroes certainly had some words for him and Bakugo both. Both of them were ultimately praised for their powerful quirks and even got some sidekick invitations if they ever became heroes, and Izuku was reluctantly thanked for saving a life when the pros couldn't, but they were also admonished Bakugo for losing her cool and making heroes' jobs almost impossible trying to deal with it by herself, and Izuku for jumping into a live battlefield, not listening to the hero's indications, illegally using his quirk, albeit justifiably enough that nobody felt like writing him a ticket just like with Bakugo, and nearly getting himself killed in the process. As he expected while walking home along with Bakugo, those wouldn't be the last harsh words he'd hear for the day either. What the f was that, Deku? The growling began as soon as they were away from the police and media, once the interrogation had finished and they'd been allowed out of the police station. It was getting pretty late, dusk being close by. What do you mean, Kaken? He knew what she meant, but the bushhead felt the need to buy time regardless. Unfortunately, it just ended in his collar getting grabbed by the angry Pomeranian-looking girl. Listen up. I appreciate that you saved me back there. I really do. I would be FNG dead if you didn't. Those lackeys just ran like the beaches they are. I expected more from them and less from you. With that out of the way, if you play dumb with me, I swear I'll effing kill you. Her tone wasn't like the Kaken he knew. She felt cold and angry and betrayed? Since FNG. Quirk. Deku. Since a few hours ago. I can explain, you won't believe me. Anyway, and I don't fully understand it either, though I have my theories, he sighed. His new reality kept getting weirder and he had no hope to actually explain it if he didn't understand it himself. Try me, nerd. Spit it out. No bullshit. Bakugo's grip tightened, but she wasn't throttling him or anything at least. No explosions either. Sure. Can we talk at my place? Mom's gotta be worried sick. Yeah, Inko's gonna blow a gasket. She let go, sticking her hands in her pockets. Been a while since I've had her Katsudon anyway. Tell her to put some Tabasco on mine. Why, okay, this was unexpected. Kaken hadn't been over to his place in ages. Probably more than 7 years. What was expected, though, was a flood of tears in human shape greeting him as soon as he knocked on the door. Izuku dash. The tear blob engulfed him in a hug, though he didn't mind and hugged her back. He hated worrying her. I saw the news. You had me so worried. Don't ever jump into the fire like that again, please. You'll give your poor mother a heart attack. I'm sorry, Mom. Can we come in? There's something really weird going on and I think I need to talk with you and Kaken about it. Kaken? Once Midoriya Izuku returned to normal from her tear blob form and had a moment to look next to him, she finally noticed Bakugo there. Her tone went cold. Bakugo Katsumi? To what do I owe the pleasure, miss? You haven't been here in a while. Sup, Annie? Just some stuff we gotta clear up real quick dash. Izuku didn't expect his mom to outright interrupt Kaken with a hard slap across the cheek, sending her reeling aside slightly, but here he was. Oh, what the hell, hag? Go call your mom a hag. Do you think I'm dumb, Katsumi? Or did you expect me, after hanging around Mitsuki all the time, to have no idea what your explosions smell like? She raised a finger at her as she spoke, with Katsumi gritting her teeth at being found out and Izuku sighing for the same reason. I tried not to say anything because Izuku, for whatever reason, was trying to protect you all these years, coming home smelling like a burnt bakery almost every day, wearing long sleeves and turtlenecks at home even in summer. But if you come here like nothing happened, you have another thing coming, young woman. Not my fault the nerd can't take a little roughhousing. Bakugo spit out to the side, only for Izuku to pull Izuku's body next to her and show her the many, many burns he'd sustained just earlier that day. What? This was different, I was being drowned inside that thing. And you didn't care my son was right next to you when that happened. You really want to be a hero, getting innocent people around you hurt for your own benefit? Think of this as your last warning, Katsumi. If I find out you touched Izuku again, you're persona non grata here, and so is your family until they do something about your abuse. Got it, ma'am? Despite her angry expression, she had to acquiesce. Once inside, Izuku insisted on not needing treatment for his wounds, so Inko instead got to work on dinner. The two teenagers were left alone in Izuku's room, with Katsumi not having gone there for at least a decade. That talking to that Inko gave her seemed to have hit her deeper than she tried to show. The green-haired boy expected her to refuse waiting in his room and just wait outside instead. Now this is a goddamn nerd's room, alright. Despite her words, she approached the All Might merch plastered everywhere with care, without even touching any of it. You waste your whole allowance on these? It's not a waste, I'm supporting All Might's agency. And you didn't even get the SAAM, Silver Age All Might, limited edition poster of 2,245? You on some poser sheet now? She threw back a cocky grin at the boy, who could only defend himself in return. No. That poster ran out almost immediately. I had my finger on the mouse button, but the page nearly died with the amount of activity it got at the same time. And I'm not gonna buy it from scalpers. Guess you're not the biggest All Might fan in the room then. I got that sheet on my first click. Awkward silence spread again. Really wasn't used to talking to Kaken like this, even though it was what he wanted to bring back the most from when he was a kid. Just being friendly like this. Guess not. You beat me to the All Might debut figurine. She noticed Izuku's most prized All Might possession, sitting on his desk without any wear or damage to speak of. There's only like 100 of those. How'd you even get that? My dad, he was in America at the time, so I got in a call with him and asked him to be ready to click on it as soon as the store went open. He brought it back with him. Lucky BSRD. I'm not satisfied with a draw. She growled to Izuku's amusement, but his mom's voice soon reached them, breaking up the conversation. You too, dinner's ready? Of course, if things were awkward between the two, they were frigid with Inko in between. The meal, despite being Izuku's favorite, went by in total silence until all three of them had finished their dish. I think I owe everyone an explanation about what happened today. Izuku started, feeling that nobody would speak up if nobody broke the ice. Mom, I know it's gonna sound like I've gone completely mad. I'm not sure if I have, but all I can do is tell my side of the story, okay? She nodded, a hint of worry on her face. Still, she wanted to support her boy and reassure him. Katsumi just kept her eyes on him, as if by blinking she'd somehow miss a tell of Izuku lying to her. So, earlier today, Kaken, he recounted the events that led up to finding the dying woman, then how time seemed to revert itself and how he had uncanny abilities now, how he escaped the sludge villain the first time, how he could see every angle from which Kaken would come at him, how he had to match his enemies. Killing intent to be capable of dissolving his body so he could be captured. Everything up until now. Katsumi. Inko hadn't said a single thing so far, but Izuku didn't skimp on the details that led to his notebook being tossed into a fish pond, nor did he fail to mention her next attempt at hurting him. He knew this was coming from the beginning. Your mother will be hearing about this. Apologize. Now. She rolled her eyes, but to Izuku's surprise, got up and bowed her head deeply in his direction. Clearly, her ego was fighting her apology to the bitter end. I'm SSSKKK. I'm SRIs. She got up and slapped her cheeks with both hands, holding eye contact with Izuku instead of bowing. I said that just to be edgy around my pals. I tell things to die a lot of the time, and I felt like saying it in a more smart-ass way for a change. I didn't know it actually hit you like that. To me it's like a key eye or a running GG. I'm sorry for telling you to do that. And for the everything. As much as it dives me up to admit, you saved me and I've only made your life miserable. I should choose my friends better. Inko could notice a bit of the light in Izuku's eyes come back when he heard those words. That light from when he was a little kid, when he thought he'd have a quirk soon. when he and Katsumi got along. Yet she kept looking at his eyes like there was something wrong with them. Izuku? HM? What's wrong, Mom? Why are your eyes red? Pulling out his phone to check himself in the selfie camera screen, she was right. His irises were a blood-red color rather than his previous green, on top of how bloodshot they were, and he could see tiny stars deep within his pupils. Katsumi had gotten closer to inspect, but her expression told the Midoriyas that they weren't seeing things. Why, you're right. Why are my eyes red? As soon as he asked that question, he spat out something solid and kinda rocky. For a moment, he was scared he had lost a tooth to Bakugo's earlier explosions. Instead, a spider made of emerald was what landed on the table, making Bakugo comically recoil back more out of shock at the random occurrence than anything. Inko was already on top of her seat screaming at Izuku to bat it away. And Izuku himself was nearly going blue at the idea of having had that thing inside of him. Yet, when the spider began talking in a very human voice, they all stopped freaking out to listen. Your eye color changes based on the last maiden of destiny whose power you channeled through your exaltation. All three of them blinked exactly once in unison. Exaltation? Bakugo asked first. Destiny? Inko followed with her own worries. Maidens? Izuku was the last to ask. Yet the spider only replied to his question. The 5 maidens of destiny: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They are powerful but distant goddesses, all but forgotten. They hold power over all that can be and guard the world against what is not, writing their wisdom in the stars. Looking at the other 2 girls present in the room, who nodded back at him, Izuku followed with their own questions, or at least, he would once he got a small doubt off of his brain. Who are you? I have no name unless you choose to give me one. I am an emerald spider created to answer your questions, all by your own exaltation's power. I can answer many questions as long as at least one person lives who has the answers for them, or as long as they're recorded somewhere accessible to the public. Of course, matters of opinion or subjectivity are beyond my power to answer. If you have no name for me, secretary is good enough. And no, you're a part of my power, right? My quirk. Izuku fidgeted in place with this thing's insistence on using a different word for him. Quirks are biological, of a singular nature. Exaltation is an addition to your soul, affecting not only your biology, but your mind, social skills, vulnerability to certain kill magic or quirks, lifespan, and so on. They are vastly different, and an exaltation could be mistaken for hundreds of quirks at a time. Okay, these revelations were really threatening to stunlock him at this rate. Souls exist, apparently. And he got bonus soul to spare on top of that. And he had way more than one quirk. So I have an extra soul? What does exaltation mean? You have an extra third of a soul, to be precise. The soul is separated into your ghost or higher soul and your hungry ghost or lower soul. One takes care of facts, data, and rational thinking, and other sides of being a human in a civilized society. The other takes care of instincts, needs such as food, drink, and sleep, violent urges, and deep emotions. An exaltation is essentially a third component of the soul, which bestows upon you the power of the gods despite your status as an entity from the material world. The gods, in your case the maidens of destiny, have chosen you as their one and only exalted. You are a Sidereal Exalt. Yep, he knew he was gonna short-circuit and DMN if he didn't. His dear mom had to bring him out of it, in fear this exposition-loving spider would leave forever without answering everything. At least he understood the meaning of Sidereal, of the stars. That explained the starry eyes. Izuku. Bakugo tried to shake him from his other side, understanding that he was the only one the spider answered to. Ask it about the maidens. It's only given you their names, not what they're the gods of. You need to know what their powers are. It was already difficult to believe he was kind of a demigod now. But a demigod of 5 goddesses at once? Well, he had to know more, that much was true. Are the purviews of the 5 maidens? Journeys for Mercury, the act of traveling, or lack thereof. The movements of planets, the passing weather, the arrival and the loss of messages and personnel. It was her power that allowed you to strike a shadow. Serenity for Venus, calm and peace, hedonism and enjoyment, artistry and bonds in all of their forms, positive or negative. It was her power that allowed you to not be where you didn't want to be, and to dodge attacks by being where they could not land. Battles for Mars. Conflict in every arena, from the battlefield to a lover's quarrel. Her power allowed you to turn into the perfect weakness of your sludge foe, acid. Secrets for Jupiter. The flow of information and the people who get to receive it or not. I, myself, belong to her purview. Endings for Saturn. Whether things decay or persevere, are born or die, from lives to relationships, wars and nations, and even hope itself. You have not awakened a power that belongs to her, yet. All three of them had to stop their frantic shaking to share yet another blink. I hold power over all of those things. Izuku was beside himself, though he didn't know if he was more bewildered than he was rabidly joyful. Correct. You must learn the proper technique and find what your capabilities are in the stars above, but unlocking the star that brings you the power to summon me so early on is an auspicious coincidence. It will be a great boon in discovering your newfound identity. That said, the power of a Sidereal Exalt is often very, very narrow, and just as powerful. You can't just learn every secret in the world. You have to ask a spider with specific rules as to what it will and won't answer. Your powers will often be unintuitive as such. For them to become intuitive, I'm afraid you'll have to study a set of 25 constellations and 25 poems and learn which correlates to which. Your, powers are in the stars? And you have to learn them over time? Inko looked distraught at all these revelations, while Bakugo seemed too focused in the moment to be shocked by the implications of any of it. How do you learn them? Once he conveyed the question to the spider, it replied. Trial and error. Necessity. Study. Near-death experiences. Drag-fueled visions. Peaks of SXL joy. Other very potent or very long-winded experiences. The Sidereal Exalted used to number 100 and some, and their institutional knowledge was unmatched. Today, you are all that's left, Midoriya Izuku. Your predecessor had to die for you to exalt as her reincarnation. She left the bare minimum in writing, because it is so cryptic as to be impossible to understand without the knowledge you now have. While I could pass on her written knowledge, it would likely exhaust you. I can only exist for so long at any one time without your soul's power reserves growing strained. Would you like a potential alternative? Weiss, please, I need to know as much as I can about all of this. Izuku immediately replied, hanging on to every word for a sense of understanding. Very well. Let's try to unlock the research assistant invocation next. Go and caress that houseplant over. Make it feel longing and loving. The spider nudged its head towards a potted rose nearby. Pardon me? Well, you're, really lovely? Izuku struggled to follow his instructions as he tried caressing a plant the way he'd only experienced visually in movies and shows, gently brushing his finger against one of its petals. It wasn't working. You may be trying too hard to give, rather than to promise. The spider course-corrected him in cryptic ways. The ability we're trying to have you learn comes from the same truth that created me. To know the world is to love it. I don't know what that means, Secretary-san. He blushed fiercely, holding his face between his hands. If anyone found out he was trying to flirt with a plant, his life was over. More so than usual. Surely it can't be that hard, right, honey? His mom consoled him as she approached the rose, brushing her fingers against it. Maybe something like, "Would you like to eat outside with me?" "Ah, dear, you're so pretty. Do you exercise often? Maybe we could go together tomorrow." You're meant to leave it wanting more, right? Nerds never flirted in his life. I'd have gotten this on the first try. Katsumi crossed her arms under her chest, but didn't elaborate. And how would you do it, Kaken? Like hell am I gonna try to rizz up a rose, that's your thing. But how am I supposed to know what would work if you don't show me? The puppy eyes were in full effect, and it felt like Katsumi was finally susceptible to them. God, your powers are so lame. Just pay attention, I'm only gonna do this once. The ash blonde approached the potted plant, giving it a frightening stare and a devilish smirk, her hand propped against the wall behind it. Was she cabining the rose? Her voice got a little coarser than usual, actually sounding smoky and kinda attractive, somehow. But in a scary way. I hadn't seen you around here before. Her other hand's fingers brushed against the rose's petals. You can lower those thorns, I'm not going to hurt you. Wanna hit the gym after school? I won't mind if you stare. Once she said that, she disengaged the cabinet, walking back to her seat and plopping down with a completely straight face. Izuku, meanwhile, was burning red, probably because for a moment he imagined himself in the rose's shoes. That would have been effective on him. Thanks, Kaken. That helps a lot, I think. It better help. And if I hear you told anyone about this, your dash, she stopped herself when Inko shot her a glare. That you're getting snitched on too. While it was obvious that her original intent was a beat-up threat, he appreciated that his mom could keep Katsumi somewhat tame. His hand caressed the flower's leaves, taking care not to prick his fingers on its thorns. Eche. Sorry about being so sudden about this, but I just found out a new bakery opened up nearby, and I heard you really like crepes. Would you like to go there? Together? It's on me. He could hear Katsumi mocking him in the background. That's the dorkiest attempt at flirting I've ever heard. Ha. Stop making up excuses and just let it know you're interested, the Izuku. Some words died in his throat, but he pressed on with her advice in mind. I really, like you? More longing, nerd. It's supposed to want to follow you on the way out. I love those red petals. They're so pretty. You're giving it too much of what it wants. You gotta be crueler than that if you want to learn how to tease. Kaken, I'm trying. He turned around to show her how his face was the exact same color as the rose, but to his surprise, her face was looking a little rosy itself. I've, never done this before, it's hard, okay? I know, that's why I'm giving you pointers until you get it right. Might as well get to see the full potential of the power that saved my butt back there. She shrugged, though the color on her cheeks didn't leave. Izuku turned back to the rose. He knew he could do it, he was just too scared of looking like an idiot to try. One deep breath after another, he tried to calm himself down first, before focusing on his dream. If he wanted to save everyone like All Might, he needed to learn whatever this research assistant invocation was. Teasing. How could he tease a red rose? Are those petals so red because of me, or did they bloom that way? Well, he tried. The sound of Katsumi facepalming told him that it wasn't a great try. You are such a dork, holy sheet. Although she laughed to herself, she hadn't noticed the rose growing far larger than it used to be, escaping the confines of its pot before it could break it, and somehow, carrying no dirt with it as it fell on the ground and grew into the size and body structure of an adult human female. Really attractive adult female, with proportions he thought were only possible in particularly raunchy anime. Its thorns had receded into its flesh, its leaves swirling around its stem body to create clothing-like patterns. He could only describe the rose as having turned into one of those dryads or elementals from RPG games. They're all natural and wanna feel them a little? The plant spoke in perfect Japanese, much like the spider could. Her voice was a lot more femme fatale, though, compared to the spider's wise middle-aged man voice. Izuku could only gulp and wonder if she was talking about her petals. Meanwhile, the spider finally spoke up again, drawing everyone's attention. Marvelous. Now, you have summoned a research assistant. She is a dedicated savant who will serve you in all academic and investigative matters. She's undyingly loyal to you as her creator and knows everything you do. She'll also hold significant knowledge about a topic contained in the location you summon her at, especially if you summon her somewhere containing archives or other repositories of knowledge. She writes and reads at great speeds, can summon knowledge stored nearby or somewhere you own, can freely warp between you and archives of knowledge you own, learns at extremely accelerated rates, and can even use a few of your powers. Different plants will result in different temperaments and personalities, and you should be capable of sustaining around 4 or 5 of them at a time. They will immediately wilt in the presence of violence, however. Izuku blinked, having entirely forgotten about the plants flirting for a moment as he digested this information. Wow, you're amazing. The rose merely gave him a polite curtsy as a response. Now, as for the reason I had you summon her. Your predecessor left her minuscule archive of sidereal information hidden for you to find, with a legal will to your name so that it is owned by you, and thus works with our current plans. Order your assistant to warp into that enclosed location, summon every piece of information contained therein or manually acquire it, and return here so that she can transcribe it into something more digestible for your training. As her library isn't accessible by the public, I cannot access much of its contents at all, but she can. He looked back at the rose, who in turn also faced him. Can you do that? Most certainly, hun. It shall only take me a few hours. My own reserves of power aren't as vast as yours, and doing so much in such a short span of time will likely require rest before I am able to return by your side. Is that all right? With some hesitation, he nodded. He didn't want to put her through pain or discomfort, but the way she spoke about reserves of power, it felt as if she was merely tiring herself out by doing all of those things, without physical repercussions. The dryad's petals seemed to shift into a smile-like shape, and in the blink of an eye, the floor swallowed her whole, leaving no trace of her. Ours? Bakugo spoke from her seat, her chin resting on her hand with an entertained expression. I probably can't stay that long without the hag getting mad. I haven't even been home yet after all the shit that went down. Call me when the rose slots back, dork. I want to hear everything about this exaltation business. She got up, heading to the door, yet hesitated to grab the door handle for a moment. I meant the apology earlier. I know I've been a effing hole all these years, but I think today knocked some sense back into me. And I know how effing shitty it looks for me to only come around like this when you get powers of your own. If anyone gives you shit at school, just call me. Just like that, she was gone. He felt Inko hug him from his side, finally allowing herself to cry in what he imagined was a mixture of joy and regret. I'm so glad for you, dear. You can follow your dream now, and Katsumi's stopped being mean to you. His arms wrapped around her shoulders, as he sobbed just as intensely as she did. It's all right, Mum. I swear I'll master all these powers and go to you just like All Might. I know you will, just take care, okay? You got really hurt. She broke the hug, giving him a concerned look. His body was still full of infected-looking burns. For whatever reason, he didn't really feel much pain at all from them. I almost forgot about these. I was so excited, but I think I can fix them. At least, something tells me I can. A little artistry can mend the worst cosmic unbalances and undo acts of villainy. Express the wholeness of your creativity, and your body shall become whole too. The voice that had previously told him about black stags spoke again, her tone sultry and electrifyingly sweet. That had to be Venus. Ah, the maiden of Serenity spoke to me again. This got Inko's attention, who tried to blink her tears away to pay heed to her son's words. I can fix my wounds with art, she said. Art? His mother raised an eyebrow. Sure, now that he said it like that, it sounded a little weird. But he had a feeling he understood what Venus meant. A creative process to overcome a destructive ordeal, or something along those lines. Izuku ran to his room, where he kept his makeup kit for the days Bakugo got a little too overt with her bullying. Seeing it made the tears start flowing again. If things went well, he would never need to use this because of her again. He was finally able to have his childhood friend back. He came back to the living room with the kit, earning yet another well-deserved raised eyebrow from Inko. So that's how you hid the bruises from me? It's in the past, please. I just need to put this on and I'll mend the damage, I think. At first, the efforts felt a little discouraging when nothing happened, at least to Inko. But Izuku could feel it. Every time he put on a little makeup in the proper spots, not just randomly, but in a way that would truly cover up the damage, he could feel as if his body was slowly healing itself. As if he was sewing back a torn tapestry. An hour passed, and even though he wasn't entirely done with his self-treatment, the wounds suddenly shone a bright blue for a moment, reminding Inko of a gas stove. And then, the glow went away and his wounds, and the makeup he had applied to his body, were all gone. Even his sore throat, nose and other internal injuries felt much better now, and his eyes were no longer bloodshot, his irises a crystalline blue. His body had been returned to its uninjured normalcy. Izuku, your wounds, they're gone. Inko freaked out once again, while Izuku had already pulled out his notebook and started registering the details he'd noticed about it. Exactly 1 hour passed from beginning to end of the treatment, and I didn't need to complete it for it to work. I did need to put actual effort into the artistic process. It can't just be haphazardly done for the sake of healing. The makeup went away too. The artistry is consumed to heal? Venusama said that this would right the wrongs of villains. Does this only work on the attacks of villains, or quirks? Does it have a different effect on mundane or accidental injury? What does it consider art? Can art fix other things, not just my own body? You're doing it again. Inko was all too used to the mutter of doom. Geez, you're gonna creep out your classmates if you always mumble like that, Izuku. Despite the passing of an hour, the plant wasn't back yet. The spider had apparently disappeared when no one was looking, probably to spare Izuku's energy. He had a feeling he could summon it at will either way. Should we just go to sleep and let the assistant transcribe the documents through the night? When he asked, his mom hesitated for a little, but eventually agreed. It had been a very exhausting night for all of them. The next day, the F, are you extras looking at? Out of our way. Keikaken, there's no need. Embarrassing as it was, it turned out Bakugo had waited for him at the school gate, and then proceeded to escort him into the classroom, intimidating the hordes of curious students who had seen the news and watched Izuku solo a terrifying villain that Bakugo couldn't fight off. Of course, her sudden change of heart regarding her treatment of him was drawing even more attention to the duo. UFS wanna die? Move it. DMN. Katsumi really fell for the nerd. Izuku heard the voice of Bakugo's former lackey, the long-fingered one. All it takes is getting her out of a tight spot, huh? Unfortunately, it seemed Bakugo had heard them too. A blast behind her propelled her body at a cannonball speed towards the two lackeys, grabbing them by the collar and slamming them against the wall behind them hard enough to crack its paint. Gah! Yo, chill. Let me make this clear to both of you pussies. We're through. Breathe funny around me, and I'll make you wish that living sewer killed you. Crimson eyes glared at both of them. I got it. My bad. We were just bantering, man, chill. Neither of you's worth the time. She tossed them aside like dirty rags, not even watching as they scrambled to get up and flee from her. Let's go, Aizu. Her using her old childhood nickname for him genuinely gave him butterflies. It had been too long. Why yeah. Once in class, the two had more than enough time to check the Rose assistant's many observations, compiled into a cool-looking pair of leather cover books titled, The Sidereal Exalted. They shared words by texting each other, with the teacher having no clue they were not paying attention at all. Dynamite, goddamn, this makes no FNG sense. These constellations have nothing to do with ours. I thought it would be some Leo, Cancer, Sagittarius sheet, but what the F are these? Dynamite, the spear? The gauntlet? The mask? Who the hell came up with these? And what's with the paragraph's worth of meanings for each one? The Rosler, these goddesses are very ancient and obscure, right? Maybe the constellations of the ancient world were very different from our current understanding of them. The Rosler, can you please change my nick back? Dynamite, no. Dynamite, bunch of prehistoric nerds, making everything more difficult. Dynamite, so if I got this right, each college is one of the goddesses' purviews, and each has 5 constellations. Dynamite, Journeys has the gull, the mast, the ship's wheel, the messenger and the captain. Seems to be about danger, leadership, wanderlust, duty and brute force a lot of the time, but there's all sorts of other shit thrown in. Scatterbrain but maiden. Dynamite, Serenity has the pillar, the lovers, the peacock, the ewer and the musician. It's pretty much about the different kinds of relationships that can exist. For convenience, for love, for pleasure, for power, and for long-lasting companionship. You sure need help from this if you ever want to get laid. Dynamite, Battles has the quiver, the gauntlet, the spear, the shield, and the banner. It's about the many different ways you can win fights. Resourcefully, brutally, professionally, for its own sake, and through reputation and fear. Doesn't look like anything I can't beat. Dynamite. Secrets has the mask, the treasure trove, the guardians, the key, and the sorcerer. Looks like it's about the ways you can reveal or hide knowledge. Concealing it, revealing it for its own sake, gaining it through tradition and experience, gaining it through studying, and gaining it through power. Fits your nerd but. Dynamite. And endings has the corpse, the rising smoke, the sword, the crow, and the haywin. It's about how things end. Painfully, not painfully, quickly, slowly, or weirdly. Creepy sheet. Dynamite. That's all I've gathered so far. You did your part, right? The Rosler. Wow, your notes are a lot easier to quickly reference. Thank you. The Rosler. On my end, I mean I've read all of them, but they make no sense. The Rosler. It's just poetry about things a maiden once did. Sometimes. Some others it's not even about a maiden. It's about that old thing, or something that goes entirely unnamed. I don't get it. Dynamite. They can't be that hard, come on. It's just poetry. A few minutes passed by, as Katsumi checked out the latter half of the book describing the scriptures of the maidens. According to the Rose assistant, those were the most important things to understand, bar none, to make his powers become more intuitive to unlock. That was the Ash Blonde's rationale for helping out with the constellations so that Izuku dealt with the scriptures for now. Dynamite. What the F? Dynamite. How is any of this important? Dynamite. This is some unintelligible word salad. The F. Does it mean, to know the world is to fear it? I know more than enough and I don't fear sheet. Dynamite. Good in the luck getting any of this. This might as well be hieroglyphs. Izuku let out a deep sigh, startling a few people sitting near him. They'd been pretty jumpy around him for some reason. He couldn't focus too much on them, though, not when the key to unlocking his true powers seemed so distant. This wouldn't do. He promised to himself he'd get to the bottom of these scriptures, even if he had to do it over the course of the rest of the year until graduation and UA Academy's exams. Class ended, and as soon as he was about to get up, he was swarmed by a horde of girls, his classmates. Hey dude, what was that you did on TV? Did you just get your quirk after so long? What's your quirk? I'm really curious, come on. Did you figure out a name for it? I can give you a hand with the quirk details form. It was pretty tough for me when I first did it. It was so weird to just get all of their attention after they'd ignored and laughed at him for most of the 3 years he'd been in Aldera. Not that it was much different in his middle and elementary schools. Was this all it took? Being normal? Don't listen to the vultures, Aizu. Bakugo grabbed him by the hand and pulled him away from the mob, making his face glow red in the process. They only want to be your friend for a piece of the school rep pie. They ignored you all this time. But they also ignored me because you were, he spoke his mind by accident, and Bakugo halted at once. Her bullying him certainly had become synonymous with getting on her bad side if they approached him. I'm not sure which is the truth. I won't take too long. I'll wait here. We still gotta put some physical conditioning in that scrawny butt body. She leaned back against a wall and let him talk to the multitude of girls gathering around him. Thanks for getting a quirk form for me. How do you fill these again? An hour later. The form took a lot longer than I thought. Izuku moped as he walked along with Bakugo to whatever training site she had thought of. Of course it would, nerd. Your powers aren't exactly, oh I have cute horns oh ho ho sheet, you know? What did you even put on that form? No way you seriously wrote you're a demigod of destiny in there, right? She gave him a skeptical stare. Of course not. He pulled out his form from his pocket, unfolding it to show it to her. She took it from his hands to read out loud. My quirk is, Strings of Fate. Description. My star-speckled eyes can see strings connected to everything around me. By pulling, cutting, weaving, stepping away from, and otherwise interacting with these strings, I am able to achieve a multitude of effects, but only if I codify these effects as an easily repeatable technique first. Overuse exhausts my ability to see and make use of these strings. Each technique also has glaring weaknesses or holes in applicability, and many of them are entirely imperceptible to the naked eye, while others are visually obvious. Why, that's my best shot at covering my bases, F for the future, you know. UA is going to be really strict about quirk discrepancies. HM. I like it, to be honest. It's so vaguely described that you can pull anything out of your but as a codified technique. Good job. She passed him the form back and waited for him as he presented it to a quirk certification government agency on the way to their training zone. It didn't take long for that to be over, and for the two of them to get to Dagoba Beach, or as people called it these days, Dagoba Communal Trash Heap. The trash blotted out the sun with ridiculous amounts of broken-down cars, old busted TVs, non-functional fridges, and other large pieces of garbage, while the sand was completely invisible beneath plastic waste, fruit peels, garbage bags, and similar. We're training here? Izuku was understandably apprehensive about setting a single foot in this foul-smelling trash heap. Yeah. You're cleaning up this place? I see. What do you mean? The double take got even Katsumi smirking. You gotta get stronger, Aizu. You look like a DMN stick. Demigod or not, a big soul isn't gonna save you if you ain't got the body to back it up. So we're bulking you up. Most of the trash here is heavy hardware stuff. I think I even saw an 8-wheeler over there. She went into the heap, boosting herself with explosions until she reached the top and let herself land on it gently. She picked up an old boxy TV and lifted it up and down in one hand, as if it was a makeshift dumbbell. You want to save people? Train and do community service at the same time. No powers. It's nice if you unlock anything along the way, but if you cheat, your body ain't gonna grow. Izuku took another moment to bask in the sight. He and Katsumi helping each other get stronger, he'd wanted this for so long he didn't even know how to express it. His tear ducts sure knew how. You crying again? Stop being a crybaby and get to work. We only have so much time. Sorry. I'm coming. The first month of this was utter hell. The TV that Katsumi could so casually lift in one hand was something he had to carry with both hands with all his strength, walking slowly and taking breaks every few steps. His legs may have been fast, but his body was not conditioned for heavy lifting at all. Fortunately, Katsumi had started letting him in on her cooking, a diet she followed for her own training regimes and could make on her own. It was really spicy and a lot of food, but Mitsuki and Masaru never minded having him home despite the voracious appetite he was building. Plus they threw him a bone now and then and made katsudon to celebrate milestones in his training. While he did all that trash disposal, Katsumi trained her aerial mobility with her quirk, hidden from the pestering of the police by the larger heaps of garbage. Another slide of fortune was his discovery of a few new techniques. Katsumi had made it clear that he was not allowed to use magic to help him gain the strength to carry things, so one of them went unused. His efficient secretary had called it strength of the mast, and apparently, it made him much stronger, especially if he was the strongest person present. He could even go far beyond human limits if he was already, mundanely, anywhere near close to them. Of course, the fact that he had a power so close to all might at his disposal filled him with hope and joy, and gave him the determination he needed to continue this rather disgusting and harsh training. His next discovery was almost entirely necessary for his extremely fast pace of growth, unswerving juggernaut principle. True to its name, it required him to trace a mental journey to somewhere. Once he had a straight line sorted out, and he ran through that line, he could just keep going. Yellow stardust would coat his skin, his clothes, eyes, everything, making him feel much more durable in the process. He completely disregarded any fatigue and sleepiness buildup during the time he ran and didn't suffer from such existing conditions, and entirely shrugged off a cart crashing into him one time. He could go forever without sleep or rest as long as he didn't tire himself out between uses of the power. Hell, he suspected he could run from one side of Japan to the other if given enough time. The catch? There were many. Many. He could not stop moving in that straight line, swerve more than a couple degrees from his original path, look away from anything directly in front of him, do just about anything that took up any level of focus except for running, or use any of his powers unless it actively helped him run better. If he did any of that, the yellow stardust would immediately dissipate, signaling the power ending and having to be reused. The catches didn't matter to him. After a few sorta disastrous test runs using the principle, he started using map apps to trace the best, straightest paths from the heap to the trash truck. He didn't need to swerve as long as he took the trash to the street before using it, rather than using it on the beach and having to move upstairs. He learned to stop paying attention to his surroundings when using it, which only bit him in the butt that one time with the cart. He didn't need to do anything but run as long as he had the trash in his hands or tied to his body. And he had promised not to use powers to actually lift these anyway. The third power also went unused, both because it would help get rid of the trash too much, and because it was terrifying, on top of being the first ending's power he unlocked. With its name revealed as Hungry Touch, he could only describe it as, "It's like I'm touching an object and just deleting its future. Everything has to end, right? Things rust, break and disintegrate and all that. Well, I just cut the entire process like with a video editing tool. I touch something and I see this purple string. I pull on it and the object is instantly taken to its decomposed future." To demonstrate, Izuku touched a broken but still sturdy-looking fridge, one that could possibly have been repaired with the right parts, but old and ugly enough that nobody would. It became a fridge-shaped lump of rust ash the next moment. As the wind dispersed the ashes and they settled on the sand and the sea, he could only grimace at his lack of forethought. It would be way harder to clean it that way. Hell, your powers can be creepy. Katsumi's eyebrow twitched. Can't you just be normal and disintegrate things with your fingers? No, you had to mention your effing eating the thing's fate up until it dies. Inanimate things don't die, Kaken, he sweat dropped, but had to agree on some level. It was really scary that he could just end futures and set a foreboding precedent for his next ending's powers. Even when only using one power, it meant he could cut out resting and sleeping entirely, keeping his mom updated with hourly messages for her to check when she woke up, and only needing a quick shower before heading to school and then back to the beach. The only exhaustion and sleepiness he accumulated were from any time at which he wasn't running, but quick naps at school or the beach quickly dealt with that. Minor inconveniences that would have kept him up in such circumstances didn't seem to affect him anymore, from chafing to falling asleep in uncomfortable positions. He just woke up completely refreshed and ready to keep going. By the end of the first month, he no longer looked like a twig, though he was certainly built compactly. Katsumi often noted she was similar in that regard. Their visible musculature didn't betray their real strength. The following months were a lot easier on Izuku. He no longer struggled with most of his haul, they felt lighter every week. His muscles didn't grow noticeably past that point, but they did grow defined and sculpted, giving him a healthy and athletic appearance when shirtless without drastically altering his frame. When asked about this, the efficient secretary could only say, "Your exaltation is molding your body to your personal ideal, rather than allowing genetics and biology to decide how you look against your will." Okay, maybe he did enjoy a set of muscles he could easily hide. He liked how they looked in the mirror, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. By the fourth month, the beach had been cleared entirely. Lacking any kind of need for rest or sleep beyond occasional naps had given him many extra hours every day, resulting in having enough time to even filter the sand and shallow water for pieces of rust and other imperceptible trash. It had become truly spotless. By the end you even managed to lift that 8-wheeler with some help from strength of the mast, huh? Katsumi gave him a pat on the back. That shitty spider wasn't joking. Your body seriously got upgraded to some demigod crap. Ah, come on, Kaken, it's not that dash. He almost managed to put himself down before she dope-slapped the back of his head. Ak, you went from a twig who couldn't lift a small TV to beating me at arm wrestling in 2 months. And then next month, you started beating national records when we started measuring your performance. That's without using all those powers you unlocked. The hand that dope-slapped him started messing with his bushy hair. And then you start lifting 8-wheelers and flash-stepping when you actually use them. I'm not complimenting you, I'm telling you what's going on. Normal people don't just go from twig to powerlifter champion in a couple of months. Oh, at least, Izuku moped a little and let her ruffle his hair. Do you think I'm ready for UA? Right now? Hell no. Her answer made him jolt a little. You've got the muscle and the speed, and you definitely got some FING brains on you, but you have zero actual combat training. And looking at those constellations of yours, you need training in just about every arena, too. The quiver for bows, though I guess guns make more sense nowadays. The gauntlet for unarmed combat. The spear for close combat weapons. The shield for defensive tools. The banner is probably more about leading others, but we know battles isn't the only college with combat stuff in it. You got that shadow-piercing needle thing from the goal, didn't you? If you did that by tossing a rock, maybe even thrown weapons are in your kit. You're gonna end up on some John Wick sheet. Why yeah, but actually I asked earlier today about the shield. It turns out it does have some combat uses, but it's mostly for spoken conflict. I've never used powers from it or any social powers, really, so I have no idea how that works. Oh, well that's one off the list. Anyway, you already know how to use the gauntlet, right? Horrific something or other. That thing you used to blow up Sludge McFuck? How about we get you in a dojo so you get some karate beat into you? Karate? Yeah. Jiu-jitsu, all that stuff. Tomorrow's the holiday week, right? I'll find a good one tonight and we'll go tomorrow. Let's head back to my place for now. The hag's gonna make a feast for ya. Monday. Yo, anybody home? Katsumi called while ringing the dojo's bell. She got inconvenienced just by 3 seconds of waiting. Fortunately, the door soon swung open, with a spunky redhead girl who looked to be their age popping out to greet them. She wore a white sports bra and long white pants that started tight around the thighs and loosened by the time they got to the foot, being barefoot while at it. A thin layer of sweat betrayed that she'd been exercising a little. That wasn't a traditional martial arts GI, Izuku could somehow tell. Capoeira maybe? Oh, welcome to the Yoziken dojo, please come in. She opened the door for both teenagers to enter, following them into the open hall once they took off their shoes at the entrance. My name's Itsuka Kendo, I'm the owner's daughter. Our dojos existed for centuries, and its founder originally combined both traditional Japanese martial arts and foreign styles when appropriate. Teach all sorts of styles, so if you have a martial art in mind, don't be afraid to ask. I may not be all that good in all of the ones we teach, but I'm not the only sensei here either. As Izuku searched his mind for an appropriate martial art to learn, he noticed he had never paid that much attention to these things to begin with, and yet, whenever he thought about the topic, he just knew about dozens upon dozens of styles. Academically, at least. He had no idea how he even guessed at capoeira. No, actually, thinking about it, he did have that strange dream the other day, filling his mind with all sorts of details on martial arts after Kaken made that suggestion. Was this another one of his powers? Systematic understanding of everything. Through your dreams, knowledge is held like a beacon for you to find. The whisper voice. That had to be Jupiter. Noticing it, Itsuka grew a little confused by his long silence, though he tried to break himself out of it and just choose whichever felt more appropriate. Is jujitsu okay? Sure thing. I'm actually a black belt. It's one of the most important styles we teach, after all. Is your friend also going to learn jujitsu? Nah, I'm just here to see him off. Bakugo replied in her usual manner as she turned around to leave. I won't be able to see how you're doing for the week, got my own training to do. I'll be back by the weekend though. Break a leg. With only the two teens left in the room, Itsuka took some quick measurements out of Izuku's body, phoned them in, and in around 10 minutes a DLVY had brought his new GI. Probably a quirk-backed service. Given a few more minutes to change, both of them were ready to begin. Alright, for today we're just going to be focusing on a bit of conditioning. We can move on to katas if it looks like you've got it. Weiss, ma'am. I'm your age, just call me Itsuka. She waved off the enthusiasm with a smile on her face, leading him to a cloth-wrapped wooden board. Let's see you throw some hits first. Izuku landed on his back, soon feeling Itsuka land on top of him while administering some painful locks to his wrists. I tap out, tap out. His expression of pain was replaced by mild disappointment once she let go, with her now sitting on his chest and his folded-up body being allowed to land properly on the tatame. You're crazy good to already be sparring on your second day. Don't feel down. If you keep that kind of growth up, you'll be folding me in no time. Just think about it as payback for breaking our equipment in one punch. Okay. Once she got up, he took the hand she offered and got back up on his feet. Again. Still down for another beating? That's what I like to hear. Let's go. Are you actually a grandmaster pretending to be a newbie or something? Itsuka raised an eyebrow at him as he practiced several katas in quick succession. I heard those kinds of videos are pretty popular out there. I'd never have the guts to do something like that, yeah. It's just, I dunno. Izuku stopped in the middle of a flying kick kata, landing on one hand and then performing a capoeira flip into a standing position he'd learned by reading about it and practicing it for an hour or so at home. But it's like they come naturally to me. Martial arts, I mean. Things just click whenever I see a move, and it doesn't take me long to learn it. I can see that much. I didn't even teach you capoeira, and I'm pretty sure you can do those handstand to standing flips better than I can. Her raised eyebrow twitched despite her forced smile. What do they even feed you? Lots of katsudon? That was rhetorical. Oh. The two sat down for a moment, letting the green-haired boy catch his breath. What are you training for, by the way? I remember your blonde friend said she had her own training to do. Oh yeah, yeah. I've always wanted to go to UA Academy. But I was a really late bloomer. My quirk only manifested some months ago. You're joking. She narrowed her eyes at him. It's true. Her face still made him giggle a little. It's so versatile and yet so narrow at the same time, and I've had it for so little time, so I'm trying to master it before the exams. But at the same time, Kaken's right. If I have no idea how to throw a punch, how am I going to pass the top hero academy in the country's exams? I have to get stronger. Oh, you didn't look like the ambitious type. Her head turned to face ahead of her as she rested her chin on her hands. But I guess neither do I. Did you want to go to UA too? Yeah. It's also been my dream for a while, ever since Mirko saved my butt from a gang a few years ago. But, I mean, can I really leave the dojo to senseis outside of my family? My dad doesn't really pay too much attention to it anymore, and I'm afraid I'll just have to stay here forever so I can keep the legacy alive, you know? As soon as he thought to reply, his eyes shifted to a red color, and he heard the violent voice in his mind. The ego is nothing more than a barrier standing in your way. The ordained action is to punch through it. Her words materialized as Izuku started seeing Itsuka's threads of fate, strewn about in a configuration not unlike a circulatory system. Many of them shone red, but one in particular was highlighted. It was a branching thread whose main body read, choice, and branches read, follow my dreams, or preserve my family's past. Yet, how could he decide which of these options was the correct one for her? His eyes shifted violet as a sorrowful voice finally spoke to him. It had to be Saturn. Shed the scales from your eyes. If indecision strikes, all you must do is glimpse ahead. With a moment of concentration, his eyesight blurred, then burned, then distorted, then shot forward. No, shot ahead in time, showing Izuku that without Itsuka around, her father would start taking some time to run. It as he used to do, and saw a smile on his face when he looked at a text message from Itsuka on his phone. Coming back to reality, his hand landed on Itsuka's shoulder as his eyes went back to a crimson hue. As Mars had ordained, he chose to just speak his mind as bluntly as he could, and his stutters ceased momentarily to allow this to happen. I think your dad would want you to follow your dreams, wouldn't he? Maybe he can be convinced to stick around the dojo while you're gone. Looking back at her threads, a red string had flown from Izuku's body to hers, cutting away the path of, preserve my family's path, so that only follow my dreams was possible. Maybe. I haven't asked him, but, she blinked a few times, taking deep breaths for a moment. No, I'm being dumb. I should just stop running away from what I want. I'll ask him if he can man the place in the meanwhile. The redhead turned back to him, a big, goofy smile on her face now. Thanks for helping me through that, Midoriya. I feel a lot better now. Who knows, maybe we'll be in the same class in UA? Itsuka landed on the tatami floor, with Izuku holding her using a complex joint lock on top of his deceiving strength to restrain her. There's no way I'm letting you beat me in less than a week. Darn broccoli thigh. Yet try as she might, every time she slipped away from the lock, he managed to grab the free limb and subject it to another painful lock or two. After 3 failed attempts, she finally conceded. That was a great spar, Itsuka. Izuku got up, offering her a hand that she took with an offended look on her face. Stupid kung fu movie prodigy. She kept mumbling petty names at him as she moped around the room, while Izuku feared he had broken her this time. Screw it, I'm using my quirk this time. If we break anything, it comes off of my salary. And if you beat me, I'll just train you in whatever I know for free. I bet you're prodigy but can even make use of Aikido and Wing Chun somehow. Yep, he broke her. Fried it. Yo Izu, how's it go, holy F dash. Kaken's voice had reached Izuku as he went through a warm-up routine he'd developed Thursday night in order to challenge himself, namely, keeping a live, large kitchen knife spinning in midair by rolling punches right under it at the right time, taking care that it didn't get punched forward, backward, that the spin didn't change directions and that it didn't tilt significantly. And that it didn't slice him open by accident. That was just the Wing Chun warm-up too. Hey Kaken, can't talk right now, be there in a moment. You got some explaining to do. Itsuka approached Katsumi from the side with an exhausted look on her face. Where did you even find this gremlin? Bakugo's words died in her throat as she tried to pick her jaw from the floor. She hadn't been to the dojo at all for the last week, focused on finishing her own training to try and not fall too far behind Izuku. But this sheet was just different. He's only been coming here for a week, right? She had to ask the redhead. This is his 5th day, but he's crazy dedicated. He's our first guy in and our last guy out. Though that might change after the holidays end. Forget dedication, though, what's up with him? He beat me at the style I can handle the best in 3 days. He's picked up like 5 different styles within hours each, and the crap he can pull with them is out of martial arts flicks. Itsuka gave Bakugo an exasperated expression, though it was a warm one nonetheless. I can see that. I'm asking how the hell is he doing that? The ash blonde grit her teeth, trying not to lose her cool. She couldn't believe she was that far behind. Oh, that is nothing, just check this out. The redhead smirked knowingly. He asked me to put some obstacles around and I had to see what he could do with them to believe it. And then, Izuku stopped punching, grabbed the knife by the handle despite the sheer speed at which it was spinning, tossed it at a water bottle propped up on a log in the same motion, watched as the knife pierced it front to back and kept flying until it hit a log behind it, and then opened his hand in the air ahead of him, so that the knife would reverse course and return to his hand, bottle and log and all. While so far his moves had seemed implausible but within the realm of possibility, that last move had only been possible thanks to one of his powers. I'm getting the hang of mixing and matching. So cool. Izuku's obliviousness to the 2 girls watching him only added to the ridiculousness of the situation. There were still 4 more months until the UA exams. And somehow, Bakugo Katsumi knew that she was witnessing the man that would utterly decimate those tests. She had to get stronger. 4 months later, Izuku, Itsuka and Katsumi stood together at the UA entrance, feeling the breeze playfully graze their hair. Itsuka had managed to bond with both dojo-goers, between Izuku's impossible mastery of martial arts and insane growth and potential, and both childhood friends sharing nerdy passions with her. In her case, it was motorcycles and martial arts, while for them it was heroes and all might. No hard feelings, right? The bushhead gave them an uneasy smile. We'll pass. What are they gonna do? Throw some Godzilla-tier robots at us? We're a wee bit monstrous in the field. The written side is shaky, but you can't be perfect. Itsuka shot back without hesitation. Alright, he decided to just ignore the fact that he had about a dozen hacks he could use to pass the written side, or that he was actively using one of them as they spoke. She wouldn't appreciate knowing that, probably. No holding back in there, Izu hands. Bakugo fist-bumped him before she started making her way into the building. We'll see who racks up the most points. Yeah. The 2 of them replied in unison, following right behind. Completely. unaware of the hidden eyes keeping tabs on them. Sitting down between Itsuka and Katsumi, Izuku couldn't help but notice that he had to be blessed in more ways than one to partake in this one-of-a-kind experience. Attending UA Academy's entrance exam was one thing. A huge, dreamlike thing he could already scarcely believe, let alone the reason why he was now able to do so to begin with. Having two beauties to either side of him, both of whom he had been getting along with for the last few months, next-level witchery, really. Welcome to the UA entrance exam, ladies, gents and listeners all around. Everybody give me a K. The voice hero, Present Mike, yelled out at the examinees with his typical hyper-energetic personality in full force. Hey! Izuku and Itsuka both shot up with their fists pumped, only to realize everyone else was silent. What are you two idiots doing? That was bait. As the other two sulked back to their seats, Bakugo couldn't help but snark at them. Thank you, couple of little listeners over there. I'll give you my autograph later. So, for this written test, the indications are as follows. Pay attention, everyone. While Mike spoke, Izuku couldn't help but sparkle out of pure fanboying over the fact one of his teachers would be present. Goddamn Mike. Oh my gosh, he's so cool. I put on his Put Your Hands Up radio show every Friday night. His choice in music is too good. Male heroes are rare enough as is, and between All Might and Mike, people have also made observations that they're both blonde and their initials are AM and PM. There's an entire conspiracy theory going on about Dash. Shut up, nerd. Katsumi softly elbowed his side with a smirk on her face. Like you're any better, Kaken? I've heard you listening to his top 10 tracks, he pouted at her, only making her smirk wider and causing Itsuka to hold in her own laughter. For this exam, the invigilator will be none other than our dear ectoplasm. Give it up, dear listeners. Present Mick's voice got to them once they stopped chatting, with Izuku immediately turning to see the beautiful mathematician pro-hero enter the stage. Long black hair with white streaks, thin frame glasses framing entirely white eyes, a very distinctive toothy grin over her jaw guard, and a curvy body entirely obscured by a huge trench coat. It was definitely her. The dividing hero, ectoplasm. Her quirk lets her split parts of her personality or object's traits in order to create clones of them that embody the split parts, but if the clone is destroyed, the embodied trait goes away forever. She lost her legs against a villain but then went through a lengthy quirk-backed process in order to regrow them. I didn't know she was back on the field, Alria. Ow. Shut up, nerd. Katsumi elbowed him again. The test will begin shortly. Her warm yet clinical tone reached the examinees. Ensure you have everything you need and nothing on your person that might be confiscated. I will be watching from every corner. Make sure your attention is on your test. Saying little else, she began splitting into dozens of copies, watching over every row of students without any chance for anyone to get up to any funny business. The warnings about cheating and helping others were subtler than he was used to, but still there. Fortunately for him, UA allowed the use of mental quirks, even the likes of mind reading, which would technically be cheating anywhere else. Because of multiple reasons, from an inability to detect when most such quirks were being used, to the fact that the school wanted prospective heroes to get themselves out of pinches using creativity and their powers. Because it just turned out, Jupiter's powers were complete hacks when it came to tests. Systematic understanding of everything currently coursed through his brain, stacked thrice from the past 3 days of studying for these tests and dreaming of the entirety of their contents afterward. The name of the technique wasn't for show, he was the first one to turn in his test and walk out. Within a few minutes, the automated system revealed a flawless score in the large holoprojector in the waiting room, all while congratulating Izuku on a job well done. While the test had more than 3 topics, he was already fairly masterful at English, Japanese, hero history and quirk studies, so he only had to use his powers to keep mathematics, physics and chemistry in there. Systematic understanding of everything had made it so he was as deeply insightful into those topics as he was for his quirk studies and hero obsessions. Bakugo also managed to complete the test before time was out, along with a couple of other examinees. Her score wasn't perfect, but it was certainly impressively high, especially considering she had no special ability to help her. Amazing, Kaken. He offered a fist to bump, which she did after a moment of deliberation. Heh, save your pity. Perfect score, headass. Itsuka eventually came out with most of the others once time ran out. Her score was under Katsumi's, but it wasn't bad at all. She still had a great chance to pass if she did decently in the physical exam. Okay, dear listeners. Mick's voice blasted through the facility's speakers. The written exams are over. Congratulations to Midoriya Izuku for a perfect score. We don't see those every day. Izuku felt all eyes on him, glaring a hole through his whole body, but he didn't care. Present Mike just gave him a shout-out. I'm not even in UA yet, and I've already crossed one of the items in my dream bucket list. Head over to the miniature cities designated to you in your pamphlet for now. We'll explain the physical test shortly. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Itsuka and him both shouted in unison, along with some other examinees. Katsumi just rolled her eyes. The miniature cities were certainly not a misnomer. Izuku could scarcely believe UA had the funds for this level of construction, but he quickly remembered they had the cement hero, Cementos, on their payroll. With that kind of ridiculous construction assets and the government's money on top of the principal's bottomless wallet, yeah, checked out. I'm so nervous. I've gotten better at mixing and matching techniques, but I'm not sure how that'll compare to the actual test. The green-haired boy softly shook his wrists with his hands going limp, trying to shake off the nerves. All examinees had time to change into their tracksuits, so the trio looked ready for a good workout. It'll be fine. You're the strongest dude I know who isn't a pro hero. Keep that head up high, kung fu prodigy. Itsuka lightly punched his shoulder, making him a little warmer inside. He managed to give her a shaky smile and stand a bit straighter. Why, thanks, Itsuka-san. I should just believe in myself. No, in all of us. We'll get through this. It smells fishy. Katsumi brought their attention back to her. You would think they'd switch up our miniature cities so that we don't help each other, or that they'd wait until all grades are compiled before giving us our written test results. Instead, we're all heading to the same one, and a massive amount of extras were already disqualified. You're not saying, Itsuka started. I think the test is going to be a duel or some other kind of one-on-one thing. The written exam was just to call the herd so they'd have all the time in the world to deal with the ones who passed individually. She growled with an annoyed expression. I was hoping I wouldn't have to fight other examinees. But you love fight, right? Izuku almost forgot how hard she was trying to make up for all those years of abuse. She didn't mind fighting other people, she minded the possibility that they'd be matched up as opponents. If it happens, don't hold back, okay? It's just a test, it's cool. You think I have a death wish? Of course I'm not holding back, and neither are you. I'll kill you if you do. Despite the scary words being casually thrown around, the cocky smile she gave him was reassuring rather than intimidating. Looking around, he could see a few other examinees preparing themselves with stretches, minor uses of their quirk, breathing exercises, and so on. One of them got his attention. She was a cute girl with flushed cheeks and a sort of wide bob cut, with two long strands of her auburn hair framing her cute and chubby face and short bangs adorning her forehead. She seemed to be writing the kanji for human in her hand before swallowing it, a common and really old practice for nerves. No one else looked as nervous as she did. Should he approach her? He would have barely considered it a year ago, but months of actually talking to girls as close acquaintances had slowly improved his confidence enough for something as minor as this. Maybe he could try and reassure her a little, like Itsuka just did for his own nerves, he thought. Yet as soon as he tried to approach, he saw himself stopped by a tall girl with short blue hair combed back to reveal her angular face, square glasses framing her small eyes. Her hand landed on his shoulder, making him turn to her. Are you trying to distract that girl while she prepares for the practical exam? I'd suggest you desist. Izuku's nervous side got the best of him as he frantically shook his head and waved his hands around. No, not at all. I just saw she was really nervous and, I wanted to let her know that it'd be all right. It's true that she seems to be fidgeting. It's proper of a hero to reassure others. Very well, I apologize for my hasty assumption. She let his shoulder go, which he appreciated with a warm, bright smile. She returned the smile, giving a sort of hand chop in the auburn-haired girl's direction. Off you go. Best of luck in the exam. Why you too? I hope we all pass. Approaching the nervous girl, Izuku felt his own nerves flaring up. How could he start a conversation with a complete stranger just to remark on their nervousness? And she was really cute too, which only made it really worse. He could fall back on his recent mastery of easygoing friend approach as he had with the blue-haired girl earlier, considering that it was an entirely passive power that created great first impressions on others, and encouraged him to become a bit of a party animal. But not everyone reacted the same way to it regardless. Are you okay? You've been mumbling there for a little? His heart nearly hit his throat as he looked up at the source of the adorable voice that broke him out of his trance, noticing the girl he wanted to approach was mere inches away from him. So close. Sorry. He took a little step back out of instinct, trying to protect his personal space without appearing mean to her. I noticed you were really nervous, and I just wanted to help. Did you get nervous too when you came closer? You're funny. She looked down at her hands, taking a deep breath before clenching her fists and looking back at him. I'm Uraraka Ochako. And you're? Midoriya Izuku. He just blurted it out with a fully red face, too embarrassed to stutter. Pleasure to meet you. Bakugo Katsumi. Izuku's head whipped around to see that the girls had closed the distance, now introducing themselves too. I'm Itsuka Kendo. Nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. Let's do our best out there. The martial artist winked at her, causing her to pump a fist in the air all excitedly. Yeah. Let's do it. Well, what did he know? She seemed to be doing a lot better with just a few words exchanged. Maybe she wasn't as nervous as she looked, or she just needed a little reassurance. Hello, listeners. Everyone tensed up at present mix call, noticing he was looking down at them from a tall tower in the city's huge outer walls. Here's the deal. The practical test is an assessment of your current heroic potential. We're measuring everything. Here, little listeners. Getting quickly to areas in need of heroes. Tracking and surveillance. Rescue. Combat. Tactical use of your quirk. If you ain't got a heroic bone in your body, you ain't passing. You don't need to be awesome at all of it either though. Just gotta go out there and show us your potential, plus ultra style. So that's where the individual tests fall. Katsumi mused. They're not going over us one by one, they're going over all of us test by test, and culling the ones who don't meet the minimum bar. No wonder only the best of the best come out of here. Given her grin, she had no doubt in her own skills here. Versatility's something all three of us are pretty good at, huh? I think we got this in the bag. Itsuka pumped her fist with confidence. Why, I hope so. Izuku nodded, noticing Uraraka turned around with an uneasy expression. I'm not really amazing at all those things, but I think I can try. Her smile was wiggly and uncertain, same as her eyebrows, but she still had a powerful fire in her. The first test is a race. Your starting positions have been marked for you inside the city. You cannot directly obstruct or attack your fellow examinees, so put all that energy into running faster, got it? Once everyone is set, a timer will start in secret. When it reaches 0, you'll be given the location you must race to. Your time is what matters, not how you compare to the rest. Use the initial timer to set up your quirk if you need to. Izuku found his position to be right at the entrance, with his name painted behind the start line. The other examinees were given similar positions. He had been unlocking more of Saturn and Mercury's blessings lately, so surely he could stack the deck enough? Mirror the world, so the world mirrors you. Mirror the world, so the world mirrors you. He kept muttering a mantra in a low tone, slightly unnerving the people to either side of him. One of them was an athletic-looking woman with fiery red hair adorning her face in descending spikes, while the other was a frog-like girl with interesting body proportions and an unreadable face. As he muttered, his fingers wove an invisible cat's cradle, something only he could see. The fate of the entire city-like location was wrapped around his fingers, the strings glowing a radiant saffron from his point of view. Once the weave was done, he closed his fists, feeling as his internal fate mirrored this miniature city's. He could feel the nature of the streets, the pipes, the concrete, the trees, the glass windows, and in turn, the city could feel the way he did. Inextricably bound in this way, this location no longer held secrets for him, a very useful quality when they were about to be given directions to somewhere he was previously unfamiliar with. Next came the broader destiny manipulations. Rose, his main research assistant, and now sister to Orchid, Camellia, Poppy, and Spicebush, had taught him about 4 ways to affect destiny in broad strokes, although only 3 of them were usable to him as it were, and one of those 3, resplendent destiny, wasn't really needed here. The 4th one, prophecy, took way too long to enact mid-exam, often requiring entire weeks of work unless he did almost nothing but prophesize all day, which is why he had woven 2 of them, months in anticipation of the exam, without Kaken or Itsuka knowing. They'd probably strangle him if they knew. Midoriya Izuku, Kendo Itsuka, and Bakugo Katsumi will pass the UA Academy entrance exam. Midoriya Izuku, Kendo Itsuka, and Bakugo Katsumi will graduate from UA with excellent grades and become great pro heroes. The former prophecy hadn't taken terribly long, as it was a fairly recent and simple one-and-done deal. But the second, boy, did the second take him a while. He was lucky it only affected 3 people, but the time scale, frequency of prophetic aid, and the power required to pull that off, he barely managed to find the right stars to seal the prophecy under before his window of time closed and his efforts were wasted. Prophecy out of the way, he focused on the other 2 boosts he could give himself. The lesser sign of Mercury, invoked by making a hand sign similar to the devil horns he saw all the time in metal concerts, but with the thumb extended parallel to the wrist. Naming this race as his current journey, Izuku became blessed by the goddess' nimble nature. He could already feel himself lightening up, his leg muscles itching to start running. Finally, for the last part of his prep, he could apply an ascending journey's horoscope blessing to himself. He just needed to fulfill a condition lined up by the journey's constellations. Now that he thought about it, it was hard to think of anything. He looked around, trying to find something he could use. "Excuse me, your left shoe's laces are untied." Izuku pointed at the red-haired girl's shoe, who startled out of her breathing exercises to look at her feet. "Yo, good catch, man. You're a good sport." As she fixed her laces, Izuku felt the stars in his eyes shining brighter for a moment. He had embodied the captain by helping her reach her goal in better condition, so the horoscope had taken effect on him for the duration of this race, stacking luck and probability in his favor further. All he had to do was wait until the race started, and the goal is Macon Ward, Kawagi 3 District, 843 Street. Run! Present Mick's voice nearly took him by surprise. Yet, he already knew where he had to go. Thanks to his fate manipulation shenanigans, that street had been the first thing he'd seen in his overview of the city when tying its fate to his own. And it was in a straight line from his own starting position, give or take some obstacles in the way. He was just that lucky right now. Unswerving juggernaut principle. As Izuku held still in place for a moment, invoking the techniques he'd use after receiving the goal location, yellow glitter-like specks stuck to every part of his person, turning him into a saffron blur. Yellow path. The road under him suddenly began shining yellow as well, although it only reacted to his steps. Each step he took on it would count as 2, and that said nothing about the protection against the environment it afforded him. By this point, the other examinees had launched off into different directions, although Katsumi and Itsuka knew Izuku well enough to move down the yellow road, knowing it led to the goal the fastest even if he wouldn't let them benefit from its speed boost for the sake of competition. Uraraka, similarly, started running in their direction, maybe out of a sense of running next to girls she knows a little rather than strangers. And for the last slide, I hope I practiced this one enough. Inexorable advance, distance severing stride. As soon as he said that, Mick's computer gave him a ping. What? We have our first victor. I hasn't even been 5 seconds. Run back those cameras. Of course, he was mostly talking to himself there, as only he could see the surveillance footage. It didn't get any easier to understand even with the footage, though. Before getting the location, Izuku had appeared a bit nervous, his fingers fidgeting in a way that felt oddly familiar to Mike for some reason. Didn't Shota do those motions with his fingers now and then when messing around with his scarf? He talked to a fellow examinee, but it seemed like he was mostly mentioning some loose shoestrings. Then once he got the location, he was the only one not moving. In 1 second, some weird glitter covered his body. The next second, the street from his location all the way to the goal shone yellow. What a cheat of a quirk for this test, he thought. And then, after a second to collect himself, he disappeared. Mike had to run back the footage and look at it frame by frame to realize that no, he wasn't just moving really fast. He was there in one frame and gone in the next frame, like a poorly edited jump cut in a video. He likewise had to keep going frame by frame to see that he didn't make it all the way to the goal like that. Rather, he would show up a few feet ahead every frame, standing perfectly still rather than appearing to run at all. He made it to the goal just like that. Then the glitter came off of his body as he nearly face-planted against a building wall just a foot away from the goal. A warp quirk? What's this kid got, again? Mike looked through the examinee's quirk registries, finding a quite interesting entry filed only a few months back. Back with Izuku, he could finally relax as the stardust left his body. After 5 or so minutes, Katsumi caught up with him, with Mike mentioning that following heroes who seem to know what they're doing is a good way of getting to a scene in time in an unfamiliar environment, and thus wouldn't deduct points from examinees helping other examinees if they figure out the location first. He left out who helped who, so that other examinees wouldn't take the clue and follow the trail that was currently still dissipating. It had been a rather difficult combo to pull off, considering the sheer number of fate weavings he had to merge into one ongoing narrative of win this race. Fortunately, it didn't exhaust his reserves of power thanks to unswerving juggernaut principle. The lesser sign of Mercury had made him a lot faster on his feet, and it could bless those he considered allies in the same way if they're close by. He just chose not to for the sake of fairness. Becoming the wilderness, his cat's cradle trick, made him used to any environment automatically, defeating the need to learn street numbers, one of the major hurdles of this exam. Inexorable advance let him ignore any internal obstacles to his running speed, like being injured or exhausted, but when used along with distance-severing stride that ignored external obstacles, he could straight-up flash step by giving an ending to the process of running, only leaving the start and the end of his strides in the same way Hungry Touch ended an object's future. To an external observer, he would appear to be teleporting. The blue-haired girl from earlier soon joined the two after 2 more minutes, although she came from an entirely different street. Good grief, that shortcut I took was difficult to maneuver in. I should have chosen a broader street like you two. Good work. She nodded at them. Izuku noticed that multiple mufflers and exhaust pipes were coming out of her back, elbows, calves, and so on, although she retracted them into her body with a gesture. Ida Tanya, from Sumai High School. It is a pleasure. An extra from an extra-rich kid school with an extra quirk? Go figure. Katsumi gave her a cheeky smirk, while Tanya recoiled in shock at her words. Extra? We're both prospective heroes. Furthermore, we are all the protagonists of our own stories. Let us refer to each other by more respectful terms, please. Kaken, stop calling people extras. I'm sorry about that. I'm Midoriya Izuku. She's Bakugo Katsumi. I'm glad to meet you, Ida-san. He sweat dropped at Katsumi's temperament towards strangers. Found you guys? He heard Itsuka's voice yelling in the distance, and now that he paid attention, he could see her super-stretched arms as her hands held onto lampposts a few feet away from them. She slingshot herself forwards, her rubber-like mutant body affording this level of flexibility and mobility, but it seemed as if she didn't plan the landing too well, as her body was shooting straight for Izuku and she looked scared shitless. Wait, no dodge. Bit too late to use absent self here, unfortunately. Her body crashed onto his, legs and arms wrapping around him just so she could quickly turn around in midair and hit the wall ahead with her rubbery back, rather than letting Izuku hit his squishy flesh and blood body really hard. Considering that his head had nearly been halfway swallowed between her melons, and that the crash was the equivalent of landing face-first into a trampoline at high speed. Both of them were fine, if also blushing to hell and back. Sorry. I thought I'd just bounce off a wall, not you. She frantically apologized as she got off of him and had to push him away from her chest, as the force of the impact had made his face go deep enough into her rubbery flesh to leave an Izuku-shaped imprint. Fortunately, all it took was a deep breath for her body to pop out to its normal shape. It's okay. I should have dodged sooner. I've seen you do that a dozen times. His index fingers clicked together as he looked aside with a raging blush on his face. Her Bearthus always felt amazing when she grappled him during spars or vice versa, but getting them shot onto his face was a new feeling altogether. Was his prophetic superstacked luck playing pranks on him now? I believe I've found the objective. A raven-haired beauty with the curviest body Izuku had seen on someone presumably his age spoke as she reached the goal on top of a lustrous, extremely expensive-looking black motorcycle, removing her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. She wore a sports bra and what seemed like yoga pants made out of a more durable, but just as sheer, material. A walking traffic accident, really. Izuku couldn't even look in her general direction. She got off of the bike, freeing her ponytail and giving them all a warm smile. Being 5th place in a race this complex certainly inspires confidence for the trials to come. I hate to be a bother, though, but I'd like to know if one of your quirks is capable of removing sticky substances? This meddlesome creature hasn't stopped using his quirk to grope at me the entire way here, but I'd rather not tear my clothes off in front of all this surveillance trying to pry him off. When she lifted her arms, all the other examinees present gasped. There was some kid. No, it was probably more like a dwarf, glued to her but like white on rice, with his hands and feet being the only visible parts of him from the front, connected to purple ball that then stuck to her thighs. When she turned around, nearly giving Izuku a heart attack with the sway of her huge bursts, they could see his grape-haired head was right against her but, making all sorts of sniffing and drooling noises. Due to his stature, though, his lower body had to hang in the air for him to even keep his pose up at all, so at most he was getting off touch-free. Katsumi soon tried to pry him off and failed, realizing that if she exerted too much force she'd strip the poor girl in the process. And it didn't look like she had anything under her clothes either, so that wasn't an option. A spark of rage shot through the green-haired boy. His mother had previously told him about scary experiences she had suffered when she was younger, usually during her train commutes. All kinds of GRPNG and harassment that the police then forced her to describe in excruciating detail if she wanted them to do anything about it. He didn't want anybody to go through that. Before he had a moment to think, his hands shone crimson as he connected a powerful haymaker on the groper's cheek, sending him bouncing away until he crashed through a window and into the building. Horrific wreath had made his arm irradiate an imperceptibly thin rain of rubbing alcohol around its glow, turning the sticky spheres slick enough that they fell off the moment he punched the offender. Mars wasn't joking when she said that matching violence with violence would turn his fists into his enemy's biggest weakness. Oh my, you didn't have to do that. The raven-haired beauty's voice had a concerned tone, but she couldn't hide her smile if she tried. I wouldn't want someone to be disqualified because of me. You weren't supposed to attack other examinees, right? That he attacked you first. If a hero secularly assaults another hero, then a third harming the assaulter is still heroic, isn't it? His tone was still serious as he caught his breath, standing back up from his punching stance. I don't think I want to go to a college that ignores harassment like that. As if proving his words, Mike said nothing about the whole deal, despite the cameras pointed at the goal catching all of it. Her smile was now accompanied by a little twinkle in her eyes, though he didn't notice it. I am delighted to make your acquaintance then, mister. Oh, please, no mister, I'm just Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. And now he was back to being a stuttering mess as soon as he turned to look at her. They were bigger than her head, for crying out loud. There was only so much a teen version nerd full of hormones could take. Midoriya-san, then. If she noticed him looking, she showed no signs of it. Where are my manners, though? My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. It's a pleasure. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Yaoyorozu. Itsuka stuttered slightly at the revelation. Like, from the Yaoyorozu group? Great, another rich extra. Just richer and extra this time. Kaken. Momo could only let out a sophisticated giggle at this exchange. Yes, I am the heiress to the Yaoyorozu group. I was offered to go through the recommendation process, but in truth, I shouldn't be treated differently because of my family's wealth and connections. I made the decision to go through the same test as everyone else. You say that, but Itsuka predictably had gone to her bike with her twinkling eyes wide open, examining the expensive vehicle from every angle and muttering about the parts whose brands she recognized. How'd they even let you bring a whole but motorcycle to the race? Oh, that would be my quirk. And that's a wrap, everyone. The final examinees have made it in. Mick's voice once again interrupted a train of thought, as the group finally noticed that other people had trickled in while they spoke. Next up, tracking. And surveillance. You'll be given a position anywhere on the map. Starting there, you must find other examinees without being found yourself. The examinees you must find will be given to you before the test begins, but if anyone is detected and their name and coordinates are correctly input into the onlooker's holocomputer, they're out. A photo also counts. If you don't know their name, a physical description works, but it'll take a lot longer to type. Good luck, listeners. Each of them was given a smartwatch that projected holograms such as keyboards and screens, in which their targets were listed. Izuku had Daichi Makura, Julia Valenti, and Nani Dairu, with their pictures shown on his screen. Fortunately, none were his friends or recent acquaintances. Wait, right, the prophecy. Of course. He would keep getting bones thrown at him like this every once in a bit thanks to that. Once the test started, Izuku found himself in a building interior as his starting point. Calling on Saturn's gifts one after another made his soul feel cold and detached for a bit, but he knew that this technique could immediately afford him a victory. After all, he hadn't lied in his quirk form about being able to see threads of fate. Supernal awareness, tracking. Sunlight went dark to Izuku's eyes as a spider web of fates spread through the world. Every thread that shone purple was connected to the topic he had extended his awareness towards, tracking in this case. By connecting those threads to their source, he could see people engaging in such actions a mile away through walls and other obstructions, and recognize the shape of their threads if he's seen them before, mentally connecting them to their identity. He had to thank his test smartwatch for showing him his targets' faces. As soon as he input the names and their locations, Mike announced that 10 examinees were out of the tracking test and 3 had passed, 1 Jiro Kyoka, 1 Shoji Maisa, and Midoriya Izuku. There were some amazing trackers out there, it seemed. Of course, 10 being out meant that someone had caught 4 examinees instead of 3, and it totally hadn't been Izuku phoning in that groper's location, having also searched for him with supernal awareness and typed his physical description until his smartwatch showed his name, Mineta Minoru, and face on the caught side of the screen. Totally not. The rescue test was quite fun. They were supposed to be divided into hero and victim teams, with the victims being led to multiple demolished parts of the city and put in situations of controlled risk, from holding onto a manhole while screaming for help. Presumably a civilian would have injuries or a frail body preventing them from climbing up themselves, and the stairs on the way up from the sewer could have been destroyed, to having fake but mildly heavy debris half-burying them near a collapsed building. Once a hero saved 3 victims, he passed the hero part of the test and switched over to the victim's side during the second round. Presumably, this would let the school know how suited the examinees were to teamwork and to allowing others to take the limelight by rescuing them. One would think the victim side was unnecessary if they didn't know people like Bakugo. Fortunately, Izuku was the one to find Kaken. He chalked it up to the prophecies still helping out. With anyone else, she'd have beached and ummed 5 ways to Sunday about saving herself rather than letting extras do it for her, but when she saw him approach, she just took a deep breath and resigned herself to letting him do the work. Namely, touching the concrete chunks she was buried under and watching them disintegrate into fine dust. She still gave him a hell of a stink eye. His next finds were amusing. One of the victims was apparently meant to be stranded on top of a building, yelling for heroes to save her. She wore a gothic Lolita dress full of frills everywhere along with platform sandals, her honey-brown hair styled in a rather large bob that reminded him of Uraraka if she was an Thai protagonist. After all, both her eyes were completely concealed by her long fringe. Her rather large mouth was curled into an uneasy expression, kind of reminding him of himself, a little. Help. Heroes. I have many ways to go up a building quickly, but if I have to carry someone with me, got it. Glory path. Izuku leapt at the building and simply ran vertically up its many floors, his journey suddenly unimpeded by lack of footing. He could have even run horizontally through the air if there was a chasm to cross. In just a few seconds, he'd made it to the top, much quicker than climbing up who knows how many sets of stairs. Quick, take me to Mike please. I can't afford to fail this exam. She hurried him, and he complied. The girl agreed to a princess carry, holding tightly onto him as he ran rooftop to rooftop, walking over the air itself so he could reach Mick's triage site without having to weave through the streets in inefficient paths. His final rescue ended up being the frog-like girl from earlier, who Izuku found in the middle of a street, surrounded by flaming cloth at a safe distance. Ah, found you. Climb on my back, we'll get to Mike-sensei in no time. Izuku jumped over the flames and knelt for her to hold onto his shoulders, piggyback carrying her out of the area. The warmth was nice, Karo. She joked on the way there, making him sweat drop. If you stay there you'll fail. Next test had them use their quirks to destroy, repair or create targets without harming the surrounding areas, testing their control over their quirks and their ability to deal with pressure without accidents. Thanks to the gull's powerful throwing techniques, hungry touch and sheer enhanced luck from prophecies, he performed well on this test, though other students displayed better control and faster reaction times. The techniques he'd learned so far couldn't help him be the best at everything, at least not without him figuring out ways to apply them unconventionally. And now, ladies, gentlemen and listeners all around, the moment you've been waiting for. The combat trials are about to begin. Let's see how these exhausted little listeners will fare against our first-year killbots. Killbots? Izuku heard Minetta's voice somewhere nearby, but his low stature didn't do him any visibility favors. He's just trying to intimidate us. This school would be gone in a flash if anyone actually got killed in the entrance exam. A punkish girly voice replied, coming from a short girl with earphone cables for earlobes. What a cool aesthetic. The small bots are worth 1 point, the medium ones are 2 points, and the big ones are worth 3. Be careful. There's a huge boss fight that's worth absolutely nothing out there. You're supposed to avoid that guy, he's bad news. He wondered if he could use unswerving juggernaut principle to take out multiple bots with shoulder tackles through an entire street without having to swerve, but when the floor plates shifted to elevate the robots from their underground hiding spots, those plans went out the window. They weren't packed tightly enough, and they seemed to be mobile enough to dodge him if he tried. That's your cue, little listeners. Go rack up as many points as you can. Begin. On the other hand, now he could finally try this technique without fearing about what it would do to a human target. He held out his hands, aiming at the robots ahead of him. Unweaving method. One of the larger robots stopped dead in its tracks, twisting and turning until its reality began to falter. Chips and circuits transmuted into dead butterflies and gray hairs, metal plates melting into engraved gravestone fragments and crystalline spikes. A casual observer would probably think they were on an LSD trip if all they could see was the robot itself. It was as if utter chaos and deathly stillness had met together to corrupt this metallic beast into uselessness. Which, of course, was what Izuku had done, by corrupting its threads of fate with the nature of everything in life and death at once. It was possibly one of the only techniques he'd gotten out of Jupiter that could serve him in combat. Wow. As soon as the match starts, a 3-pointer falls. Don't fall behind now, little ones. Mike sat back down once he'd done some more announcing, his eyes narrowing onto Midoriya's frame on the surveillance feed. Just what was this kid's quirk? The only thing he could compare it to was Kathleen's quirk. Complete and utter bullshit. Izuku continued racking up scores non-stop. When a robot or 3 suddenly swerved onto him, He turned them to rust with a touch. When all he had was an empty street ahead, he juggernauted his way through to conserve his energy, already dwindling from all this past exertion. When he could see robots in the distance, he sniped them with the unweaving method, making sure his hands were raised in their direction so the invigilators would notice it was him doing it. Threads of fate were invisible to others after all. 70, 83, 6, 9, 12, that should be 92 points. He panted while he ran through a street full of bots, touching each of them and leaving a trail of rust mountains behind him. This was going well. I'd help. I'm stuck. That's when Uraraka's voice reached him. As soon as he turned to his right, he saw her trapped under a bunch of rubble, her arms covered in bruises and bent in ways arms should not bend. Towering above her, a few meters behind the rubble, a gigantic robot advanced in her direction, trampling over buildings like sand castles in its wake. She was gonna die if she wasn't freed immediately. His body moved on its own. Forgotten Earth. In one massive bound, Izuku leapt at the robot by ending gravity's tether over his body, gathering his violent refusal to let a good person be harmed into his closed fist. Even flying at the robot like this, he looked like little less than an ant by comparison. Unweaving method would have taken far too long to melt this thing down, and Hungry Touch could only erase the future of things he could already break with his own strength. No, this one was for Mars to deal with. Grasp fate with an iron grip. Let your blow tear it asunder. He felt something awaken within him as Mars replied to his intent, one little star in his eyes suddenly gleaming crimson. The air around his body erupted into a terrifying blood-red aura, the astrological sign for Mars drawing itself in blood on his brow as a large arcane halo crowned his head in dripping red light. His eyes went slightly bloodshot as his soul sank deeper inside of himself, drowning in the violence he was about to inflict. As his arm coiled back for the incoming punch, he felt the robot's strings of fate pulled taut by his fingers. It would have to make a terrible choice. Either it severed one of its own strings willingly, losing a part of its body in the process, or the shock that would reverberate throughout all of its strings at once when he punched it would inflict grievous damage to all of its body at once. Sever the thread. Izuku's fist connected, and with it, the robot's head was sent flying like a catapult shot, its body racked by explosions until it went still and failed to keep itself upright. Its threads of fate had survived the initial blow except for the severed one it chose as a sacrifice, but it just so happened to be its head's fate that it shed. Much like the massive murderbot fell back onto the street it had already cleared of other examinees, crushing multiple smaller bots on its way down, Izuku was now falling to his demise. Forgotten Earth. The thread of gravity was once more temporarily cut, and he stopped falling once he got close to the ground. Once his gravity remembered him once more, he could land safely. Next to Uraraka, using Hungry Touch to consume the debris trapping her. The strange aura, halo and sign from earlier were still around, but he had absolutely no idea what the hell they were. Besides harmless, that is, a cursory examination proved that they were no more real than hologram projections, at least to the touch. Midoriya-kun, thank you so much. I was so scared back there. She was crying, unable to move much, her legs also looked broken. Could you seriously get away with something this reckless? Time's up, folks. That will be all for today. If anyone's got injuries, wait here until Recovery Girl can patch you up. Other than that, please head out in an orderly fashion. I didn't get that many points, she sulked, while Izuku tried to console her. It was amazing she wasn't in incredible pain from all those injuries. I'm sure you did just fine, Uraraka-san. Let's wait here for Recovery Girl. Her quirk is amazing and dash. No can do. An elderly voice spoke behind him, kicking Izuku's heart into his throat. Why'd he always get jump-scared from behind? Turning around, he realized Recovery Girl was already with them, looking at Uraraka's condition. She's physically exhausted from all those tests and the hits she took. I'd have to put her in casts until she's well rested enough to benefit from my quirk. It saps my patient's stamina, you know. She could die with such difficult-to-heal injuries and in her current state. I do know. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. You acquired a hero license to be capable of using your healing quirk in the medical field, which many at the time called a 5-year workaround to the public quirk usage laws. You referenced it in your article. A whack to the shin with her syringe-shaped cane kept him from continuing his nerd out. Oh. I read your quirk form earlier. Mike insisted. Are any of your techniques capable of healing? I wouldn't like to keep examinees in the infirmary for long enough to worry their parents. Wise ma'am. It takes me an hour of artistic work, but once that's done, the injuries vanish along with the painting, ma'am. He blurted out in the midst of his shin pain, wanting to do anything to help Uraraka at all. How reliable is it? Any drawbacks or consequences? None that I've seen, no. Well, it has to be a genuine piece of art, not just random uninspired stuff, and I think it might differentiate between wounds from villains and wounds from other sources, but that just seems to be related to healing speed. I highly doubt someone's DNA can identify villains, which is a political term. It's likely some actually measurable property that your technique reacts to. Other than that, she sighed, clearly wishing she wasn't in this situation. Young Uraraka, are you all right with this young man using his quirk to treat you? I'll oversee the process. She blinked some tears out of her eyes. It looked like the pain was catching up with her, but she wasn't showing it vocally. Can I get some painkillers first? 1 hour later. Thanks so much for everything, Midoriya-kun. You really saved me back there, and now I'm good as new. I think you even fixed how hungry I was back there. Haha. The two of them headed to the train station together, with Itsuka and Katsumi having gone home after he texted them and explained the situation. As he'd gotten better at sketching heroes in his notebooks during these few months, he sketched her from afar rather than applying makeup to her, which he suspected would be really, really painful on her broken limbs. His sketch was of her wearing a cute sundress and a straw hat, in the middle of a sunflower field, smiling at the POV. At him. Was he crushing on her already? Probably, if he was being honest with himself. He legitimately felt sad when his sketch vanished at the end of the hour, but the real Uraraka suddenly jumping out of the hospital bed and glomping him to the floor in gratitude made him forget about that really quickly. That's the mending warp designs technique for you, instant recovery and all. What did you draw of me, by the way? The auburn-haired girl tilted her head at him, intensifying his burning blush. And nothing special. Just you looking really happy and healthy. Izuku spoke between his own arms, trying to cover his head in shame. But I do feel really happy and healthy now. Your quirk is really amazing, I'm jealous. Uraraka sang her lines as they reached the train station, rather packed compared to the ones Izuku frequented. Hey, I was thinking, wanna, exchange contact info? Ain't got no friends this side of the country, and if we make it to you, we'll already know each other and all. On any other occasion, Izuku would have wondered about the sudden switch to a Kansai dialect. But a cute, hot, janky girl just asked for his number. His brain was already struggling not to shut down right then and there. SSSO I not to me and it just contact info, what's wrong with it, am I right? He could only mumble at full speed while pulling out his phone a bit too eagerly. Then he noticed that the phone she pulled out was a decrepitly old, extremely cheap flip phone. The kind you'd see sold at about 1,000 yen a piece. He couldn't just exchange it with a touch as per usual. Oh, sorry, let me get my number, here it is. 080-. 1 week later. Izuku. A nervous blob of a mother stumbled into her son's room, holding a white letter in her hand. It's here. It came in the mail. The green-haired boy put his massive dumbbells down, wiping his sweat away with his all-might merch towel. Thank you, ma. I'll let you know what it says, okay? Inko nodded, leaving it on his desk and closing the door behind her, though he could still hear her footsteps going back and forth next to his door. He was about to punch in some familiar numbers, when his phone started ringing. Uravity, the contact info read. Looks like she got it just now too. He picked up the call, only to be immediately blasted with a migraine-inducing squeal of joy. It's here, Midoriya. I can't believe it. Do you have yours? Wait, calm down, Uraraka-sen. I can barely hear what you're saying. Truth be told, he had little reason to suspect he hadn't passed. He knocked it out of the park in every test, and came out first in multiple of them. He'd also used prophetic insight to see into his near future while waiting for his results, and though the visions were still too hazy to make out details, he definitely had passed in those visions. It was the details that completely flabbergasted him as soon as he opened his letter. Mostly because it was All Might reading his grades to him. Greetings, Midoriya Shonen. This introduction may be surprising. Why am I receiving my grades from All Might instead of UA's faculty? You might be wondering. Worry not. I am here to announce that I'll be teaching at UA Academy starting next semester. But I'm getting ahead of myself. All Might circled his index finger in the air as the camera panned to his right, displaying the many amazing feats he performed in the exams on a screen next to him. Izuku could only gasp in admiration and joy as he finally recognized the vaguely familiar voice he'd heard during his prophetic visions. All Might would be his teacher. Stand proud, Midoriya Shonen. Your example may well lead future generations of aspiring heroes to ever-growing greatness. Perfect scores on the written test. Instant victory on the racing test. Matching scouting powerhouses in the tracking test. An admirable showing in the quirk control and rescue tests. And perhaps most impressively, his head tilted inwards slightly, giving him an ominous look as one of his gleaming blue eyes stared straight at him. A perfect score in the combat test. 100 villain points, and only because they cap at that number. Plus, our hidden scoring system, rescue points. UA Academy's teaching staff allocates points based on strategic selection of targets in order to minimize damage to infrastructure, fellow heroes and civilians caught in the crossfire. And you nearly did it by second nature. Videos flashed by, showing Izuku's targets often being robots that were already on the way to assault an examinee, when they weren't just bumping into him or pursuing him. At the very end, he saw the feed of his massive jump high into the air, punching the zero-pointer killbot's head clean off to save Uraraka. He thought it would end there, but then a final video of him sketching Uraraka on his notebook and healing her that way popped up on the screen. Normally, you would have been given 80 rescue points. However, Recovery Girl sent this footage in for consideration, giving her a vote in the matter and allowing the other teachers to reconsider their own point allocations. Quirks capable of healing are just that valuable in our profession. Your final tally? He gave Izuku his best smile, sending goosebumps through his body. He couldn't believe he was being praised this thoroughly by his idol. 100 villain points and 100 rescue points. You have surpassed every previous record for this exam, mine included. I shall wait for you, Midoriya Shonen. Welcome to UA Academy. This is your hero academia. Here he was. The giant door leading into Class 1A. A shiver went up and down his whole body. This was All Might's alma mater. The cradle of heroism that had produced most of today's top 10 heroes. Endeavor, Best Genist, Edge Shot, Ryukyu, Yoroi Musha. This was way too exciting. Both of his hands softly slapped each side of his face as he steeled himself to go in. And sliding the door, he found 18 feminine pairs of eyes and a pair of masculine ones belonging to a particularly disliked dwarf turning to look at him. Oh boy, just my luck, I'm the only guy in this class, 18 cute girls. One guy and a piece of crap isn't a balanced ratio? Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all, I'm Dash. Everybody knows who you are, Caro. You're all over the news. The frog girl from the exam. So she made it too. The fact that she croaked mid-sentence was kinda cute. But Midoriya-kun. Uraraka jogged up to him, being joined by Yaoyorozu, Kakin, and Kendo. Oh, and some girls he recognized from the exam, like the red-haired tomboy girl, the frog girl and the gothic Lolita girl, and then girls he didn't recognize. Wait, why am I being surrounded? We saw the scoreboard. You got a perfect score in both of them. How come you didn't say anything? The way you told me about it, you sounded like you barely scraped by. The auburn-haired girl demanded, but the others didn't let him even start answering her before launching their own questions or statements. I noticed you reported my Neta-san during the tracking test. Yaoyorozu smiled at him, while he tried to hold eye contact for dear life. Stupid cleavage trying to make him slip up. Unfortunately, he seems to have somehow slipped through the cracks regardless. I appreciate the extra effort nevertheless. 100 points in both categories? Did you do some of your astrology sheet to learn the secret score system ahead of time or something? Katsumi raised an eyebrow at him. Even All Might didn't get a perfect score. I actually didn't know. I was just attacking the robots that were already distracted by others because my ranged attack takes a bit of time to work. Though, well, I did also want to help them out when they were getting ganged up on. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, trying to explain what happened from his end. Yeah, you got a nasty three-pointer off my back once. A distinctly pink-colored girl with black scaras and yellow eyes bounced in his direction. He didn't recognize her, somehow, considering her exotic look. But seriously, what the heck is your quirk? Robots were turning into all sorts of weird stuff. I'm pretty sure I saw slimes and hair and stuff like that coming out of mine. But now she's saying it's some astrology stuff. My quirk is actually Dash, he was about to explain in whatever capacity he could muster, when, are you kids done swarming the entrance? When everyone turned around, they saw some sort of hobo in a yellow sleeping bag, drinking out of a juice box. The man soon got up and out of his bag, with unkempt black hair falling over his face, dark eye bags framing his blood-red eyes, stubble all over his jaw and around his lips, some sort of black ninja suit and a strange scarf around his neck. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Now put on your gym clothes and follow me. Day 1 ceremonies are a waste of time. All I'm interested in is that you all become the best heroes you can be. So we're starting with a quirk appraisal. He is our homeroom teacher. The green-haired boy couldn't help but think. It was kind of amazing in more ways than one. Before he knew what had even happened, he was in his gym clothes, standing next to his classmates in the open field outside the building. The pro hero faced them all, idly tossing a small ball up and down in one hand. The entrance exam tested your ability to perform as a hero and your potential to grow. Right now, I'm interested in seeing your creativity in solving problems with your quirks. Midoriya, you were the top-ranking examinee, surpassing even All Might himself. Show us how it's done. Stand in the circle there. Aizawa tossed the ball at Izuku, who caught it and did as instructed. You can't move out of that circle. Other than that, use whatever means necessary to toss that ball as far away as possible. As far away as possible, right? So he could use that, and then, yeah, this could work. Strength of the mast. Izuku's body bulked up, rippling with muscle like an avid gym-goer, though nothing exaggerated or unsightly. It somehow complemented his normally cute looks, making him look fairly handsome as well. He could swear he heard some oohs behind him, but he tried to pay them no mind, even if his face heated up a little. Insatiable wanderlust. The ball in his hand took a golden sort of afterimage effect to it as he put it close to his mouth, whispering to it. There are many things undiscovered beyond the horizon, an infinity of stars past the stratosphere. Would you like to see them? It seemed to answer with a resonance not unlike a tuning fork sound. Once he got ready to throw, he fixed his body's fate with a perfect pitcher's form, but most importantly, the fingers on his free hand worked to pull destiny in his favor, ensuring the throw would go as far as it could when luck and happenstance were involved. And then he shot the ball as hard as he could. On its own, the throw was impressive, likely surpassing the pinnacle of a human's throwing ability by sheer dint of perfect form and superhuman strength combined. But the ball just kept going further and further upwards, defying all laws of momentum, gravity, and diminishing energy in its search for the stars. Izuku's larger body deflated into his normal appearance, but the projectile didn't stop at all, still. At some point, Aizawa noted, the ball's speed had finally started to diminish, and then it spiked back up. Did it just hit a plane that was passing by, so far that they couldn't even see it from their location? Once the ball flew out of Earth's atmosphere thanks to its sudden spike of speed making it hit terminal velocity, his phone pinged with an infinity symbol. You aren't using a quirk, are you, kid? When Izuku looked back at his new teacher with fear in his eyes, he could see his hair was floating against gravity, his red eyes shining menacingly. Eicha? What did you mean, sensei? My quirk is erasure. His hair fell back down as he started using eye drops. It gives me a serious case of dry eye, but I can erase the quirk of whoever I look at. I was using it on you earlier to test a theory of mine. Once the drops were in his eyes, he gave Izuku another menacing stare. Nobody's quirk lets them do 30 entirely different things at once without any unifying factor. The poor boy didn't expect to be caught on the very first day. He could hear Kaken spitting out his teeth behind him. Trying to bullcrap his way out of this would just make things worse. He needed his teacher's trust here, and feared he could get expelled or in legal trouble for lying in his quirk form. I was born quirkless, sensei. You're right. So how are you doing all of this? That wasn't exactly a thing quirkless people can just do. Let alone your stunts at the entrance exam. Could we, finish the exercise beforehand? It's a really long story. He clicked all of his fingers together, trying to hold back his anxiety and dread. He was doing so well, but now, if he explained he could control minds or destroy people's lives with a gesture, people would hate him. It would be elementary, middle school, and high school all over again. The exercise is meant to weed out students who I see no potential in. None of you have that issue, going by the exam footage. We can return to class and you can tell us everything about this long story of yours. Aizawa started making his way to the classroom, eliciting a few complaints from the girls. So you made us change and come all the way here for nothing? It was a rational ruse. The teacher shot an unhinged smile over his shoulder at all of them without stopping. I'm not going to risk him destroying the classroom just for a theory. You saw the footage of what he did to the 0-pointer. Izuku had to withstand a bombardment of questions from the girls as he went back to class, but fortunately they came so fast that he couldn't answer any of them. The moment of truth came when they went back to their seats in their street clothes, and he was instructed to stand in front of the class and explain. As you all know now, I was born quirkless. My quirk didn't come in when I was 4 either, and I have the extra toe joint to prove I wasn't a late bloomer either. So I faced a lot of quirkless discrimination growing up, especially because, I always loved heroes and wanted to be like All Might all my life. His eyes could only barely flick to look at Kaken for a moment. She had a conflicted expression and was avoiding looking at him at all. So, during a school day, a school bully damaged my hero notebook and tossed it out of the window, into a dirty fish pond. I was in a depressive mood when I went to retrieve it, so I didn't notice a soccer ball heading my way. Long story short, my notebook was blown away by other girls playing in the area and then the wind scattered the pages, so I had to go and retrieve all of them before I lost all my notes. Itsuka seemed the most shocked out of all the girls, now that he took a quick glance at her. He'd never told her about his whole origin story, or much about his powers in general. She'd just come to accept them at some point. The last page kept fleeing away from me at every chance. I could have just given up on it and cut my losses, but it was the most important page in my notebook. The one with All Might's latest details, which took me hours of forum searching and footage reviewing to write. So I chased after it for hours, and at some point, I got lost in a dark forest. I got the page, Beeb. There was a dying woman in front of me. These traumatic memories were the hardest to explain, And she asked me all sorts of things about my dreams and goals. She said some things about maidens and being chosen, and then she sent me back in time to when I picked my notebook. And now I could just do things. I dodged the ball because I knew where it wouldn't be. I was attacked by a villain, but I disappeared before it could hurt me. Then when I saw Kaken being attacked by that villain, I heard voices in my head telling me what to do to break it apart. The red-haired tomboy suddenly spoke up. Wait, you're that boy from back then. Like a year ago, the whole sludge villain incident. And Bakugo's the girl the villain had captured, isn't she? You guys were amazing. Izuku couldn't help but let out a nervous laugh. Why, that was us. That's the first time I used these powers sort of consciously. But it wasn't until later that night when, I learned I could summon a little spider that could explain most things to me. As if to demonstrate, considering the skeptical faces of his classmates, an emerald spider suddenly popped out of his hair, startling most of them, and certainly making a few of the girls scream for a second. Sorry. He's inoffensive, I swear. This is what I mean. As secretary, could you tell us what the nature of my powers is, if not a quirk? Certainly. The spider spoke, eliciting even more mixed reactions, though still predominantly fear. You are a Sidereal Exalted, a chosen of the stars and the 5 maidens of destiny, ancient and forgotten goddesses of all that exists and guardians against what is not. In colloquial terms, you could refer to yourself as a demigod of causality and martial arts. Your powers manipulate causality in limited and restricted ways in the form of discrete fate-shaping techniques, as a gross oversimplification. Martial arts, as paths of codified violence, are easily mastered by your kind, to the point that eventually, you may codify concepts of reality such as hunger or disease into katas and strikes. As if that wasn't enough, the spider ignored his classmates' shocked reactions and kept going. You also enjoy the general benefits of exaltation. You heal much faster and easier than common humans, cannot bleed out, cannot die from disease, will live to 5,000 years since the moment you were born, will age accordingly, won't suffer age's infirmities until your final week, can resist instant kill powers and powers that warp your body, mind, soul, or fate, etc. Attempting to do things in extravagant, over-the-top ways will be easier than doing them more pragmatically. In time, you may learn sorcery, rediscover the ancient secrets of artifact craftsmanship, or awaken to the first stages of necromancy. Silence spread through the room for what felt like an eternity. And then, so you're like a Mahou Xiaozhou. The pink alien-like girl stood up and pointed at him, making the classroom erupt in laughter. No, like seriously, he has the talking mascot and has to be extra as hell and was chosen to save the world and everything. Does the spider grant wishes? Never take that offer. I've seen what happens. He couldn't help but let out a terrified little chuckle. That certainly wasn't the first reaction he expected. And no, it just answers questions. So that explains how you ended up dominating our dojo in less than a month, let alone beating me in less than a week. Itsuka quirked an eyebrow. And you were planning to tell us all this at some point? Izuku's fingers clicked together, while his spider disappeared back into his hair. I didn't think you'd believe me. Most people would think I'm insane if I told them something half as crazy as this. It took a lot for even Kaken to get it. Wait, she knew. Katsumi turned back with a sheet-eating grin to look at her. Only for about 4 months before we joined your spot. I told the nerd to tell you after we got into UA 'cause you get all sore about losing to him all the time. Well, I got sore because I didn't know I was going against a DM in Kung Fu Abe no Saimai over here. I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now, thinking back. The orange-haired girl chuckled despite her aggressive tone. Midoriya. Izuku turned to Aizawa when he heard his. You understand that we have a lie detector quirk in the police forces we could always use to get the truth out of you? Lying in your quirk form is serious and can justify such measures, so I would suggest telling the truth now if you aren't. He nodded, having nothing to hide at this point. I'm sorry for lying, Sensei, but there isn't an exaltation form anywhere. His mouth curled into an uneasy smile when a few classmates chuckled at the sarcastic comment. And I'm telling the truth here. I'm not sure if I have a way to prove it, besides the entrance exam and the fact you can't erase a quirk that's not there. Taking a moment to consider something, Aizawa left the classroom without saying a word, prompting some students to gossip about the recent revelations out of Izuku's earshot. Yet he quickly came back, bringing a blonde, short-haired girl with a bit of a maniacal expression on her face, and also a ragdoll, one of the pussycats. He loved watching them on TV during mountainside rescue operations. Oh, Eraser Sensei, you truly need my help after getting me sent to the class of undesirables and least powerful students? Interesting how that works, isn't it? Kinda weird even. She talked to Aizawa like they knew each other. If I have to explain that Class 1A and Class 1B are not separated by exam scores or our informal evaluation of the students, but by pragmatic separation of problematic students and reliable students one more time, Monoma, I will send you straight to Hound Dog's office until he knocks some sense back into you. Aizawa threatened, causing the girl to grimace and relent while Ragdoll cackled teasingly. Aizawa-san is always so serious. So, what did you call us here for, Naya? I need both of you to prove something for me. Minoma, try and copy Midoriya's quirk. Shiratoko, can you use search on him? The blonde approached Midoriya to the point of uncomfortable proximity, making him step back momentarily. Stay put. I need to touch you in order to copy your quirk. She unceremoniously held his hand in hers, seemingly trying to focus or being distraught by something. A quirkless male in UA? You're quite the unicorn, aren't you? Sensei, I can't copy a thing. It's like touching an inanimate object. My quirk isn't even feeling anything to copy. Time for my quirk to shine. Then Ragdoll's eyes went through the color spectrum of a rainbow in an incredibly pretty display, staring right into his soul without blinking once. After a few seconds of this, she apparently stopped breathing entirely and only realized when it caught up to her and left her breathing heavily for a little. Any news for us, Shiratoko? Aizawa curled an eyebrow. That's really pretty. She finally spoke, bringing a light smack of pink to Izuku's cheeks. Normally, I see quirks as a multicolor shape inside someone's empty frame that I can then inspect and track, but instead of a shape. Looking at Midoriya-kun, his whole body shines and almost threatens to spill out into his surroundings. It's a continuous shift between 5 specific colors: yellow, blue, red, green, and purple. I can't sense a quirk in there, but I can sense many weaknesses as if he had uncountable quirks. I'm talking hundreds. My head kind of hurts just trying to remember all of them, but I kinda love looking at it. It's dazzling, Naya. Her tone had started pretty serious, but the return to her happy-go-lucky hyperactive personality nearly made everyone drop their faces on their desks. After pressing for a couple more details and getting her to remember a few weaknesses without any context, Aizawa bid them farewell and told Minoma to behave before closing the door behind him. The homeroom teacher sighed. I have no other option than to believe your story, unlikely as it is. We'll keep your quirk form as it currently stands, though. It would be too much of a headache to revert it to quirkless and yet have you doing blatantly superhuman things on camera. Take your seat for the time being. The documentation everyone needs for classes, campus exploration, and so on is on your desks already. Once classes were over for the day, nothing particularly hardcore, just teachers introducing themselves and Izuku fanboying over each one or trying not to ogle midnight and failing, the class was taken to the Heights Alliance dorms, the pride of the school in terms of student comfort. Rumors said they were as nice as 5-star hotels. Aizawa turned back to them, his hair swaying in the wind. I hope everyone brought their bags. The robots should be carrying them upstairs for the time being. As there are only 2 co-eds here, they have been roomed together, with the rest of the girls sharing rooms elsewhere. You are all adults and nothing stops you from moving to another room with the other students' consent, but that also comes with the responsibility of whatever consequences arise from it. Everyone has an anonymous line to my office and my number is in the group chat for Class 1A. I can also be reached physically within the teacher's lounge or the teacher's dorms. Documents with the layout of the building are inside. Any questions? Sensei. Itsuka raised her hand. Are we able to go visit our parents occasionally? Only by filing the appropriate request with the school ahead of time. If it's at night or in a dangerous area, a teacher will have to escort you. These are security measures in place to prevent breaches, villain stalkers, and similar. Being in UA paints a large target on your back. Is there a reason why reports of SXL harassment are being automatically deleted by UA's moderation bots in social media? Yaoyorozu asked while raising her hand as well. Mineta winced rather obviously at that. Beats me. From today onward, if any SXL harassment happens within the building or the campus, give me a call, show me the evidence, and I'll take care of the rest. I'm unfortunately not the one in charge of the entrance exam security feed. I'm also not in charge of social media or bot programming. You'd have to go to UA's marketing and support departments for answers. I see. Yaoyorozu gave Mineta a little bit of a death glare. What are the conditions for expulsion within UA? UA prides itself on its sense of freedom and allowing teachers to run their classes as they see fit within the frame of legality. So in other words, if the teacher deems it suitable for the student to be expelled. Thank you for your time. She backed off. Sensei. Mina, the alien-like girl, spoke up. Are the baths shared? They are. Minetta's face lit up instantly, which does not change the fact that each of you can report abuses and nonsense acts to the faculty at any time, and those will be prosecuted legally as well. There are individual bathrooms in your shared rooms, so the shared ones are mainly for guests and for the onsen's rejuvenating effects. A girl with twin-colored hair and a burn scar on her left eye spoke next. Can we change the flooring if it's not to our liking? That's coming out of your pocket and your own workforce unless you can convince the school to lend you some of the robots or Cementos help, and it better not cause structural damage or trouble for your classmates, but otherwise, knock yourself out. You'll also be responsible for maintenance if it's something like a tatami floor. Once the round of questions was over and Class 1A moved to the dorms, Bakugo and Todoroki moved over to their rooms, but the rest gathered in the living room, mostly dropping on the expensive-looking sofas, playing around with the holo projectors, setting up game consoles near the TV or taking a look at the contents of the kitchen, which was apparently pre-stocked with healthy ingredients. Mineta had fortunately relented on the perversion at least in plain sight, focusing on trying to get a turn on the console but being left for last. He had his first impressions to thank for his treatment. Izuku planned on staying just long enough to make himself something to eat, suddenly really anxious now that he felt like a twofold center of attention, both the highest-ranking UA examinee in history and now a known demigod. Something told him he would explode if everyone ganged up on him like that without Aizawa-sensei to save him. Could I have your attention? Karo. He heard Azui, the frog girl, standing in the middle of the common area and reaching out to everyone, so he paid attention while eating his bowl of instant noodles. I know we're all tired from today and everyone wants to unwind and relax. But I think it would be nice if we got to know each other a little better. Maybe we could gather around and introduce ourselves. Some of the girls seemed enthusiastic, but a couple others were annoyed that she was cutting into gaming or movie time. Kendo then did what Kendo did best, the big sister approach. But think she's right, everyone. What if we make it a fun game? We can sit around in a circle and answer questions about ourselves or do dares if we don't want to answer. It'll be fun. She pumped her fist as she finished her proposal, watching as Azui gave her a happy nod. I'm in. Truth or dare is always awesome. Ashido didn't seem too averse to the idea. One by one or in groups, the girls either agreed to it or were slowly convinced by the others, and probably peer-pressured into it. He was just about to slip out to his room when he felt a stretchy hand grab him by the back of his tee and reel him back. His noodles went flying through the air, and time felt like it went nearly still. Wasting no motion, a flick of his wrist sent his bowl from one hand to the other, already extended as far as it would go behind him. The first splash of condiment water and pork fat fell right inside the bowl. Once he felt it land, he spun 90 degrees with his bowl extended outward, catching most of the falling noodles and liquid in one fluid arc. For the last bits flying through the air, he slid the bowl down his thigh so it'd land on the curve of his foot, keeping it extended for that much-needed extra reach as the final splash landed safely inside. His hands still held the chopsticks he was using, which he quickly shot forward multiple times like a biting snake in order to catch bits of condiments and veggies that had flown apart from the main bulk of his meal. A quick pull with his foot had his bowl back on his hands and his chopsticks inside of it where they belonged. For him, it felt like a precise and carefully executed plan, but for everyone around him, he had effortlessly performed some moves right out of martial arts movies. And then he turned back around and addressed Kendo with a nervous tone and body language that didn't belong on someone capable of pulling stunts like those off. Kendo-san, careful. I nearly spilled my food all over everyone. While most of the girls, and Mineta, were shocked to some degree or another, Kendo let out a tired sigh. I keep forgetting you can do that. Stop being a loner, come sit with us. You already told your secret anyway, we might as well get to know everyone. I'm, not too good with large crowds? He tried to insist, but Kendo knew how to convince him far too easily, and she knew it, looking to her side in false disappointment. That's a shame, really. I was about to say we were going to tell each other about our quirks and you could ask questions about them. I'm in. She didn't even get to finish her sentence when his impulsive quirk nerd nature got the best of him. Darn it. So now he was sitting in a circle with the others, in the middle of a couch with Yaoyorozu to his right and Jiro to his left, Kendo ahead of him and Mineta holding a bottle in the middle of them all. They had decided to mix truth or dare with the bottle game in selecting who asks who the truth or dare, since they felt it added a bit of randomness to the game. Of course, as Mineta was the one spinning it, he had the least chances of being picked for either role, but he seemed to be entirely fine with that considering the murderous looks the girls tended to give him. At first, they didn't play the game and simply mentioned their name and the basics of their quirks. That way, his notebook ended up listing them by their seat numbers. Seat 1. Ashido Mina. Quirk, Acid. She can secrete acid from her pores. Seat 2. Ajuitiu. Quirk, Frog. She can do whatever a common frog can. Seat 3. Bakugo Katsumi. Quirk, Explosion. She secretes a more potent, efficient form of nitroglycerin as sweat, and her palms can ignite it at will. Seat 4. Fukudashi Manga. Quirk, Onomatopoeia. She is apparently able to manipulate reality by producing onomatopoeias, that things that hear the sound then emulate. She can discriminate targets with focus. Seat 5. Hagakure Toru. Quirk, Invisibility. She's invisible. Seat 6. Himiko Toga. Quirk, Manifest. She can turn parts of her body, or her whole body, into parts or the whole of something she's eaten in the past few hours. Seat 7. Jiro Kyoka. Quirk, Earphone Jack. Her earlobes are earphone cables tipped in jacks. Seat 8. Kaminari Denki. Quirk, Charge Bolt. She can produce static electricity and pass it on, and absorb electricity by transforming it into static. Seat 9. Kendo Itsuka. Quirk, Stretch. Her body is made out of a rubber-like organic substance, including her organs, veins and so on. High skill floor and ceiling both. Seat 10. Kirishima Eiko. Quirk, Shock Absorption. She can absorb most kinds of damage. Seat 11. Kodai Yui. Quirk, Size. She can alter the size of things she touches. Seat 12. Komori Kinoko. Quirk, Narco-Alchemy. She can produce drags she's had before through her body fluids. Apparently her own body's drags have quirk-like effects when she's the one consuming them. Seat 13. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, None. Sidereal Exalted. Seat 14. Mineta Minoru. Quirk, Pop-Off. The ball in his head are adhesive except for him, for whom they can be either adhesive or repellent at will. Seat 15. Shiozaki Ibra. Quirk, Eden. Her hair is naturally a mass of vines, but she can shapeshift it into any plant she has NTMT knowledge of. Seat 16. Todoroki Shuko. Quirk, Unknown. Seat 17. Tokage Setsuna. Quirk, Lizard Tail Splitter. She can separate her body into smaller pieces that float and retain functionality. Seat 18. Uraraka Ochako. Quirk, Zero Gravity. She can make things float by touching them with all 5 of her cute finger pads. Seat 19. Yanagi Reiko. Quirk, Phantom. She can pass through physical things and float in place by letting gravity pass through her. Her flight is rather slow, like a walking pace. Seat 20. Yaoyorozu Momo. Quirk, Creation. She can create any non-living substance as long as she knows its molecular makeup and can mentally assemble it. A small ball of paper hit his forehead, causing him to raise his head to look at Kendo smirking at him. It's time to do some truths or dares. Leave that notebook already and let's spin some bottles. While Mineta got to the bottle, Komori seemed to be sweating some form of fizzy liquid from her fingertips into a few plastic cups. Alcohol? These make for easy dares, I think. It's just Lauerfoko, nothing too bad, promise. She seemed shy and self-conscious, like during the exam. Why are all the girls here so adorable? With a few spins of the bottle, Izuku learned a few cool facts about the others. Mina's hobby was dancing and she was really good at it. Ajui's favorite food was jello and she enjoyed rainy days, and Komori reluctantly admitted that her dream was to become an idol hero, something he noticed made Jiro grimace slightly. Eventually, the bottle landed on him, with Mina on the other end. Heh, caught me a cute bush. What to ask, she cackled to herself, making him sweat drop at the sight. He knew he should have gone upstairs while he could. Midori, who of us do you like the most? No hard feelings, girls. He could swear some of the girls like Jiro were reprimanding Mina for going there from the get-go, but he couldn't quite hear a thing when his entire face was glowing red. I'll take the dare, please. No way in hell he was about to make someone uncomfortable by singling them out like that. Got him. When Mina said that, he finally realized he'd walked right into a trap. I dare you to use your cool demigod whatever powers to flirt with one of us. The whole room went silent for just a second. But stop harassing the guy, you pink demon. Jiro's cables elongated in Mina's direction, threateningly pointing at her while she raised her hands in surrender. It's not harassment. I said flirt. He just needs to do something funny and cute and we go back to playing. And despite her surrender, she didn't relent. He had to respect the commitment. It's okay. I don't really, think I have any special powers to flirt with people, but maybe if I try, the maidens will guide me like usual. Izuku could feel his face burning with embarrassment, but he still accepted the dare. Though I guess I could use a horoscope and the lesser sign of Venus in order to make it easier for me. Ooh, what's a horoscope? He heard Uraraka ask, but she was quickly shot down by Mineta for not being her turn to ask. Do or die time. The green-haired boy took a deep breath, got up, spun in place a few times until he couldn't recognize the direction he was facing, took a single step forward, bent down and reached out with one hand at a distance he felt wouldn't touch any of the girls yet, and only then he opened his eyes to see he was facing Shiozaki, who was currently feeling nervous enough to mutter a quick prayer under her breath, it seemed. See into the truth of the elements that make our world, and embody them as you embody the maidens. When the smiling voice of Venus spoke, Izuku felt his vision shimmer and saw Shiozaki's own eyes drink deeply of them, sustaining eye contact with surprising patience. Her vine-like hair shone in a much deeper color from his point of view, now able to see every minute detail of how her quirk worked even without her explaining it. This power is the best. Ashidi, you promise you won't laugh? Reminding himself to focus on his current predicament, Izuku started with a petition for a promise, sealing this ascending Serenity horoscope under the auspices of the lovers. I promise I won't mock you, Midoriya-san. This is merely a game, right? There is no reason to be mean about a fun dare. She took a deep breath with eyes closed, but then opened them to hold eye contact with him again. You even chose me at random. It must have been God's will that you approached me, for I would not judge you so readily. With her promise sealed, the horoscope took place. For a little moment, lights became brighter, scents became deeper, sounds more vibrant and harmonic. Izuku's warm, bright smile came naturally to him in his delight over her patience and kindness. He dared to run his extended hand through her vines, drowning out the squealing of many girls around him as he noticed her thorns disappeared whenever his fingers came a little too close to them. Her skin tone grew flushed and she wouldn't blink at all, but she said nothing of it. With his other hand, Izuku held his index and middle fingers pointed to the ground with his thumb raised as if he was making a finger gun aimed down. The lesser sign of Venus cast a light smearing of diamond-like stardust through the room. A name is a bond given willingly in kindness. Intonate it perfectly, capture the shape of her fate in your voice, and thus, complete the pattern of herself with happiness and warmth. Venus spoke to him once again, and so, he listened. His voice gained an almost imperceptible harmony to it as he uttered her name. Cherry blossom petals flew into view out of nowhere, framing the two of them in a beautiful background of pink swirls. Ibra, would you mind if we sat together? I feel so much warmer next to your radiance. Her bodily temperature rose in tandem with a deep crimson blush ascending from her chest all the way to her forehead. She took in her first breath in a few seconds as if she had forgotten how to breathe. And, To the amusement of everyone around the two, a beautiful red rose bloomed on a vine next to her ear. Pop 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 pop. One after another, roses kept popping out of her hair until her vines were covered in them, with the vine's tips still producing cherry blossom petals every couple of seconds. She could only cover her face with both of her hands as she caught up with the world and noticed all the other girls around them, whistling and cheering at the two. Whoa! Mina raised her arms while getting up, giving Izuku a sly hip check to throw him out of his focused trance. That's what I'm talking about. It's always the quiet ones, Shiozaki? To the surprise of both Mina and Izuku, when Ibra's fingers opened so her eyes could peek through, little tears were trickling down her face even though, going by her eyebrows and other tells, she was smiling cheek to cheek under her palms. I'm sorry, this is so silly, dear lord. But it caught me by surprise when you said my name. It sounded so perfect coming from you. I can't stop smiling like a fool. Startled by a renewed round of whistles and cheers, Ibra's hair covered her in a neat little ball of vines and embarrassment. It didn't stop her from scooting over and having one of the rose-covered vines separate from the ball to tap the bit of couch next to her, reminding Izuku of what he asked a moment earlier. The resident demigod could only sit down between her and a smirking Himiko, trying to calm his raging blush down to something manageable. I'm doomed, man. Doomed. Mineta could only lament his luck at landing in a class right next to this god of plant riz, this vine whisperer, so he spun the bottle in peace for the sake of his own mental health. Izuku consulted his notes while the game continued to find out what he just did, and eventually did end up answering what a horoscope was when Uraraka got to ask him, in a way that revealed his 3 other ways to broadly change destiny and thus gave him 3 other questions to answer. He didn't expect the bottle to slide between him and Shiozaki at some point, prompting her to ask him something. She got out of her vine cocoon, now a little more composed. You said that you are a demigod. That is quite the problematic statement, at least to the religiously minded. He hadn't even considered that aspect, but thinking about it, she did behave rather zealously, Abrahamic, of some sort, being told all your life that there is but one God, until suddenly you become confronted by someone who can prove that argument wrong. A crisis of faith was bound to happen, he thought. I am only a demigod on a technicality, my parents are both humans. But apparently I was chosen by the 5 maidens of destiny before I was even born, and it could only take effect once the previous chosen died. I just describe it as being a demigod because it's easier to just think Achilles or whatnot. That wasn't my question just yet. Oh, sorry. A smile crept up her face as soon as he apologized. Still, your existence proves that there are other gods out there. You said the 5 maidens held power over everything and opposed everything that didn't exist. In a way, one could see the 5 maidens as 5 expressions of God, correct? Izuku took a moment to answer this one. He wasn't exactly used to theology arguments, but being made to think while muttering his thoughts out loud was one of his trademarks, and soon, Shiozaki got a small dose of it. At face value it would seem they share some parallels, yet the religions surrounding them could be exactly opposite for all we know. That is, we don't know much about the religion surrounding the 5 maidens, or even if there was one at all. God created everything that exists in Abrahamic religions, while the 5 maidens have not been mentioned as being the demiurges of their religion, only that they hold control and power over these things, furthermore proved by the fact that my powers so far cannot create things ex nihilo as much as manipulate and shape them in specific ways, although nothing says I won't be able to do such things in the future and dash. That is quite enough as a response, Midoriya-san. Thank you. While her voice seemed unfazed, her eyes were lightly swirling in confusion, though she seemed to take his answer as a tentative yes, but. And then, the bottle landed in the exact same way next to them. When Izuku looked up at Mineta, he saw his sheet-eating smug grin at last. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He turned to Shiozaki when he heard her clear her voice. So, if you are the chosen of the 5 aspects of God, given power from birth yet allowed a humble origin as an ordinary human born from ordinary human parents, and striving to become someone who saves others and fights off evil, would that not make you akin to Jesus Christ? Once again, the room went silent, but this time merely to give everyone a chance to digest the parallels she had so casually drawn between the largest figure in pre-quirk religion and someone who was sitting next to them, playing truth or dare and blushing head to toe about flirting with a stranger. Ha! The squeak came out of his lips before he was ready to commit to an answer, causing a few laughs to break the silence. No, I don't think I can compare myself to Dash. Before he'd finished self-deprecating, he felt a soft plant-like tissue snaking around his forehead, with thorns on the outside but padded with petals on the inside for comfort. When he turned to Shiozaki, she was just smugly looking ahead into the distance, acting ignorant about the gesture, even if it made some os come out of Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and others. Now he got to wear a crown of thorns for the night, it looked like. The game eventually came to a close, after a few highlights like Mina being told to plant a kiss anywhere on Izuku when she refused to answer whether her cute little horns were sensitive, and her giving him a smug smirk as her face lowered from his chest to his abs as if she would keep going lower, before springing back up to plant the kiss on his chin, or Kodai being asked what part of Izuku she liked the most, with her answering in a completely blank expression, his bulge. Needless to say, each one sent the room into an uproar, and most made Izuku want to bury himself in the ground. Komori's drinks got used when someone didn't have many ideas for dares. They tasted like sour apple energy drinks, despite the alcohol, so that was nice. According to her, they were just 7% or so alcohol, so that explained why nobody was even a bit tipsy after a few small cups of them. She didn't take any, alleging that her quirk would fire up if she did. The final question came once they agreed it would be final, as it was getting late and some of them did want to sleep early or sneak a movie into their nightly schedule. And, of course, Mineta did his little trick and made Shiozaki get the last question for Izuku. So, you said your powers are sort of discrete techniques, right? Like ultimate moves. Which means you can explain them to some degree. Would you mind explaining exactly what you did to try and, well, flirt with me earlier? I'd like to understand if what I felt was genuine, or some form of mind control. Her eyes were going all over the place, unable to focus on his own unlike earlier, but that beautiful smile of hers was there to stay. He couldn't be dishonest now, if he wanted their trust. Well, you remember what I explained about horoscopes? When I asked you to promise not to laugh, I was actually setting up a horoscope condition. In this case, if you made a promise to me, I could seal an ascending Serenity horoscope under the lover's constellation. She blushed when he casually explained he had sealed his intent to flirt with her into such a fittingly named set of stars, though Izuku knew full well that the name of the constellation was misleading to what it truly meant. Then I made the lesser sign of Venus behind my back. It makes the ambience perfect for developing and protecting positive feelings and artistry both, so I thought it would be fitting. The only tools I had for this dare were a horoscope, the sign, and, well, twisting fate a little for me to become better at flirting for a moment, and for things to go just right during that moment. But then, the maiden of Serenity, Venus, spoke to me twice. The first time, it let me see your quirk in all its beauty, like I had a deep connection to it all along. The second time, she told me to say your name in order to fill you with warmth. Shiozaki nodded, apparently knowing full well what he meant. Apparently, the first technique is named elemental vision. It lets me see 1 out of 5 elements, and makes people who are part of that element more patient towards me. Venus element just so happens to be wood. With another one of her nods, he continued. And the second technique is called favorable inflection procedure. When I address someone by their name, I can intonate it just so it echoes the pattern of their fate. If they're hostile towards me, they'll forget why that is. Regardless, they'll feel a connection to me and feel incredibly happy at the same time, possibly correlating the two feelings as one and the same. I didn't know any of this until after I used them on you, and I'm sorry if I overstepped any boundaries or did something undesirable to you. The vine-haired girl took a moment to think about his words. To his surprise, she shook her head, still wearing a bright smile on her face. A power that brings people to peace and happiness could not possibly be evil. I thought you'd used some form of malevolent power to make me fall in love with you by force, and that I perhaps could have resisted it partially. Knowing you just wanted to make me happy is truly a relief, Midoriya-sen. And I think it's rather beautiful that you have such direct communication with God too. If he wills these events, I have little reason to distrust his chosen. Her words didn't just cause another uproar of us and so cute. They legitimately reassured the poor green-haired boy of the trust the girls were placing in him, even after displaying what he could do to people's minds. For a moment, he nearly forgot himself in his answer, too overtaken by the sudden joy of being treated nicely for this long without incident despite his complete honesty. Ibra. Her given name slipped his lips, rather than her surname. The roses started popping back out, and the vines started dangerously overgrowing everywhere as she just stared at him catatonically. Crap. Too much happiness. Zaki, watch the vines. You're gonna swallow up the living room. Was the last Izuku heard from Mina for a little while, drowned by screams and wheeze both. It took them half an hour just to navigate the rose-covered mess and bring Shiozaki back to life, in a flurry of apology and prayer for forgiveness, no less. At least her vines were thornless here. Now showered and dined, Izuku plopped onto his bed, reminded all too late that he shared his room with a certain perverted dwarf. As soon as his head turned to Minetta's side of the room, he bore witness to a huge number of posters of CC heroines, E-Lady, Midnight, the Pussycats, Danger Zone, Ectoplasm, all of them in their most provocative outfits or poses that he could remember. The underside of Minetta's bed was covered in boxes labeled by heroine names or artist names he could recognize from his internet searches, and on top of his desk he could see all sorts of heroine figurines. The kind with detachable clothing and silicone texture. He couldn't imagine what sorts of things he kept in his drawer. The starry-eyed boy got up from bed, sitting down to look at Minetta, who had apparently plopped into bed all the same. Minetta-kun? Can we talk? Sup, man? As soon as he said that, he quickly got up and shook his head. I mean, how may I serve you, Lord Demigod Midoriya-sama? Echa? Please, just call me Midoriya. I don't want worship or anything like that. My bad. I'm sorry about that. Please don't brainwash me. The grape-headed boy was quick to panic, certainly. I just want to talk. You do remember that our first impression of you was, well, it was SXL assault. No other way around that. Talking about it was uncomfortable, but necessary if he was to understand the boy. I do, yeah. His panic subsided as he looked down at the bed. I was so sure I wasn't getting in, and then Yayarose's Yayapai flashed before my eyes. Before I knew it, I was hanging onto her butt and I kinda got lost in there. But then that made it worse, and then I got caught in the next exam. I think I only got in because I did super well in the control test and the written exam. His expressions were hard to read, but Izuku didn't want to deny him the benefit of the doubt. Even so, you've been ogling the girls most of the time in class and on the way here. And your side of the room looks like this? Can I ask why you want to become a hero, Minetta-kun? He didn't wait for Minetta to answer. Having long grown weary of his unreadability, he wanted to see the response for himself, so his hand swiped the air in a subtle claw-like shape, absconding with Minetta's thoughts. The thought-swiping distraction left Minetta wondering what they were talking about just now, but to Izuku, the dwarf's thoughts became his memories. Hey, Micro, looks like you got a love letter waiting for you. A classmate's voice reached his tiny frame. He didn't even think about the insulting nickname, dashing for his locker while ignoring the snickering of the girls around him. This was it. He'd been single since the day he was born, struggling with ugly looks, a stature short enough to be a disability, an uninteresting quirk that prevented him from even trying new hairdos, and perverted misunderstandings that had tainted his reputation early on, to the point all he could do was embrace it and live without shame. But today that would change. He had gotten a letter for Valentine's Day. It wouldn't matter too much who the girl was, all he wanted was one chance to experience going out with a girl. He could die happy if he got to do that just one time. To Minetta, die in a hole, garbage. Stop leaving creepy love letters in my backpack when I'm not looking. I had to buy padlocks just to keep your midget hands out of there. Did you think I forgot the time we caught you stealing our panties during P? If you ever step 10 feet from me again, I'll send Jin-kun to F you up bad. He's going to UA? He can use a punching bag to get some practice in. Marry your right hand and jump off the roof already, you'll be doing everyone a favor. Hoping you do a flip on the way down. Kanade. He didn't cry. Deep down, all he felt was relief. Emptiness. A return to the usual. It was far too common to affect him like that anymore. But something caught his attention. Jean wasn't exactly blessed with a macho body, being more on the scrawny side. His quirk wasn't anything to write home about. His body could bend and sway like a reed with excellent balance and no risk of hurting himself, which he had exploited by training in martial arts. He had developed really early hair loss due to a mutation from his father's side, so he just shaved his head constantly to hide it, his hairdo a permanent buzz cut. And he wasn't that attractive either, with a prominent overbite and ugly mustache he refused to shave, excessive sweating that left constant armpit stains in his shirts, and a crooked nose from the time someone broke it with a haymaker. All Jean had going for him was that he was decently good in a fight, and that he was heading to UA. And yet, he could score a total babe like Kanade, the school's queen bee? Something didn't add up. If all he needed to be popular was attending UA and getting stronger, then that's what he would do. He'd show them all. And of course, he'd finally score while at it. Heroism for the Ape, here we go. This quick glance into Mineta's surface thoughts, Izuku thought, wasn't enough to convey the severity of his treatment, or whether those misunderstandings he thought about were truly misunderstandings or whether he really did get caught sexually harassing the girls. It certainly didn't justify SXL assault, though he did feel bad for him, empathizing with the feeling of being rejected by everyone and living a nearly loveless life. Even the constant suicide baiting in that letter struck a chord in him. It was enough to stop him from getting Mineta kicked out of school for what he did to Yaoyorozu, but not from doing something about it. The way he saw it, if Mineta got kicked out, he could become a villain of a particularly nasty variety, and his arrest wouldn't undo the damage he could inflict on potential victims. He wasn't quite that bad yet, but expulsion could drive him over the edge. Or he could take it out on himself, alternatively. He didn't wish either option to happen. So, as much as he didn't like the idea, he'd have to compromise with him. Mineta-kun, I would like you to be more heroic as long as you're striving to become a hero. And I'm sure you'd prefer if I was more fun to be around, or more in your wavelength? Would you like to make a deal? Hell nah, man, you're probably gonna bind me like some dollar store monkey's paw crap. You can just break your part of the deal whenever. You have magic for mine. Not really. This deal is called the Sky Spirit Demand. It requires me to mirror your fate so that you mirror my own. I understand you have apprehensions about me using my powers on you, so I'm going to do so at a loss to make it fair. You'll choose one aspect of yourself you want me to mirror, and I will do the same for you. Once we agree and seal the deal, we'll be more like each other. Is that acceptable? He seemed to consider it once he took some deep breaths and stopped panicking. It was a good start. I do want to become a hero, for real, and I do kinda want a buddy to share pervy stuff with. You're the only guy around, but you're way too much of a wuss to share that kind of stuff with? You promise you're not tricking me? You're here to become a hero, right? Using your powers to trick people makes you no better than a villain. I'll haunt your memory forever. While he whined and pointed at him, he didn't seem to be convincing even himself. I know, Mineta-kun. Admit I don't look forward to whatever part of your personality you want to pass on to me. But I'd rather be uncomfortable and put 18 classmates at ease, while helping another one become a better hero. I think I can live with that. Geez, I'll do it. I don't want to keep getting into misunderstandings anyway. It pushes the girls away. What do? Do I just shake your hand or something? He got up and was ready to jump down the bed, but Izuku raised a hand for him to stop. That's okay. I can do the pact from this distance. When you feel a little strange, think of a goal you want to achieve through the process of me becoming more like you. It'll help direct your fate towards mine. All said and done, Izuku set his hands in front of him, with palms aimed outwards. The space between them formed a triangle with his thumbs, with Mineta framed by them from his point of view. Sky Spirit Demand. From Izuku's perspective, Mineta held a hand forward and said, You love everything about girls, their bodies, their clothes, their personalities, their voices, they're quirks. Every girl is CC and desirable and you really want each of them. This, of course, didn't happen in reality. It merely reflected Mineta's thoughts and goals. Similarly, from Mineta's perspective through Izuku's hands, he had said, "You are in UA to become the best hero you can be. You love training, pushing yourself harder, saving people, beating villains, sharing friendly moments together with the class and teachers. You hate seeing innocent people suffer. And of course, you wouldn't do something immoral, unethical, or illegal unless lives were at stake if you didn't." "Yeah, I do." Izuku responded to his vision of Mineta's words. "Yeah, I am." Mineta followed his example, watching as a glimpse of saffron strings tying them together became revealed before fading away. And the green bean thus immediately came to regret his life choices. This wasn't good. Walking to class with Kendo and Kaken, he expected. They were fairly friendly with each other, and Izuku hadn't spent much time with the latter yesterday, courtesy of her just locking herself in her room. He did not expect them to hang back just enough that Jiro and Ibara could walk by his sides. "I can smell their perfume. This is 2 STMLTNG. So yeah, I can stick them into walls and listen through them. Can also do a bunch of stuff with tech if it has the right ports." Jiro didn't seem terribly interested in talking about her quirk, but she still smiled his way when she noticed he'd pulled a notebook out and had taken copious amounts of notes on every detail she mentioned. If only she knew about the page behind that one, discussing the rest of her body, her personality, and his other thoughts on her in just as much detail. "You seem to enjoy discussing quirks quite a bit, don't you, Midoriya-san?" Ibara mirrored Jiro's smile, though hers seemed a little less nervous. "Is it because you're quirkless?" At the downcast look he gave at the ground he walked upon, Jiro's earlobe cable shot at Ibara to give her a light smack in the head, careful to not get tangled with her vines. "Oi, don't be insensitive. You know how much bullying quirkless people go through? And he's a guy too. Sheet's rarer than unicorns." Ibara didn't seem to grasp the issue for a couple of seconds. "Oh, I apologize. I was homeschooled, and Midoriya-san is the first quirkless person I've met. I hadn't heard much of all this." "It's okay." He finally spoke. "You girls have been, great about my whole situation. Especially trusting me despite, my powers. If you wanted to mind control people around, you would have done it way earlier than this." Jiro shrugged. "Plenty of babes to hypnotize and take home at the entrance exam, or yesterday despite how heated Ishido and Kodai got. You also tried to get rid of Mineta. I think you're an okay dude." "Jay just okay?" "Huh," he tried to make a teasing joke, emphasis on tried. "Well, if your powers include some hardcore metal stuff, I might just graduate you to cool dude." And there was the smug, smirking comeback. "Oh, I forgot to ask last time." Ibara lit up fast enough, Izuku could swear a light bulb went on next to her head. "Do you by any chance have gardening powers? They could surely be really helpful with my quirks downtime or my hobbies, if you'd like to lend a hand sometime." Izuku thought about it for a second. Sure, he had research assistant invocation mastered by this point, but maybe using that would be a bit too much while on the way to class. Instead, his mind went to the second technique he was thinking about. "Excuse me for a moment, I promise this won't hurt or anything." Ibara merely blinked, then nodded, as Izuku's hand approached her vine hair. With a soft touch, a beautiful green chrysanthemum bloomed from those vines. The religious girl visibly trembled for a few seconds as that happened, but he plucked the flower almost as soon as he made it, so he had no clue if that reaction was due to the flower itself or it being plucked. "Oh my, that was tingly." She turned to him with a blush on her face. "That flower, it has a pretty voice. It said it is a witness to the deceits of the wicked." The green-haired boy reeled for a moment, but quickly recovered and nodded, turning to the flower in his hand. "This is a wilting petal witness. If someone speaks a lie in its presence, it wilts and dies so that I may be aware of it." "Aw man, that's kinda sad." Jiro raised an eyebrow. "Why can't it just, brand the liar with some tattoo stigmata or something? That'd be awesome." I think it's meant to be a subtle tell that only I and my friends can recognize. The liar would probably have no idea they've been caught." Now that I think about it, okay, yeah, you got me there. She shrugged with a cheeky smile. Should we test it, perhaps? Ibra offered. I am intrigued to see how it works. Now, Kendo and Kaken had been quiet this whole time, happy to just hang back and listen in. So when Kaken spoke up, the poor boy finally remembered she was around. All too late to stop her. Izu doesn't have the biggest D in you. She and Kendo just smirked and kept on walking past the trio while they froze in place. Their eyes then creaked their way down to the flower in Izuku's hands, which had wilted badly enough to turn to gray dust. None of the 3 crimson-faced students spoke a word the rest of the way to class, besides for Ibra muttering something about sinful thoughts to herself. I am walking through the door like a normal person, said All Might, Izuku's beloved hero and idol, flamboyantly entering the room by grabbing onto the door and doorframe and shoving himself in. All Might. Izuku's voice was mirrored by many others, including, to his surprise, Mineta himself. Kaken was smirking in satisfied surprise, Kendo could barely hold back from bouncing in place, and Ibra seemed to be praying in gratitude. That's a Silver Age costume, isn't it? Tsuyu, of all people, dropped some facts on All Might lore. Was she a fan too? He should ask her sometime. That's right. I will be your teacher for the Hero Studies class. This class teaches all the basics of being a hero on the field. It will carry the most credits in all 5 years of your UA stay. I hope you're ready to give it your all. The boisterous laughter echoed through the classroom, bringing a warm smile to the green-haired boy's face. Now, I'm sure you're eager to see the results of the support department's work and your own sketches from before the start of the school year. Take this moment to try on your hero costumes, and meet me at ground beta. Come ready for action. Today, we'll be doing combat training. Combat? Katsumi had a manic grin on her face. Training. Izuku had to remind her, though it didn't deflate her at all. As usual, the changing rooms were left for the girls to use, while Izuku and Mineta just used the men's bathrooms, with the latter complaining about sexism something or other. Before he opened his own costume or waited for Mineta to open his, he made a hand sign resembling a peacock's spread train. The lesser sign of the peacock. Proper plumage. The technique, applied to both his own costume and Mineta's, would ensure their fashion would be top-notch. Normally it required going through many clothes, shopping and so on, but it had a mysterious tendency to work with fashion gifts and boxes he hadn't opened yet. He'd have done it for the girls, if only he could have been there in the changing room, but no thinking about pervy stuff now. He'd already had a poor time sleeping without thinking of them last night, let alone Kaken's stunt this morning. Wow, they didn't really follow my design, but it looks a lot cooler than what I sent. Mineta exclaimed after he finished changing and took a good look in the mirror. To a purple mask from his forehead to his nose, the same color as his grape-like hair. Around his neck, a yellow cape circled his shoulders akin to a cool scarf. Yellow gardening gloves and boots adorned his limbs. Above his boots, he wore baggy white pants fastened by a belt full of tactical pouches, kitted up with the basic stuff from costume agencies. First aid kits, energy bars, a chilled canteen with water in it, and in his case, rubbing alcohol in case he needed to detach any of his ball. His upper body was entirely hidden by a purple bodysuit with light armor padding. It made him look somewhat muscular. Izuku could only smile when he saw his own reflection in the mirror. His mom's design was still noticeable, but the costume hadn't been made with dollar store components, showcasing the adaptability of the support department's designers and the costume agency's tailors. He wore a green bodysuit with white armor padding that perfectly delineated his chest, midsection and abs, as well as thin light red lines that traced the contours between muscles throughout his entire body, like the line in the middle of his chest and abs. Someone had way too much fun when he sent them a picture of his naked torso and legs for reference. White elbow-length gloves with blue adornments at the top covered his arms, with wrist guards added to his original design. Meanwhile, wide metallic boots built for protection without skimping on comfort kept his legs safe from mid-thigh down. A smile-shaped respirator rested on his clavicles, while bulky shoulder pads kept a long white cape secured to his shoulders, a button on each side allowing him to quickly remove it when needed. His eyes were protected by a visor shaped as if light green energy was bursting from the bridge of his nose and towards his eyes, obscuring what he was looking at but keeping his vision completely unimpeded. What the hell, man, these outfits are way too cool. Mineta agreed with his thoughts as he turned to look at him. Let's go kick some butt? Yeah. As the two walked out of the bathroom, it seemed the girls were ahead of them by a bit, heading through the dark tunnel leading to ground beta. Izuku's eyes couldn't help but wander along their butts. While he couldn't see their costumes too well thanks to how dark it was, he was fairly sure at least one of them wore a leotard riding up her but in the way a thong would, while several others wore really tight spandex showing off the exact shape of their behinds. Still, after a few seconds of appreciating them, he lightly slapped himself out of it and tried to keep his focus on the combat training. Mineta, on his side, hadn't stopped ogling them at all, but at least he wasn't making much commentary on it, merely elbowing Izuku's leg and pointing it. Was it Yaoyorozu? Too hard to tell in these dim conditions. They say the clothes make the hero, young men and women. They heard All Might's voice echo down the tunnel as they were about to come out. Into the light. At last, they made it out, and the poor boy had to look literally anywhere but his classmates at once. Where to begin? Uraraka wore a skin-tight bodysuit that left nothing to the imagination, even in the color design. The bodysuit's black color gave way to a cute pink right in the middle of her BRSDS and trailed down to her crotch, with a black line going from her belly button to the space between her labia. It's as if the designer wanted him to know exactly where her nipples and slit were located through the costume. Still, he noticed other aspects of the design, like the cushioned boots for falls, the heels with springs built in for large jumps, the cute belt on her hips with hidden pocket compartments, and the wrist guards with built-in grappling hooks. So futuristic. But, if Uraraka's costume was full of innuendo, Yaoyorozu's just left it out in the open. He could only liken it to a one-piece swimsuit made out of string and tiny patches of actual cloth. Basically, the only bits of her skin being actually covered were her nipples and her crotch, and barely at that. Even then, it did have a cool design, with red for the string and white line patterns on the cloth patches. Too bad he was busy looking anywhere but the cloth. Her body was right out of an eki anime. Dude, that has to be illegal, right? Mineta hadn't stopped nudging him about it. Izuku tapped his index against his chin. Technically, in the Clothing Allowance and Public Indecency Act of 2243, the government reached an agreement with then recently graduated heroine and activist Kayama Namuri, now known as Midnight. There was too much pressure from the hundreds of heroes who rallied behind her cries for efficiency and efficacy in quirks that require exposure to the elements, such as the mortified hero, Hasukashii, who drew strength from personal embarrassment rather than third-party cringe like his colleague, the bully hero, Curl. In the end, they agreed that heroes with certain quirks had needs that public indecency laws impeded, so they granted public indecency immunity to those with hero licenses. Mineta apparently had paid attention during his rambling. Weird that most heroines don't really make use of that then. But she doesn't have a license yet, right? UA gives licenses to students within its grounds in case of a villain incursion, as well as to allow students to get used to their future hero outfits and license-related laws that apply to them. Most hero academies do. It only applies within school grounds unless the student passes the hero provisional license exams, though. Oh man. Her costume's totally cool then. The hero course is the best. Some other cool, yet simple costumes caught his attention. Toga wore a comfy-looking, beige duffel coat, a scarf covering her neck inside the coat's broad collar. A bare centimeter's worth of skirt peeked under it, followed by a good few inches of soft-looking thighs that soon gave way to black thigh-highs and dark brown sneakers. She carried a large backpack with ease. Izuku figured she had things to eat stored in there, and emergency rations in her pockets. Meanwhile, Setsuna had gone with a purple bodysuit made of what seemed to be lizard scales, with a domino mask to match. Midoriya-kun. Uraraka's voice brought his attention back to the field as she approached. Wow. Your costume's so cool. It makes you look really ripped, doesn't it? And I love the pouches and the steel boots. Poor Izuku's hands had no idea how to cover his head enough to hide it in shame, but dimmin if he didn't try anyway. Uraraka-san. Your costume is, really, Really pretty. I like it a lot. She gave him a knowing smile, much to his dismay. Really? I kinda messed it up though. It was supposed to look kinda like an astronaut suit, but I didn't specify the material, so they made it this skin-tight spandex-like fiber. Is there any part you like in particular? Now, he took pride in being fairly honest most of the time, when it wouldn't hurt people. But there was no way in hell he'd tell her that the line from her navel to her private area had him salivating from implication alone. The grappling hooks and spring heels. I love how you incorporated your quirk into the design, for superior mobility. And your utility belt is really stylish too. I thought you liked how tight it was for a second, but it's really sweet that you actually noticed. The teasing smile changed to a genuinely happy one. Some of the girls were asking me earlier about the feasibility of the heels. The boots are actually built for balance and support, so they make up for the heels and that lets them do their job when I need them to. I think my favorite parts are dash, Mineta started, and Uraraka was already prepared to punt him. Yet, Izuku was thankful she let him finish. The helmet and neck protection. They're pressing on your pressure points, aren't they? Oh, yeah. My wrist protectors also do that from the inside. It really helps with the nausea from my quirk. She seemed pleasantly surprised. Izuku gave Mineta an inquisitive look, to which he shrugged. My dad's a masseur. I've picked up some pressure points, since he massages them when I get sick sometimes. Very well, listen up, you zygotes. All Might interrupted the conversations ongoing at the time once everyone was in the field. The combat test during the entrance exam saw you giving it your all against pre-programmed opponents. Most of you standing here already have some basic combat training. That's why we're going 2 steps ahead of every other hero academy. We'll be dealing with the most frequent cases of hero versus villain combat, that is, outdoors combat training. Most students lit up at the reveal of their exercise. For Izuku, this was an exciting prospect. Most cases of villain activity truly happened outdoors. Within recent memory, he could still easily recall every detail of his confrontation with the sludge villain, as well as the giant purse snatcher that Kamui Woods and MT Lady took down together. It made complete sense as a beginner-friendly exercise, as they would be seeing those kinds of battles really often in their professional lives. All Might thus continued. You will be randomly paired in teams as heroes and villains. The villains will be given briefcases full of false bills, large firearms cases, and similar props. The heroes will be given regular updates on the location of the villains, as if other heroes were on their tail. For the sake of the exercise, you are not allowed to grievously injure your enemies. The villain boss wants heroes captured or to remain alive to tell the tale, and the heroes have already committed enough mistakes in their career that a single perceived slight could see their licenses revoked, if you care about the narrative that much. Is all that clear? Sensei. Kendo raised her hand. Will we have vehicles at hand? Good question. Villains and heroes are both allowed to take any vehicle they encounter. The keys are already within, though some doors might be locked and require a forceful entry. Keep in mind the time it takes to break in. Some exercises may give a car to the villains to begin with, but some might give the heroes a different advantage instead, or in addition to the villain advantage. This is all to keep you on your toes and simulate real-life scenarios. Watching your fellow students' exercises might not be as helpful as you think. Once questions had been mostly answered to everyone's satisfaction, All Might waved over to Izuku, motioning for him to approach. To say he nearly fainted on the spot was an understatement. All Might? He looked so tall and weirdly shaded compared to everyone else. It's like he was drawn in a different art style altogether. Midoriya Shonen. I apologize for calling you out of nowhere. Aizawa-kun gave us teachers the summary on what's going on with your condition? I think we can call it a condition. Worry not, we agreed to keep it between us. All Might apparently noticed Izuku's uneasy expression and added that last line to put him at ease. I called you here because I think you're already capable of earning extra credit through a bonus exercise of sorts. Are you interested? Oh, of course. Yeah, there was no way he'd refuse to help All Might. He could already scarcely believe the man was here, teaching them himself. I appreciate your enthusiasm. For now though, let's go through the exercise as normal. The green-haired boy didn't quite get what he meant by bonus exercise, but did as instructed, returning to his previous spot without much time to answer Uraraka and Mineta's questions about it. Their teams were selected through a random number generator, with Izuku somehow getting the first slot. Slim odds on that one. My partner is Yanagi Reiko? He remembered the silver-haired girl's quirk quite well. Although her eerie, blue eyes that seemed to glow ominously in the dark could sometimes unnerve him, she seemed to be a nice girl. And my enemies seemed to be Kirishima-san and Uraraka-san. Oh, I'm going against you, then. Uraraka perked up. I hope All Might doesn't grade us too harshly on our first day. I don't think I can win against you just yet. Don't say that. Your quirk is amazing, Uraraka-san. Izuku held up a fist for her to bump, imitating Itsuka's gestures when she wanted to cheer him up competitively. You're right. I should still give it my all. Let's have fun, Midoriya-kun. She cutely bumped his fist with all the strength of a sleepy marshmallow. Villain team, step forward. All Might called, and so Izuku and Reiko approached. As All Might explained the objectives, Izuku took a moment to study Reiko and Kirishima's costumes, trying to figure out their advantages and any weak points. Reiko's costume felt fittingly ghostly and mysterious, a pale purple, knee-length kimono with 3 black straps around her waist, a comfy-looking furred collar, a black mask that covered her face from the bridge of her nose down to her neck, and black thigh-highs that seemed to be protective enough to serve as footwear themselves, as she wasn't wearing any shoes. It would be perfectly fine, was it not showing so much skin. The kimono wasn't her size, causing her already sizable cleavage to pop out into sight, while the skirt area split from her thigh to her crotch, revealing some of the skin under it. To make things worse, he was pretty sure he saw her V-line without a hint of panties in the way when he noticed that high cut. Kirishima wasn't far behind on the skimpiness factor. The green-haired boy had no idea where to look when trying to analyze her. Her face was adorned by what looked like metal plates forming some sort of muzzle-like mask that still kept most of it visible, probably just for aesthetic's sake. It even had nudges resembling Oni fangs. She wore red gear-shaped shoulder pads and detached black sleeves, but what she wore on her rather large chest was, well, he could only describe it as a jacket so short, it only reached as far as the beginning of her underboob, kept open, thus showing most of her Bearth's inner half but thankfully keeping her nipples and outer half covered, but fastened tightly by 2 straps with red gears for buckles meeting in the middle of her chest. The lower part of her costume was essentially a black V-cut bikini bottom with a big, crimson R in its middle as if it was a belt buckle. Around the bikini bottom, except for its front, a long, red waist cape extended down to her knees, as torn and rugged-looking as the rest of her outfit. A pair of black thigh-highs with red bands at the top, along with a pair of dark red boots with matching metal rings around the calves, completed her look. Design agencies really like their black thigh-highs? Or did the girls ask for them this frequently? The instructions were simple. They would be given an escape van piloted by AI, but as this was a bank robbery, they'd have to go into the bank and load up the vehicle with the money bags. They'd earn extra points the more bags they loaded up before they made their escape, but if they took too long, the heroes could catch up much more easily. The heroes meanwhile would begin in a distant outpost, separated by a couple of blocks from each other but with access to comms so they could easily locate each other, the objective, and so on. They would start with no vehicle of their own. Once All Might saw that Izuku and Reiko were inside their vehicle, he moved to set Uraraka and Kirishima at their assigned positions. Reiko didn't waste time, turning to him as All Might left. A pleasure to make your acquaintance more directly after yesterday's events. Should we collaborate on a stratagem against our levitating and malleable opponents? He noticed she had a bit of an odd speech pattern back during the games, but she really stretched sentences out with bigger words than needed. A P-plan, of course. We can do that. So, your quirk is called Phantom and allows you to pass through solid matter and slowly float, right? Correct. I am unable to rematerialize myself until my body is entirely outside of physical matter that cannot displace itself around me. A wall impedes me, but air and water do not, for a given example. I can selectively dematerialize parts of my body as well. I have been told my immaterial passage drops temperatures slightly. I apologize if I cause chills to overcome you. While he still tilted his head at the odd manner of speech, he took notes on how her quirk worked, trying to think of how to make it work with their mission. All Might never said that the money bags were outside the vault. And maybe you could sneak into the vault, unlock it from inside, and then we get out with the money? I'll take you to the bank and back as fast as possible, so there's no need to worry about your slow flight speed. Her eyes shifted to the roof of the vehicle while she considered his words. True enough, your celerity is impressive. And in the event of combat with our classmates. Izuku took a second to focus, closing his eyes to the world so he could open them to the threads of fate he sought out. Supernal awareness, pursuit. Immediately, he picked out Uraraka and Kirishima's threads from the infinity of possibilities around him, standing still some blocks away. They'd have enough time. I don't think they'll get to us in time. If they do, just leave combat to me and complete the exercise while I keep them busy. She nodded as her eyes returned to him. You appear confident enough to engage both of them at once. Perhaps in more senses than one. The green-haired boy nodded exactly once, and then slowly blushed as he chewed on the implications of what she just said, while he could see the outline of a smile under her black mask growing in tandem with the heat on his cheeks. But before he could ask her about what she meant by that, start. The PA system conveyed All Might's voice throughout the city. Reiko reacted first, getting out of the van in a rush. Izuku disembarked after her, meeting her as she ran to the stairs of the bank. The many stairs. It was a show of wealth and unnecessarily complex architecture. Real banks weren't like this anymore. It drove people away. Not cool to people with disabilities either. Oh, whatever, it's probably to test our athleticism. Izuku resigned himself, tracing a straight path from his position to the entrance of the bank. Yanagi-san, could you hold onto my back? Let's cross the space as soon as possible. Understood. Yet, rather than jump onto his back, she just leapt in his direction while turning her body horizontally, forcing him to catch her in his arms like a bridal carry. It is faster this way. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? With a little pout, and Reiko's quiet foo-foo-foo chuckle answering his question, he tried to focus away from how soft her thighs felt on his arm, keeping in mind his straight-line path and reaching out to the fate of his upcoming journey to delete the middle steps of the process. In a blink, both of them were inside the bank, where Izuku lowered his partner and dashed to collect the few money bags he could see lying around. I shall investigate the vault. He heard behind him, along with mostly silent footsteps heading to the back. Thanks to all the mobility powers he could muster, the bags strewn about had been swiftly collected and taken to the van by the time she returned. It seems like the vault is replete with cash, yet I cannot observe any mechanism to unlock the door from within. Shall we force it? Well, now was the time to panic. He couldn't see any plants in this squeaky clean building, or else he would have grown them into an assistant that could reveal how to unlock the vault. He had no time for a quick nap, so he could use systematic understanding of everything for the same result. And a vault's unlocking mechanisms were meant to be secret, so his efficient secretary technique wouldn't be able to help either. He doubted even the supernatural strength he'd gained from being the strongest person in the room would be able to dent a vault door either. And if he couldn't break it, hungry touch wouldn't erode it. I don't think I'm strong enough to force it open. But the exercise wouldn't be fully completed if there wasn't a way. Let's keep looking. When Izuku insisted, she nodded and shot off towards the employees' desks, searching through their files. On his end, he found a functioning work terminal, so he hurriedly began checking through folders for any hints. Are you lost? The quiet voice of Jupiter spoke to him. Trust the world to provide for you, child. All it asks for is the hope that you'll love and protect it. The hope of love and protection. Wait, did he have to stuck yet more inanimate objects? Oh, he would never hear the end of this. Isai. It would make me so happy if I could find a way to open this vault, so I can keep its contents safe. Maybe something like that would work, he thought as he clicked on a suspicious-looking executable file. As soon as he did, both partners heard a loud, unlocking mechanism coming from the back. He did it. Excellent work, Midoriya. I will proceed to extract the objective. Reiko nodded his way and shot off to the back. Yet, as he took a step to follow in her direction, a grappling hook interposed itself between them. He'd forgotten to check on the hero's locations. He merely had a second to react before Uraraka's heels would dig into his flesh and kick him against the wall, as she reeled herself weightlessly into the room at full speed. "Surrender right now, villains." She added flair to her dynamic entry as she cancelled her quirk mid-flight, returning weight and thus, force, to her body. With Kirishima riding on her back, their total weight with their weightless momentum added to it would pack a punch for sure. Optimistic security practice. The green-haired boy crossed his arms at the point of impact as he reflected on many sacrifices he might have to make one day. This generosity aligned his fate with Uraraka's, making her attack hit as lightly as a feather. When he forcefully pushed her away, his arms looked completely unharmed. "I'll take over, Uraraka." Kirishima got off of the pink-cheeked girl's back, getting into a fighting stance. Chase after Yanagi. Izuku couldn't let anyone interfere with Reiko. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned any tricks to force people to attack him out of fear or anger, so he had to use a rather strange trick he'd learned when dodging Katsumi all the way back when he first got his powers, though he never figured out how to use it again until his secretaries informed him of it. He didn't even know if he had used it on Kaken to begin with, and seriously hoped not. Elusive object of desire. With a deft flick of his wrist, he wreathed himself in the fates of desires unfulfilled, stepping in front of Uraraka and coiling back a fist as a feint. She took the bait, striking back out of fear of being hit by him after his displays of martial prowess earlier. Unfortunately for her, he saw every angle her kick wouldn't hit, and merely took one of those angles in his evasion. Making matters worse, invisibly to her, her leg had caught on the fates he'd wrapped around himself, making her shine a faint sky blue in his eyes. It didn't hold a candle to the light blush in her cheeks, though. "Kirishima-kun, actually, I'll take it from here. You chase after Reiko." She panted out a bit too quickly, revealing her nerves in the middle of a continuous assault against Midoriya. None of her hits were landing, too inexperienced and unwilling to actually hurt him, but he knew that she couldn't stop herself thanks to his power. She had to chase after him now. Wadash. Better at fighting. Kirishima fumed. You should take on the slow target. Wait, did he do something to dash? Mid-sentence, Izuku flashed into her view, causing her honed combat skills to act against her. She threw a punch out of reflex, as he used the same trick he had against Uraraka to keep her focused on him. Now both of them shone blue in his eyes, entangled in frustrated desires. Arg, screw it. He's mine. Yours. Uraraka looked insulted by that assessment, but she never stopped her own attacks. Now that he was being assaulted from two sides at once, Izuku had no choice but to rely on his actual combat expertise. Tolerant strife. His right elbow and left knee blocked one attack each, disrupting the flow of their onslaught. When a punch came his way, he simply palm-pushed or elbowed it out of his way, while kicks were easily diverted with shoves of his own feet or knees. Under the auspices of the gauntlet, he had come to an accommodation with the violence around him, finding it as easy to disrupt their attacks as it was to parry enemies in video games. All it took was a little timing, and the right angle, as even his heartbeat kept completely cold and stable and his breathing focused and sharp. "Fight back already, dude," Kirishima complained, trying to give it her all to strike past his impenetrable defensive power. It wasn't working. It was like trying to attack someone who knew where her hits were headed 5 seconds beforehand. "You scared I can take your punches too? I'm scared I'll hurt you and you won't be ready for it." Izuku complained half-heartedly, the essence flowing through his body having stilled his heart slightly without realizing it. The way he saw it, if he could hurt Itsuka, he could definitely hurt Kirishima. "Tiskyurite, I've skydived with no parachute without a graze on my body. You telling me you hit harder than that?" As she and Uraraka threw a punch at the same time, Izuku just stepped back and shoved their arms slightly forward so they wouldn't punch each other. Instead they just made an X shape in the air. "It's not about hitting harder. I'm a demigod, Kirishima-san. I could entirely ignore your quirk in like 5 different ways." The red-haired girl tried to land a roundhouse kick, but a raised leg stopped it before it could pick up any speed. Stop underestimating us and they hit me, Midoriya. If I regret it, I regret it. It's my own goddamn choice. That's what makes us manly or not in the end. A villain who can ignore my quirk ain't gonna hold back shit either. No matter how many times she failed to hit him, she just tried harder next time. She didn't realize it was only tiring her out faster. Something snapped in him. Something ugly and vain, telling him all sorts of things. Who was she to doubt his claims that he'd hurt her if he went all out? She had never seen him in action before. Why not test out one silly little combo of fate-shaping techniques to show her how gruesome the power of brutal violence can be? Maybe that way she'd learn to listen to his advice next time. Of course, nothing that would permanently damage her, but certainly would sting in the moment and show her he wasn't joking. Hostility acceptance technique. Speared boar struggle. Izuku stopped defending right as Kirishima launched her devastating haymaker, yet rolled with the punch with such incredible control over his own body as to border on the supernatural. It had been as if the redhead had struck the surface of a still pond, and the green-haired boy had rippled away from her. Worse, her own momentum caused her to overextend right into a powerful bear hug from him, and the bruise she left on his torso spread its ugly reddish-purple color throughout his body as his eyes went bloodshot. Drowning maiden form. Wrapped fly embrace. His body toughened up, his grip strengthening as Izuku's soul drowned in all the blood he had yet to shed. With quick fingers weaving those strings he was so familiar with, he wrapped Kirishima in threads of taut fate, grappling her in ways both seen and unseen. In layman's terms, he was cutting down most possibilities of her being able to escape him. Lady or tiger tactic. Bruises and rope marks appeared through Kirishima's body, with her being forced to choose between suffering damage or being immobilized even further, and having subconsciously chosen the former. Unfortunately for her, this damage was internal and not shock-based. It hurts us? I can't move an inch. Uraraka, gimme H-dash. Kirishima tried to reach out to her dazed classmate, but Izuku hadn't finished his combination just yet. As he kept spending his supernatural reserves, a crimson mark appeared on his forehead, the astrological sign of planet Mars, dripping ethereal blood down his face. The same mantle of red energy and vermilion halo that manifested during the entrance exam flared into life, tinging the room in a blood-red tint. Time seemed to slow down for the red-haired girl when she heard Izuku speak again, reciting some sort of strange poem in the middle of battle. Once, there was a maiden, falling forever in the water. She reached for purchase, but found nothing. Her arms swung through the sea. The water did not slow her, nor the chill. But she could not breathe. Each time she gasped and found no breath, a human child died, and thus she lived. Survival is acceptance, she said. Breath-seizing grasp. With a wheeze, Kirishima stopped yelling, her body suddenly spasming trying to break free from the clinch. Izuku deliberately held his breath until he could hold it no more, and so, his lungs became filled with stolen breath. When Uraraka tried to wrestle her redhead partner free, Izuku could fend her off just by moving his hostage around as a meat shield that she could not hurt even if she wanted to. Not a full minute had passed before Kirishima's eyes closed, falling unconscious due to lack of oxygen. As soon as he noticed this, he let go of his clinch, returning her breath to her, yet Uraraka was waiting for this to happen, launching a kick that struck his side without enough force to do anything to him. She needed better technique, but her timing was impeccable. Too bad drowning maiden form made him tough as nails. Midoriya. I've collected the cash containers. Reiko called, surrounded by money bags of varying sizes as well as some gold items in sturdy boxes, as Izuku stepped back from his attacker. Good going. Hang on to all of it, make sure you're touching every last bag. The green-haired boy pointed at Reiko, then made a reeling motion with his finger, the trouble reduction strategy, which tied his fate to someone else's for the purposes of dodging. And speaking of dodging, time to dodge this entire unpleasant situation altogether. Avoidance. With a hand gesture that resembled throwing up deuces, the lesser sign of the ewer, Izuku was no longer inside the bank, and neither was Reiko nor the money. They instead reappeared a block away from their vehicle, then a quick distance-severing stride saw both teens within it. Unfortunately, that meant they wouldn't have time to pick up the rest of the money before Uraraka came out of the bank to pursue them. That was fine by him. Ordained bridle of Mercury, saddling the roaring engine. Izuku's hands shaped golden stardust into a set of car keys, which worked when he tried them on the escape vehicle. As soon as he did, the engines came to life, accelerating to full speed while maneuvering safely through the streets, in search of the exit point for the villains. Even Uraraka's grappling hook-aided mobility couldn't keep up with a speeding car, and Izuku didn't need to drive it either, as it moved on its own. The car's AI had been designed to drive safely, so it would be clear to observers that he had hijacked its controls somehow. The crimson glow around his body had changed into saffron light, his halo textured in a way similar to a golden road, while the symbol on his brow changed from Mars to Mercury. His eyes, likewise, were now yellow starfields. The objective was left behind, Midoriya. Reiko voiced once she finally noticed what was going on. To her, being teleported twice in a row likely felt as disorienting as it got, but it didn't stop her from pointing out key details to her partner. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He left the wheel to move to the back of the van, opening the back doors while holding onto the handholds above. Uraraka was a speck in the air by now. He could use his ace in the hole at this distance. "Destiny knitting entanglement," he said, turning his glow, halo and eyes to blue as the sign on his brow became that of Venus. In the distance, the discarded moneybags suddenly became prey to a flock of crows pecking at the material until the bills were set free. A gust of wind picked them up, coincidentally blowing in the same direction that was Izuku's end goal. Meanwhile, the flock of smaller birds had attracted a few much larger predatory birds, so the smaller ones tucked themselves into the heavier cases full of gold, which made the larger ones pick up the cases and fly back up, slowly but surely making their way to Izuku only to drop the cases at a sufficient altitude above him. The end result? As soon as Izuku's van approached the end line, it filled up to the brim in paper cash, while a few cases full of gold and dead crows rained around it. "Villain team wins." All Might's voice blasted through the PA system as Izuku and Reiko gave each other a high five and went back to the surveillance room, soon to be followed by a downcast Uraraka and an unconscious Kirishima on her back. "Very well, younglings. Who was the MVP of this exercise?" The question took no time to be answered, as both Uraraka and Reiko pointed at Izuku as he felt the heat rise to his cheeks. "And why is that?" Uraraka rubbed her right arm with a downcast look. "I couldn't use my quirk on him. If I had, I would have made it really easy for him to use his, Forgotten Earth trick, I think it was? He could have easily jumped the entire way to the exit if he didn't have to worry about his weight coming back all the time. But I wasn't strong enough to fight him, and Kirishima-kun got hurt because I couldn't add to the fight on my own." That's not true." Izuku immediately jumped to her defense. From herself, that is. "Because of your presence in that room, I couldn't use my mobility powers either. I don't have a good grasp on some of them just yet, and between your grappling hooks and the danger of running into your open hand, I couldn't risk any flashy movements. I also had no room to use any ranged attacks because of both of you attacking at the same range. Your contributions go beyond your battle prowess, which is impressive enough on its own." Reiko jumped in as soon as she had a chance. "Your mobility got us into the bank. Your skill with machines unlocked the great vault gates. You somehow kept both assailants busy at once, although the most logical strategy would have been to split up. You translocated us back out to the vehicle. You enhanced the vehicle's properties for it to drive faster and safer than usual. And finally, you summoned our objective after it was too late to stop it." She tilted her head and let out a small sigh. "Frankly, my contribution to the team could have been fulfilled by any other classmate, possibly better than I did. I agree with the points being made. Young Midoriya will receive the MVP point bonus." All Might spoke before Izuku could, once again, push back against their points. "Now, I believe you're able to heal others. While the rest of the class participates in this exercise, I'll ask for you to return young Kirishima to consciousness." The large man got closer to Izuku's ear all of a sudden, causing the mother of all internal freakouts and some external paralysis while at it. We can speak about the special exercise we talked about earlier after the other matches end. Once he had a moment to calm down, Izuku nodded and jogged over to Kirishima, who had been laid on the ground and was being looked at by Recovery Girl. "You're too reckless." She frowned at him, then smacked his shin with her cane, causing a painful shiver to run up and down his body. Forcibly cutting off oxygen to the brain could go far beyond mere unconsciousness. "Fix this mess right now." "Why yes, ma'am." Man, she could be scary. Izuku's hand squeezed under Kirishima's back so he could touch the area under her lungs. There, he saw the string counting down the days to her end. It was a healthy, tough string, although he could see the knot on it that her unconsciousness and injuries represented. With quick fingers and a shift in the color of his supernatural manifestations to Saturn's purple, he pushed this knot out into an invisible memorandum of injury circling the red-haired girl's fate. The memorandum would recover in her stead, disappearing at the time she would have normally woken up, thus allowing her to regain consciousness immediately. Her bruises were gone too. That said, he didn't expect her first reaction after opening her eyes to be an annoyed side-eye look. "That we lost then?" Her eyes went to Uraraka, who gave her a disappointed nod. "Damn it. This stupid quirk, what good is it if it can't even do its one boring job?" The redhead sat up just to look at her own hands. "What do you mean, Kirishima-san? Your quirk shut down most of my combat options entirely." Izuku had to admit the truth when he saw her act so disappointed in herself. His words made her perk up, looking at him with uncertainty in her eyes. "Strength enhancement would do nothing if you can absorb it, and my only way to gain even further strength would hurt me. Several effects I can cause on others require me to hurt them enough to trigger, and I can't do that against you. And a lot of the effects that could pierce your quirk would have been far too lethal, like what I did against the sludge villain." With Kirishima's grimace, he knew she'd seen the news back then, with the full recording of how the villain exploded into thousands of fragments. But a villain wouldn't have stopped from using non-lethal options. And not in this exercise's dynamic. Villains had to take the heroes alive. Besides, I'm not a good benchmark. Villains don't just have everything I do at once. I don't think anyone else does. The toothy gal hummed for a moment of thought. Then, as if snapping out of it, she lightly slapped her face with both hands and leapt to her feet. "Dunno what I'm all moody about. I'll just train and do better next time. That's the manly spirit." Her energy translated to a light punch to Izuku's shoulder, causing his skin to shift one tone redder. "Thanks for not just going easy on me, man. Guys never want to hit me, 'cause I'm a girl. I almost thought you were one of those for a sec, didn't know you were struggling not to effin' kill me." Katsumi got close to the group before he could answer. "Yeah, he'd have turned you into grated cheese if he was going all out. What he did to Slimefuck doesn't care about how tough you are and attacks your determination instead. Then there's whatever the F he does to things when he unweaves them. I've never seen it used on a living thing and I'd probably hurl if I did." Izuku could see some cold sweat forming on Kirishima's face. What he did to the robots in the exam. I forgot he could do that. Thanks for not melting my face, bro. No worries. It really made me think about how to deal with foes I can't really hurt with punches. I feel like I've learned a lot in this fight. Thank you." Once he bowed to the redhead, he turned to Uraraka, and caught her suddenly looking away from him, her face completely flushed. I have to apologize to you too. I didn't know how else to keep you focused on fighting me, so I used something I'm not too proud of." "Huh." Uraraka turned back to face him, though still red-faced. "What do you mean, Midoriya-kun?" "It's elusive object of desire. It kinda makes anyone who attacks me get tangled up in fates of unfulfilled desire, so it effectively makes the attacker feel kinda infatuated with me. A little. Which makes them focus on pursuing me." His voice lowered and his eyes closed as he waited for them to smack him or yell at him for manipulating their feelings like that. When no such thing came, he opened his eyes to see Uraraka and Kirishima just looking at each other, then at him. "I mean, I kinda felt possessive back then, but I'm back to normal now." The redhead started. Is it temporary? It feels temporary. I don't really care if that's the case. Why yeah? Uraraka blushed even harder, her arms flailing around her face as she tried to agree with Kirishima's experience. It didn't sound too convincing even to him. Totes back to normal and stuff. Don't sweat it. Where'd the cute accent come from? Thanks you guys. Seriously. I really don't want to do anything that feels too invasive or dash. ODM and she's healed already? Itsuka's voice right behind Izuku scared the bejesus out of him mid-sentence. That was a lot faster than your usual healing trick. It's just you, Kendo Senjis. Though still shaking, he quickly gave an explanation, his fingers moving as if pantomiming writing in an invisible notebook. It actually was a different technique called deferred wounds. I just took Kirishima-san's injuries and turned them into a memo in her soul. The memo is healing for her, so she woke up uninjured. It requires me to keep part of my energy reserves committed to her until the memo is done healing though. Holy crap. For real? I have paperwork in my soul? Wait, I have a soul? Kirishima kinda started losing her mind with each question. Can you actually prove souls exist? Dude, how manly is my soul? You gotta tell me. Kirishima-san, souls aren't manly or unmanly. Don't get him started, you'll never hear the end of it. Itsuka chuckled, a little louder when she saw the look of annoyance on Izuku's face. You know I'm right. You don't have to be mean about it. I'm just enthusiastic about quirks and powers. The poor boy could only pout at the teasing. But can you prove souls exist, Midoriya? Yanagi's voice reached him after a while of not hearing her speak, making him turn to her and give her a surprisingly confident nod. Itsuka's little sigh told her she was used to dealing with this, too, a witness to his proof. I don't think I can prove it right now, but maybe ask me later and I can find an appropriate location to do that. Yanagi nodded, watching the screens on the surveillance room with enough interest that Izuku turned around to check as well. Katsumi and Setsuna were up against Manga and Mineta. Gee, good luck on your match, Kaken. Do I look like I need your luck? I'd be covered in your silly horoscopes by now. She waved him off with a smirk on her face. She wasn't wrong. Maybe he was too much of a worrywart sometimes. Mom's genes. And that concludes the final exercise of the day. All Might had gathered the class inside the surveillance room once all the matches had finished. Izuku felt really excited that both Katsumi and Itsuka had won theirs, despite honestly bad matchups against them. Todoroki, Kinoko, Manga and Shiozaki also performed incredibly. Well done, you zygotes. Some of you might have been the victors and some might have tasted defeat, but always remember, failures are stepping stones towards the awakening of your heroic potential. If you were defeated today, let that feeling drive you forward and turn your next encounter into victory. Plus, Ultra! Everyone else cheered with the school motto, with only a few silent exceptions. That's the spirit. Now for the extra credit exercise. Midoriya Izuku. Your match is against me. Izuku felt chills running down his spine as the number one hero's piercing blue eyes bore into him, his perception of the man's invincibility already making him want to throw in the towel. Yet, a part of him couldn't help but wonder. The man was a legend, an impossibly powerful and effective pro who had lowered the country's crime rates to unprecedented levels almost single-handedly, although still significantly aided by Endeavor's frankly insane world record on solved cases. His strength could change the weather, his speed could end battles before they began, his endurance could see him thrown through blocks worth of buildings without a scratch. For some reason, rather than feeling fear, he felt excited. Going all out against his idol was just too much of a dream to pass on. So he needed a plan, and he needed one quick. Battlefield genius style. Within moments, dozens of elaborate strategies flooded Izuku's brain, taking into consideration every single thing. He knew about All Might, and boy, did he know a lot about him, as well as his surroundings and his own power. He knew what to do, even if he hadn't ever done this before. He could only hope All Might didn't underestimate him. I didn't quite catch that. Well, that's all right. Everyone stay put. Once the exercise is over, Feel free to walk back to class and get ready for your next assignment. The two caped men walked towards the streets outside the surveillance room, putting a generous amount of distance away from it to avoid getting it caught in the crossfire. What are the victory conditions for this match? Incapacitation, subduing, or other forms of causing either party to be unable to continue fighting. Running out a half-hour clock is also a victory condition for you. All Might's confident smile did less to intimidate the green-haired boy than to reassure him he wouldn't just kill him in one blow. No matter how benevolent the older man was, his strength and speed could disintegrate normal people if he didn't hold himself back. Are there any rules? Another important part of his plan hinged on certain rules not existing. No deadly force, no permanent or long-lasting crippling injuries, overall treat it as you would a battle to capture alive without grievous harm. While All Might explained the terms, Izuku secretly wove a descending battle's horoscope around the hero, sealing it within the constellation of the spear, only possible because he was about to battle with his target. I understand. Are you ready? I should be the one asking you about that. If you're ready to begin, come at me. His menacing tone sent shivers down Izuku's spine, staring up at him like the largest mountain to overcome. A deep breath. His essence stirred, tinting his mantle of light, halo and eyes to a deep purple. Truth be told, if he wanted to defeat All Might, he would need a miracle. So he would call for one. His hands got together by hooking one random finger with another, the rest of his fingers either pointing at a random direction or closed, creating a mudra that had no patterns nor discernible meaning. The greater sign of the Heiwen. Celestial intervention appeal. His mantle of light grew into an unstoppable conflagration, so tall it could be seen for miles away, broad enough that All Might himself became engulfed in its light, deep enough to feel like a strangely colored luminous mist had spread through the area. At the apex of the light's reach, its form began to change, depicting what seemed like a bushy-haired child holding an action figure, in the shadow of a broad-shouldered man with two hair antennae sticking out of his head. The large man's silhouette was fully filled with light, while the child's was cracked like broken glass. From this apex, the purple light got thicker, like smoke, descending upon the battlefield as the smog wove itself into strings, then threads, then scaled ropes. A deep snarl emerged from smoky maws, blue. Serpent eyes lighting up in the violet mist. That you must be joking, young Midoriya. A dragon? As expected, his class did not miss a beat. As soon as he was back to his seat after changing to his uniform, he found himself surrounded by his every classmate. Hell, even present Mike was more interested in figuring out what the hell he did to All Might than in teaching them English. It's not what I thought would happen. It's my first time using that power, I swear. Of course, his defense answered nothing, thus satisfying no classmate. You are officially graduated to cool as it, dude. Jiro deadpanned her line right before. Since when have you been able to summon dragons? Katsumi held him by the collar for just 3 seconds or so, before she finally caught herself and let him go. Her hands were still in that position, though, twitching as if seriously holding back from throttling him on the spot. Ever since my training to master the terminal sanction, what? In a leap of faith, the poor boy reached out to hold one of Katsumi's twitching hands between his own. I promise I had no idea this intervention did anything like this. The voice of Saturn just said that it was a technique that submits a matter for a very severe bureaucrat's urgent consideration, and that I should use it when I find myself in dire straits. Katsumi stopped her twitching as soon as his hands held hers, but quickly turned her head aside with an annoyed, They'd promised he'd keep her updated on his powers, so he could understand why she'd be angry if he had kept something like this secret from her. What? Does that thing look like a bureaucrat to you, Midoriya? Minetta's scared voice emerged from the bunch as he pointed to the window next to the green-haired boy in abject terror. From there, everyone could witness All Might and what appeared to be a Chinese dragon made out of gray smog duking it out in midair. With each punch he threw, the dragon's smoky form dispersed, only to put itself back together on the spot, or even appear to regrow itself from its largest point. Yet, whenever the dragon swiped at the hero with its terrifying car-sized claws, or tried to skewer him in its maw, its physicality was very real. The 30-minute alarm finally went off, and the dragon had not been defeated. This meant Izuku had won the spar under the stipulated terms. All Might dashed off towards the surveillance room, and according to supernal awareness, he moved straight towards the infirmary as he feared. The poor boy could only hope the dragon didn't rough All Might up too much, or vice versa. Why you wound me? Of course I am a bureaucrat. A celestial censor, to be precise. The voice came from the window, and nearly made everyone surrounding Izuku have a collective freakout before its source held up its arms in a peaceful manner. Where there had been a smog dragon before, far into the distance, there was currently a smiling middle-aged person floating. Right outside the window, looking in at the class and Izuku in particular. Their body, clothes, hair and everything else about them seemed to be made out of that same smog, colored darker or lighter in places to differentiate each part of them. They're fast. Greetings. You may call me Wheel of Industry, grinning censor against the excesses of the righteous. Well, for friends, of course. I'm Will. They them if you care. Nice to meet you all, especially this little fella over here. Their eyes singled Izuku out among all of them. Here I was, buried under paperwork, thinking to myself, boy, wouldn't it be nice if I could stretch my legs some? Shake off some rust, you know? And then the next moment, I get a notice from down here, one I haven't seen in millennia. A sidereal, summoning me, a mighty lesser elemental dragon, for a spar against the world's strongest man. Why, it is quite true fate works in mysterious ways. Echa? Wait, you're really a bureaucrat? The green-haired boy had too many questions, but that one was particularly ridiculous to even think about. Of course. I am a heavenly censor, child. I suppose in your terms, I'd be something like a Supreme Court judge, yes? Except rather than working for earthly nations, my work is in heaven. Heaven? What do you rule over, cloudy days? Katsumi made a mildly snarky comment, but he could tell she was intrigued. Fairly easy to achieve this with her, when the being ahead of her reached a stalemate with her lifelong idol. Oh no, dear, not lowercase heaven. That would be one of my colleagues, Virion the Unclouded. I'm talking about the celestial city of Yushon, also known as uppercase H heaven. In your terms? I suppose we could call it a separate dimension of sorts. Up until now, most of the gathered students had failed to notice Ibera's increasingly shocked expression. This no longer became possible once she started radiating a halo of light, potent enough to be visible through the purple aura that Izuku had submerged the classroom into. He can beckon angels from above too. Shiozaki. It was a close call, but Itsuka managed to grab the poor girl before she hit her head on the ground as she fainted. Oh me oh my, that is not quite what I meant. Yushon is, I'm afraid, entirely unrelated to the Abrahamic religions. It might be very slightly related one day, but as it is, well, I won't bore you with details. Now, as for your fees for my services, their grin grew an inch wider as their eyes traced back to Izuku. F fees? He squeaked before swallowing audibly. He'd never heard of paying any fees to use this power. Of course. A censor has very little time to play around at school, you know? Imagine if you suddenly summoned a bigwig judge to get you out of trouble and then didn't even repay them for their time? That's a naughty pattern of behavior I can't approve of. Their tone made it really hard to discern whether they were playing around. Or not. You don't have much money, B, but I can see what I can dash. Oh, no, I don't need money. Although a prayer to my name while burning some incense sounds nice too. But no, I merely want some action out of you. Something that makes all this endless paperwork easier on my poor back. I want you to strike a blow, whether figurative or literal, against my enemies. Why your enemies? He remembered their epithet a second too late. Indeed. Those who are righteous, yet commit acts of excess. Really, any pro-hero would count, but there's all sorts out there. Cops, doctors, even some villains can be pretty self-righteous. Until you've paid your debt, don't bother summoning me again, Kay? I won't answer. Though a different censor might, if they have jurisdiction over your petition. So I guess, don't use celestial intervention appeal against a righteous opponent until then? Is that how that works? Well, who knows? Toodles. The dragon began to ascend into the sky, suddenly reminding Izuku of every question he didn't get to make. Wait. Could you take me to heaven? Please? There might be clues of my nature there. Dear me, I can only take myself there. But don't fret, little one. To know the world is to love it, or so they say. As Will ascended, their shape became indistinguishable from the clouds in the sky. They were gone. Komori-san, did you spike my coffee or something? Present mixed joke immediately broke the tension, with most students either laughing at it or being taken out of their shock at least. Okay, take your seats, everybody. I'll be teaching you how to describe this weird scenario in English. Yeah. The walk back to the dorms felt somewhat refreshing. Some of the girls were marveling at their sudden grasp of English after initial setbacks during class, though they didn't know that had been a courtesy of Izuku's missed step enlightenment technique. He kinda just felt bad, seeing them downcast about mixed class being a bit too advanced for them. Well, at least he wasn't shining bright enough to be seen for miles anymore, though there still remained a faint outline of purple light around his body. Still, someone was bothering him a little on the way back. He reached out to her by placing a hand on her shoulder, having her turn her red eyes to him. "HM? Sup? Kakin, is there anything wrong?" Izuku internally smiled when he noticed her frown become replaced by a relieved grin. Favorable inflection saves the day again. "You're doing that thing again, aren't you?" "I'm okay, no need to cheer me up. Just set off at the giant mountain ahead of me. You could have beaten All Might if you joined forces with that dragon, you know? I would have only gotten in the way. I'm not really at that level yet." Always putting yourself down. Cut it out. You know Diamond, well, you can give FANG Endeavor a run for his money as you are right now. That's without any dragons. She looked ahead of herself again, still appearing to be caught up between relief and frustration. Not too sure about that, huh? Maybe he should leave her be for a little, he thought. Messing with other people's minds always felt wrong to some degree, even when it was for their benefit. Didn't mean he couldn't do a little something for her to cheer her up, though. Without any mind weirdness. 1 mapo tofu and 1 dandan noodles. Coming right up, the green-haired boy's voice perked up some ears, especially those belonging to a certain Pomeranian-like girl, as he beelined for the kitchen and began getting some ingredients ready. "Did the hag share her recipes with you? You better not F it up." Katsumi made a pretense of exasperation, but Itsuka's sigh and headshake told the other girls all they needed to know. Izuku grinned in anticipation for this next show he'd give his childhood friend, having mastered the parts of this technique combo at home with his mother without Katsumi's knowledge. She'd have called it useless anyway? Well, no use doubting himself now. He knew she'd enjoy this one. Warp and Weft handiwork would overcome his creative challenges through innovative design, adding unexpected features to his cooking. Excellent implementation of objectives would see his dish completed almost instantly against all odds by weaving his dish's design into fate. And for the final touch, creation of beauty, because his powers could not get away with not having to riz up even more inanimate things. Izuku bent over towards the raw, uncooked ingredients, the blueprint for their dish design already invisibly woven between his fingers. His voice came out with a perfect cadence, buttering up the unmade dish parts with honeyed words. "I know you lovely ingredients won't let Kakin down. Let's make sure her palate knows no better mapo tofu and dandan noodles. Bring out the delicious flavors deep within each of you." Everyone watched as the ingredients made themselves into 2 dishes without any input from Izuku, steaming hot and spreading an incredible aroma through the room despite not having touched a flame once. The process must have lasted no longer than a minute. "Eat up," Izuku presented the dishes to a surprised Katsumi. "You mastered some cooking tricks too? This gotta be good dash." The rash girl dug in without much of a warning. He knew the dishes were spicy, just like she wanted them, yet he didn't expect her eyes to water after just 1 bite. Her cheeks grew flushed with heat, the first time he'd ever seen that happen despite the sheer volumes of spicy food she consumed on the regular. "Marry me right now." Of course, the entire class was sent into an uproar with only a few less talkative exceptions, and Mina was more than making up for them with her whistling and cheering. Holy F, this is spicy. What did you even put in here? This sheet is way better than the hag's cooking. Really nice ingredients, F for the most part. And a little magic. A lot of magic, but whose? Counting? Well, now that we're done with the marriage declarations dash, Katsumi chopped Itsuka's head in as soon as she walked by her, but it just went into her rubber skull and back out harmlessly. Want to make a little recovery meal for the class? I'll help you grab the ingredients and let you do your magic crap. Before he could answer, most of the girls were already raising their hands for meal petitions. Hakata ramen please. Uraraka sang out first. Oyakodon for me. Yanagi waved her hands in her usual zombie-like way, but with ghost peppers in it. Gyudon please. Kirishima jumped in. Soba. Surprisingly, Todoroki found it in her to speak at all for once. Pasta would be nice, Karo. So you spoke out. Now that he noticed, she held her arms very similarly to Yanagi. With jelly for dessert. I hope that's not too much dash. No, I got this. Leave your dishes written up for me, I'll make them all. Promise. It was a bit of a workout for his energy reserves, but he couldn't deny the way his heartbeat spiked and his brain tingled with happiness when so many pretty, cool, strong girls relied on him for a nice, warm meal. Around 15 minutes later, the tables of Class 1A were loud with delighted mms and sighs, their energy fully recovered after a long day of class thanks to Handiwork's added unexpected functions. Are these reports verifiable? A middle-aged feminine voice spoke from the shadows. They have been recorded all over from multiple angles, running wild on social media. Hardly unsubstantiated. A male voice reported back to her. A dragon fighting off what seemed to be all might within Yue, and a pillar of purple light, with iconography at its peak. A flame flickered in the dark to light up a cigar. Gather a few strong enforcers. Let's see what her reincarnation is made out of. Izuku stared at his phone as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Unknown number, good morning, Midoriya-san. Unknown number, by any chance, would you be willing to help our faculty with a small favor? Unknown number, of course, your efforts will be remunerated. Echa? Faculty? Who's this? How do they know my? His finger idly tapped on this unknown number, showing him their profile. Shared groups, 1A official chat room, Principal Nizu. The principal? A few more taps saw Nizu added as a contact. Midoriya Izuku, of course, Mr. Principal. What could I help you with? Nizu, I appreciate your enthusiasm. As your hero studies teacher let you know, we are aware of your unique circumstances. Nizu, while it was not my intention to discuss them in this manner, a minor emergency demands otherwise. Nizu, currently, it seems All Might's contract with our faculty has caused quite the mediatic uproar. In the literal sense, too. The entrance gates are being swarmed by reporters of all kinds as we speak. Nizu, I've been informed that you seem to be quite adaptable in regards to your powers, and that some of them can be very subtle and hard to notice. By any chance, could you use them to gently and non-violently remove the swarm from the property? I fear the functions of the UA barrier may make a gruesome example of a bold reporter if the situation is not resolved soon. Wow, he was a fast typer. Still, a mob of reporters trying to find out more about All Might's first day of class? He could probably deal with that in a number of ways. That didn't really make him too nervous. The problem was, well, they're reporters. If I used knuckle-cracking stance to scare them away, they'd likely try to get revenge by smearing UA and my own name. I could use many subtle tricks such as subordinate inspiration technique, but I'd have to use them one by one. My reserves may be pretty crazy, but they're not unlimited. Some others might work on all at once, but they're more unpredictable, like caught in the heart's wake. I'll need to rely on that and just give them what they want. But that could only happen if I was allowed to talk to All Might in person, and even then, I couldn't do it without his permission. It would be really evil otherwise. He kept mumbling to himself for a good minute until another notification popped up on his phone. Nizu, oh, and if your ideas require some form of strange conditions to succeed, by all means, ask away. The least I can do is lend support to your efforts. Midoriya Izuku, I think I know how to do it. but I need to talk to All Might in person and his cooperation. Is that possible? Nizu, of course. I'll have him called at once. Please meet us in my office. A few minutes later, am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? The answer is, I am UA's principal. You may call me Nizu. Izuku blinked at the strange talking animal's introduction. He didn't get to meet him thanks to Aizawa's shenanigans, but he seemed fairly well-mannered and fun to be around. He never thought he'd see All Might making an uneasy expression, yet that's the first thing he noticed about him when he entered the principal's well-kept office. Sorry about the dragon incident, All Might. It had to be about that. No, it is quite all right, young Midoriya. I truly should have expected that display of power, asking someone in your situation to hold nothing back. Did you want to meet me for any particular reason? Perhaps the pro thought Izuku would mind control him into talking to the media a certain way or something similar. To be fair, considering his plan, he kind of deserved the apprehension. Why, I have a plan, but before I can enact it, could I have your name, All Might? Oh, my name? Certainly, I am Tashinori. Name pilfering practice. Before All Might finished answering, Izuku's fingers swiped at his fate in one carefree motion, absconding with his name, or more specifically, his hero name. He could no longer be recognized as All Might, while Izuku could. To say this confused Nizu was the understatement of the month. I will give your name back, I promise. But I need it to do this. Unfortunately, under normal conditions, Mask of the Uncanny only allowed him to perfectly disguise himself as those whom his fate was opposed to: criminals, villains, those lacking in heroism, and so on. Yet, thanks to the legal pseudonym trick and name pilfering practice techniques, he could use Mask to disguise as someone whose name he had stolen. Mask of the Uncanny, legal pseudonym trick. Before Tashinori Yagi and Nizu, All Might stood tall, already wearing his hero costume and smiling as brightly as the original. Midoriya? Have no fear, I am here. His apparent clone answered to him in his exact voice. Uncanny indeed. Even my quirk-enhanced mind cannot see, hear, or sniff a single difference between the two. Midoriya-san, I truly appreciate you've decided to follow the path of a hero. Nizu's suddenly serious tone didn't go over his head, but he understood where he was coming from. Worry not, I will return shortly. The media wants All Might, and the students need a strong, heroic teacher. I think we can have both without causing further incidents. I cannot say it is a bad plan, assuming you can act as All Might would and answer their incessant questions. I'll announce that today's hero studies will be taken over by a temporary replacement. Stay safe out there, all mig apologies, Midoriya. Talking the talk might have been easier than walking the walk. As soon as he reached the UA barrier to face the reporters, he regretted everything. All Might. It's All Might. Could you tell US about your decision to work at UA? How have your first classes gone? Please give US a word on this year's hero students and their potential. You're looking radiant today, aren't you? Have you been seeing a lucky someone? If there was ever a definition of anxiety, it was this situation. One at a time, please. This was terrifying. What if they somehow figured out he wasn't All Might? The disguise would be absolutely impenetrable unless they had a quirk that enhanced their senses, and they were incredibly skilled at seeing through disguises, but that didn't mean he could just act the part. Wait, why couldn't he? He had watched so many All Might interviews. He knew how he'd answer. He just had to imitate him. And he was off to a good start anyway thanks to easygoing friend approach, since this was the first time these reporters had met him. They'd find him friendly, so that would help. Here goes nothing. As the symbol of peace, it has been my life's work to save those in need and stop those who'd harm them. As time goes on, it becomes clearer that I cannot shoulder this burden forever. Time stops for no one, you know. I've chosen to teach at UA to ensure the future generations can, together, share this responsibility and better keep the peace us pro-heroes have laid the foundations for. He noticed some reporters taking notes while others listened breathlessly, recording his words with their cameras and mics. Some smiled a little unprofessionally, as if hearing an old acquaintance or newfound friend speak of their passions. My first classes have gone well. I can say with complete certainty that the future will be taken by storm by today's hero hopefuls. They all have interesting quirks, yes, but most importantly, their hearts are in the right place. With proper guidance, we might be looking at the generation that will take my place in keeping Japan safe a few decades from now. Izuku realized a couple of them were shedding tears as he answered. Maybe they were parents of his classmates or the other hero course's students. A lucky someone? He had to laugh just to buy himself time to think. I have no idea what you mean, miss. I'm always radiant. Yes, but you seem particularly, warm, today? Surely the number one has a pretty lady or a handsome man chasing after him. He could feel the blood rushing to his skin at the insistence on romance questions. All Might didn't answer these too often. Alright, I've plenty of admirers, and I'm always grateful to all of them. I'm not currently seeing anyone, thou. All Might. The sudden scream, vicious beyond anything Izuku had heard in his life, silenced his words and caused the reporters swarming the entrance to turn around to its source, deadly silent. A lone man with shaggy black hair, muddy green eyes and rags for clothes stood in the middle of the street, aiming a huge revolver at the disguised boy's chest. The reporters immediately dispersed from the gun's path, although his crazed eyes intimidated them away from the notion of fleeing. Nobody knew where his gun would aim next. With my father, my family? You took everything from me. All the time Izuku had were the moments between the pull of the trigger and the hammer hitting the chamber. It was all the time he needed to reach for his own fate, tightening its strings into taut threads of iron. Unbroken weave deflection. Bang. A moment later, a steaming hole tore through his All Might costume, only for the crumpled-up bullet to harmlessly fall to the ground without a scratch on Izuku's skin. Now, he could have easily taken his weapon and arrested him on his own. He doubted this guy would pose much of a threat when disarmed. But the shooter wasn't acting out of pure malice or villainy, he had been driven to desperation by loss. Izuku felt like he could be better than the rest of the world to someone like him. Empty sky tranquility. When the man tried to pull the trigger again, he realized his gun had no more bullets left. Izuku had dodged all fates where his revolver's chambers would be full. And for the last touch, let's dodge his enmity as well. Sweet flirtation smile. I am sorry your father's villainy led to so much loss. Unfortunately, if I hadn't stopped him, he would have left dozens of children like you in his wake. I hope you can understand. There was nothing else I could have done. He could see the threads of fate tying the shooter to himself, or rather, to his stolen name. They were fates of enmity, hatred, desperation. With a mental sidestep and a release of his own negative thoughts and feelings through his calm words, Izuku dodged these threads, disconnecting them from their target. The shooter's hatred and desperation were now aimless, not directed at All Might. You don't get it? His gun dropped, hands covering his face even as green sludge tears ran down his face. My old man wasn't like that. He was the coolest dude to everyone. He taught me how to use my quirk, he protected me against bullies, he let me ride shotgun in his truck on the way to work, he took me to the firing range. He only became a villain because we were being extorted and the police did nothing about it. He just needed cash so the Yakos would leave us alone. Izuku could hear a mechanical rattle right before the man's skin erupted in a bloody, gory mess, a multitude of chainsaw blades protruding from most bones in his body as they whirred with well-oiled potency. Despite how much blood and fleshy bits he seemingly had lost, he was still standing and staring the boy down. Did his quirk use blood as oil? Considering his green sludge tears, there were likely more components to his bodily fluids, so it's possible he didn't need blood at all, or that the chainsaws acted like a cat's retractable claws, causing no real damage to his body. Green sludge and chainsaws, huh? Your father, he was Toxic Chainsaw, wasn't he? A retired pro-hero who could go toe-to-toe against me for a few minutes. Izuku remembered the legendary fight. But now he understood why Toxic Chainsaw hadn't used his quirk to spread poison sludge throughout the entirety of the battlefield, which ultimately resulted in his loss, as his poison wore off quickly and All Might could run out of his small range, breathe in, shake the slimy poison off his body, and rush back into the fray to defeat him. He wasn't actually trying to hurt civilians after all. Say his name right, you pig. Dokujiri Denji. That's who my father was. The strongest, kindest man in the world. The shooter charged at Izuku, chainsaws still in motion ready to tear his flesh apart. Yet, he just opened his arms and kept up his smile, allowing the many whirring blades to strike him without flinching, to the reporter audience's utter horror. Speared boar struggle. The center must hold. Sacrifice without regret. Izuku's fate strained as it took in every single reason why he couldn't perish just yet, strengthening his body so that it may survive, like a ship's mast that couldn't break lest the whole ship go down with it. His immediate and unflinching acceptance of violence likewise resulted in lesser bloodshed. By the time the young Dokujiri opened his eyes, he'd see his chainsaws had only done clothing damage, not even piercing All Might's skin. Worse, he had been caught in a bear hug and had no escape thanks to his overextension. Young Dokujiri. Favorable inflection procedure worked its magic through the man. As Izuku noticed, he had become less tense in his arms. Bless the maidens for the power to halt someone's anger with one word. It is not too late to stop this self-destructive path. Would you join me for breakfast? I'd like to hear your side of the story in full detail. A few seconds of tense silence went by. And then, breakfast would be nice. As long as you're paying. Pig. Well, it was a start. You did what? All Might's voice sometimes threatened to burst the poor boy's eardrums. It dissuaded a boy my age from becoming a villain. By giving him a pass to an all-you-can-eat place for breakfast and putting it on wiretap. And, using equitable partnership to attract investors in order to create a charity organization for the sake of families affected by villainous members. Izuku twiddled his thumbs as he sat in front of Principal Nizu's desk, the #1 hero by his side. Their stares felt withering to receive, even though he had returned All Might's name and gone back to his normal looks like he promised. Young Midoriya, you do realize the media was following you the entire time? It might be easy to use one's reputation, wealth, and image when they are not yours to sustain, but the consequences this could have on the way the public perceives me. Toshinori. Nizu pointed him towards one of his monitors, their contents hidden from Izuku's line of sight. I don't think we'll need to wait too long for that. The symbol of peace saves a young life from villainy? All Might partners with Yaoyorozu Foundation to open a charity organization for families torn by villains. Heartwarming, All Might hugs and feeds a young boy after being shot by him. All Might can stop bullets with his chest. Footage from 4 different angles. It seems your reputation has only improved after this incident, and your wealth is merely 5,000 yen shorter. You're also not tied directly to the Yaoyorozu group, merely their philanthropic branch, which avoids the perception of a corporate sellout. And villains are likely to fear you further now that they know even surprise armed attacks will supposedly bounce off of you. The chimeric principal reached for a cigarette box on his desk, pulling out a stick and lighting it before taking a drag. I'd say it was an extremely cheap and effective PR campaign, at least in the short term, if I was in your shoes. Nizu, are you still smoking? Your lungs will hardly appreciate that. The #1 raised an eyebrow, though he did little to stop him. I've had this lung condition since I was a lab rat, forced to inhale who knows how many chemical reagents daily. This is my way of spiting those pitiful creatures and earning some inner peace while at it. The talking animal took another drag, though on the way out it was clear he was trying to stifle a cough. A lung condition? Maybe Izuku could do something about that too, he thought. Emphysema. There is no cure for it, and I've yet to find a quirk that can get rid of it. Don't worry much about terminate illness. Izuku's left hand opened up in a palm with his fingers aiming towards the floor and his wrist towards his chin, the lesser sign of the corpse. The principal's death stick fell out of his paw as he took a deep, clean breath. Curious. Did you just? His voice sounded less raspy and more melodic too. Could see the thread of fate linking gradual death to your lungs, Professor. When I make this hand sign, I see the disease's name and effects as if written on a piece of paper, and I can just strike it through to terminate it. Did he overstep his boundaries again? It was so hard not to use his power when he had a chance to. But he couldn't just let someone suffer through something he could instantly cure. He. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Nizu descended from his swiveling chair mid-deranged laughter, continuing to cackle sinisterly all the way to one of the cabinets and, apparently, taking some tea-making implements out of it. He laughed so hard, it's like he wanted to test just how hard he could drive his lungs to work now. The answer was, apparently, way too hard for his size. All Might, meanwhile, took the discarded cigarette and snuffed it on the ashtray Nizu had on his desk. You might want to get out while you still can, young Midoriya. Tea time with the principal can be notoriously long, and you've already spent hours ultimately helping us in ways no one else could have. You have my thanks and, presumably, the principal's. Go have lunch and we'll meet again during hero studies. By tomorrow, Nizu should have your recompense at the ready. Alright, I'm glad to have been able to help. If you'll excuse me. Izuku turned around and was about to leave, when, young Midoriya? Why yes. Turning back around, All Might seemed doubtful. Like he was considering something, but conflicted on how to say it. How deep does your healing ability go? Are you able to regrow lost limbs or organs for others? The boy's eyes shifted to the ground in disappointment with himself. I'm afraid not, All Might. At Kendo-san's dojo, one of the teachers was missing their stomach due to a violent assault in the past. The way All Might's eyes shifted with some degree of surprise wasn't lost on him. But when I tried to heal it, it's like I hit a wall. My power can restore fresh wounds and kill illness and poison, but it can't regrow what has been already lost. At least just yet. Maybe I'll be able to one day. His eyes finally rose to meet his hero, suddenly reminded that he was far from his true peak. The blonde man nodded with a serious expression betraying little of his true feelings. I'd like to continue this talk once you're able to. And young Midoriya? Don't take this the wrong way, I respect what you've done today. It is the marking of a true hero to meddle in others' lives in order to save them. But do ask for permission and explain what you're going to do before using your powers on people like that. You're helpful, but you may lead to dangerous misunderstandings in the process of providing that help. Understood. Demigod or not, he had much to learn, including how to control these strange impulses to keep using his power to solve everything. Green eyes stared at a hand belonging to them as it messed with its own fate, its owner sitting down at the Heights Alliance dorm's sofa in the living room. During his talk with the son of Toxic Chainsaw, Dokujiri Kenji, Izuku heard Jupiter whisper secrets into his ear, the secrets of the romantic outlaw and the admirable villain. By taking the strands of his fate and rumpling them together, he could envelop himself in these secrets, attracting the respect of criminals. Midoriya-kun. The voice next to him nearly made him use this new power as a jump-scare reaction, but he managed to keep his hand open mid-scare instead, sweat dropping at his own nervous nature. Since when had Uraraka sat down next to him? I didn't mean to scare you. I was just, wondering if you're free right now. Uraraka-san. No, I was just distracted is all. And, yeah, I'm not really busy. Wait, why did she want to know? Was she trying to ask him out? That's a relief the others are around too, so we can get started with the class president votes with everyone. The homeroom that he missed ended up being the class president elections, which couldn't happen precisely because he missed them. At least Nizu covered for him with Aizawa. Okay, let's get everyone together then. Yeah. A few minutes passed as more classmates kept coming in, beckoned by their group chat and some phone calls for the more tired ones. Hero studies felt pretty brutal to go through multiple days in a row. At last, though, all 20 of them gathered around the living room as night fell. All right, listen up, red shirts. Katsumi already made eyes roll as she spoke to everyone. We don't know each other well, I don't even know your names, and you extras probably don't know I'm the hottest sheet this side of Japan. Most of you will probably vote for yourselves. So, we're burning that at the root. No self-votes. It's also too easy to just write a name and get it over with, so we're also getting rid of that. We all walk up here and explain our reasoning behind the vote. With a cheeky exhalation, she messed with her hair as she continued. The prez is gonna be someone who can bridge the gap between the class and the faculty, attend student council meetings and act as our face. Obviously, that means it's gotta be Aiza Dash. Izuku-kun and Miya. Itsuka pumped her fist in excitement, paralyzing an interrupted Kaken for all of 2 seconds before she nearly popped in. Artery. Izuku and me. The blonde gave the redhead a fierce stare down that the latter didn't flinch to. No offense, but your social skills are somehow even worse than Izuku-kun's. At least he comes off as cute, you just PSS people off. Itsuka crossed her arms while keeping eye contact. The words visibly stabbed Katsumi in the chest, but all she could do was grit her teeth, having no answer to the accusation. Shouldn't we just let everyone vote without swaying their opinion? Izuku noted, getting Itsuka to nod at him and Katsumi to side. Ultimately, they decided to go in order of seats. It was all the more unfortunate that the first one to go was Mina, then. I have to vote for Midori. Him and Shiozaki need to be the class reps, they're way too cute together. Thus began the gauntlet of horrors for the blushing Izuku, Shiozaki, and a few others, while everyone else enjoyed the show. My vote goes to Itsuka-chan, Karo. Tsuyu was up next. She came up with the game to get to know each other better, when I asked everyone to gather around. I feel she's responsible and dedicated, and would complement Midoriya-chan's power, since I think everyone will vote for him. Kendo gave her a warm smile and thumbs up, and Azui politely bowed and went back to her seat. Izuku-da. Katsumi made no show of her vote. Consider it payback for that good but meal nerd. Manga wordlessly walked up to the middle of the room, her skin, hair and other features a pale gray not unlike the background color of her namesake, with irises and pupils as black as ink, much like the lines that separated her facial features like her eyelashes, eyebrows and lips. All in all, she was a beautiful girl that looked like an extremely detailed manga drawing. Rather than speak, a speech bubble came out of her head, depicting an image of a Campos brand notebook with "Hero Analysis for the Future" written on it. The notebook flipped open, showing a lot of very detailed sketches of many heroes along with squiggly lines representing illegible handwriting. Still, the notebook had drawn sparkles and beams of light around it, as if she was saying it or its contents were cool or pretty. The drawn hearts surrounding the notebook soon after added to this idea. The speech bubble dispersed, forming another one depicting Izuku's face with beams around it, and with many of her index fingers drawn pointing to it, making it clear she was voting for him. Ooh, she likes your drawings. Itsuka teased. Dang, you're in high demand. I'm gonna have to chase them off with a stick at this point. I'm not. The green-haired boy tried to defend himself, which gave the flustered manga a chance to escape the duo's notice and sit back down. I wanna vote for Uraraka-kun. You're welcome. Hagakure said nothing more as she took a seat as quickly as she got up. Welcome? What for? Uraraka's permanent blush had grown redder as the meeting went on, and Izuku had noticed her stealing a couple of glances at him now and then. Normally she'd be grateful to receive votes, but Hagakure's tone made it clear she meant something by it. Giving you a leg up for you to spend time with Midoriya-kun, what else? The cheeky words made Uraraka do a dry spit take, prompting a few chuckles from the other girls. Please stop voting based on your ships, especially in front of the people you're trying to matchmake. The suffering continued for the poor boy. Toga was next. Izuku-kun's meal was too perfect, I can't possibly vote for anyone else if it gets me more. WY first name basis? Now the girls were giving him sly looks, like he'd gotten NTMT with Toga behind their backs. He didn't even talk to her. Okay, the meal thing is a little shallow, we're not voting for a chef here. Jiro opened up with a slight jab at Toga. But I gotta vote Greenie too. I mean, did you see the FNG dragon he brought out against All Might? There is nothing more metal than that. No way I'm voting for anyone else. Jiro-san, we're also not voting for coolness factor. Izuku's sweat dropped intensely. Okay, but like, our class president's gotta be reliable and solve all sorta problems, right? Denki's turn. And you're a darn Swiss Army knife, man. You're just built for the role. So, since everyone else is gonna vote for you, Imase Yayarozu. She seems smart and resourceful and even has the Ianchu attitude. You're just voting for her because she's hot? Shut up. Jiro elbowed Denki's side playfully, to which she had no retort to. And noted, another sigh came out of the sidereal. Itsuka walked up, stretched her arm towards Izuku to ruffle his hair, and reeled it back before finally casting her vote. Fluffiest hair in class. I vote Izuku-kun for this and no other reason. Obvious joke aside, she took her seat and Eiko got up. You know I gotta vote for you, bro. You're the manliest here. Bro? Yui got up, looked dead into Izuku's eyes, looked him up and down, then just went curled her lips into a tiny smile, and took her seat back. Her vote was counted as being for him. He had no idea what that was about. Kinoko's turn now. It seemed she was a particularly shy one, taking some time to breathe and think about what she was going to say. Jiro-san. She ran back to her seat, leaving everyone flabbergasted at the dark horse vote. Guys, you're supposed to say the reason behind the vote. Izuku finally gave up and addressed the problem. You're hot. Yui deadpanned the line that nearly killed the prime candidate and left several other girls floored, either from laughter or embarrassment. I want more chances to see you standing up in front of the class. It also gives me more chances to ask for private assistance with Dash. Okay, I got it next. He could not trust her to finish that sentence. Kinoko got everyone's attention back on her. I think Jiro-san is the kind of person I'd like to be one day. The purple-haired girl opened her eyes. In shock. I want to trust in myself, and to get lost in my singing and dancing, while the world enjoys them. Wait, singing? When did you dash? Jiro started to question, only to be cut off mid-sentence. You sing in the shower. I heard it by accident when I went to check if it was free. Your voice is really, really beautiful. Denki whistled at this new information. Now I kinda wanna hear I dash. Her words immediately cut to a squeak as two pointy earlobes stopped just inches from her face in a threatening position. Forget you heard that. It's none of your business. She sounded pert in some way. Izuku decided to talk to her about it later. I didn't want to. Kinoko looked like she was about to enter an anxious meltdown, trembling and shifting her eyes under her blinding bangs between Denki and Jiro. I changed my vote to I don't know. Want to choose someone who can sing and dance and be cute, but Jiro-san is uncomfortable with that. Everyone suddenly shifted their eyes towards Izuku, making his own anxiety spike through the roof. Itsuka sighed. Guys, he's not a circus freak. Come on. You can't just ask him to perform some tricks at will all the time. But Hagakure sounded off. I kinda wanna know if he has any singing powers. That would be super cute. Idalia. I admit I'm slightly curious myself. Yaoyorozu, surprisingly, spoke next. Given his powers are ancient and divine, maybe he could tap into classical music? I would certainly enjoy that. Heh. Jiro gave Momo a sly side-eye. It's just like the rich girl, to like classical. Come on, if he can do music, it's clearly gonna be metal. He's a demigod who can summon dragons and punch giant robots' heads clean off. It doesn't get any more metal than him. I'm certain his voice is angelic enough for a lovely choir. Shiozaki kept her eyes closed as she laid her expectations on him. Knowing him, he'd probably sing All Might's theme song from some obscure anime made about him. Itsuka let out an amused sigh, joining the theorizing instead of continuing to defend him. Well, that was all right. Performative arts were one of the things he needed to polish, so that he could better master the blessings of the musician, such as easygoing friend approach. Its focus on hedonism, partying and enjoyment could sometimes clash with his life experience. However, he did have something he could show them to stop this hypothesis flinging, even if he'd never tried them before. It felt like good practice for the next powers he could unlock from it. Right, how about this then? Komori-sen, please choose one of the 5 maidens and I'll tap into your choice for this. He offered Komori, who took a few seconds to remember their names before choosing Mercury. If only she knew how appropriate her choice was. This will take a little bit of prep, so, Do you guys mind waiting a minute or two while I get things ready? Nope. Go for it. I'll make some tea. While we wait, let us watch the prep. And other similar voices got to him, many of them at once. Time to get to work. With strings of shapeless fates of identity in his hands, he crossed his fingers and pulled them apart once again, the strings having woven themselves into the usual representation for the constellation of the musician, a handsome young man playing a mandolin or lute. Clapping his hands, Izuku imagined a false identity of a masterful performer who was skilled in multiple instruments, like many of the modern-day's band members around the world. This false identity, known as a resplendent destiny, was one of the 4 base ways of manipulating fate directly. By wreathing himself in these destinies, Izuku could make others identify him as an archetype of humanity that fit one of the constellations, rather than as himself. Yet he wasn't creating this destiny just to don it directly. It was merely a part of his trick mix-up, the final touch to his plans prepared beforehand. Once this destiny had been woven, he also wove another, that of a cute J-pop idol singer-dancer. It would come in handy soon. Does anyone have some, eye instruments I could borrow? I want to try something a little daring for this. When no one else raised their hand, Jiro sighed, got up and asked the green-haired boy to accompany her to her room, eliciting quite a lot of whistling and teasing from Mina. "Shut up, you shipping demon," was what the girl got in return as the two moved upstairs, and returned with quite the assortment of rock instruments. By the 3rd time they came down, the living room had all a band would need to rock a live concert. The instruments aren't quite right for the technique's name, but I'm sure it won't matter. I didn't hear anything about instrument restrictions from Secretary. Going to the drum set, he gave them a few tests, then snapped into a clean 6/8 beat, keeping it going until he'd found a precise loop he could settle on. Ever since he got his powers, he'd realized he had become as good with every instrument as he was with his best one, so he had his music classes back in school to thank for his fast development of other instruments. Unnoticed virtuoso encore. He left the drums, yet they kept playing even when he was gone, as if he was still there. Worse, from the perspective of everyone else, he was playing them, and also moving to play the electric guitar, then the bass, then the keyboard, the flute, and the violin. It was a whole band of Izuku's, at least from their altered points of view. From his own, the band was completely invisible. Once he walked up to the mic, he took a deep breath to calm the nerves, all too aware that everyone's attention was on him. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Kinoko, making sure to remind himself why he was going through so much trouble. If it was her dream to become a singer and dancer, and she wanted a classmate she could have a friendly rivalry with to motivate her, he couldn't stop himself from granting her such an innocent wish. He would have given everything for his own dream to be granted, after all. 5 Maiden Harmony, Sphere of Mercury, Dancing Maiden Tarantella. It was like the music exploded into perfect alignment. Each note, each beat, each chord was incredibly vibrant, deliciously enticing to dance to, penetrating soul deep into the listeners around Izuku until they felt they were consuming pure caffeine in sound form. Mercury's restless spirit permeated every corner of the room through this sound, blurring focus and concentration into scatter-minded fleeting desires and curiosities. Even Yui seemed restless, her legs softly bobbing left and right of their position as if it was a stymieing mechanism. It wasn't 2 seconds before Mina had left her seat, completely unable to stop herself from techno-dancing to the beat with shocking skill behind each step, between her WOs and yes. Her own display led to a couple others, Uraraka, Hagakure, Manga, Toga, Tokage, to dance along with her, though many of the girls and Mineta remained seated, as if waiting for Izuku to actually sing. Yet, the instruments hadn't reached the point where he had to sing just yet, so he chose to stack up the power to make Diamond sure this made everyone happy. Faultless ceremony. With a quick tug of his finger, the strings of fate of this impromptu concert saw their loose ends swiftly closed in a perfect loop, blessing all of its listeners with incredible luck in all things related to it. Yet, something was missing, something stronger, to ensure everyone had a good time. "You are quite the easygoing friend already." Venus' voice soothed his ears, a prelude to the unlocking of a new fate-shaping technique. "Now, we just need to make this a night to remember, or regret." Let all your friends surrender themselves to the music, my dear. The sidereal felt a tug in his vocal cords, the threads of fate in it ready to deliver an unforgettable experience. It was time to begin. Impossible to remember party approach. The electric guitar reached a low perfect for his voice to come in. The strings of fate in his throat would shoot out to the hearts of everyone present, replacing their inhibitions with excitement so they could throw caution to the wind and give in to the temptation to dance the night away. As for the lyrics, they came naturally to his mind and soul, a strange mishmash of songs not heard in centuries that somehow work together to form a beautiful message. Just like the white-winged dove sings a song. Sounds like she's singing. Ooh. Now able to leave the mic while his voice would play without his input, he approached Kinoko and held his hand out, wordlessly inviting her to dance together. The speed at which her hand shot off to take it was entirely uncharacteristic of her, telling Izuku all he needed to know about his inhibition-reducing powers. Namely, they were strong. I'm no good at dancing. Afraid, is what she said as she got up. Yet as soon as the green-haired boy began stepping to the beat in a similar pattern to Mina's fluid EDM dance, Kinoko could pick up the steps and imitate them almost flawlessly. The look on her face was dearly precious to him, between her shocked eyes and the tears in them being revealed in a lift of her bangs, her quivering yet smiling lips and scrunched-up nose. I'm dancing? Midoriya-kun, I'm dancing. How? What? Since when? I can't dash. Omimush, I've always wanted to do this. The song merely responded in lyrics as Izuku mouthed them off in his wake, merrily going about his dance while the last of the unconvinced girls, Yaoyorozu, Yui, Katsumi, Shizaki, Shoko finally joined in with the rest, finding partners and circling them with light steps and flexible leg motions, raising their arms to clap every few twirls and beats. He could recognize it as a tarantella-style dance. Just like the white-winged dove sings a song. Sounds like she's singing. Ooh baby, said under the dancing maiden tarantella, everyone knew how to dance, and under impossible-to-remember party approach, everyone was too tempted to engage in the merriment of the performance. Though admittedly, some of their dances were eccentric and vary them. Katsumi's movements were brusque, sudden and explosive, more suited for raving than for electric guitars and drums, whereas Yui was doing a somewhat fluid form of the robot, and Yanagi danced like a funky zombie in the groove. All of them were either really cool or really cute in his eyes. Izuku moved to the mic, but Kinoko could still see the Izuku dancing along with her, enjoying her sudden ability to dance with the boy who made it possible. He had to put his heart and soul into these next few lines, or the spirit of the song wouldn't go to his perfecting standards. He couldn't just leave a phantom performer to do it for him. Empty spaces. What are we living for? Abandoned places. I guess we know the score. Does anybody know what we are looking for? The lyrics in his head formed many blurry visions of All Might, of the sludge villain, of his journey to the young man he is now. Another hero? Another mindless crime? Behind the curtain. In the pantomime. Hold the line. Does anybody want to take it anymore? As he noticed some breaths hike when they thought about the meaning of those words, Izuku took in a deep breath for a raw, high note, and, the show must go on. Nailed it. He went back to the improvised dance floor along with Kinoko, as the white-winged dove chorus repeated. For one half of it, the two were intercepted by the dancing duo of Tokage and Itsuka, causing the blushing duo to trade partners for one short roundabout before they left to have fun with other partners. And as the chorus finished again, the show must go on. Kinoko let out a small chuckle at the intensity with which he sang those vocals, while it made him a little self-conscious. He knew he was slaying those high notes. During a chorus switch he had to take care of, the short girl took a quick trip to the kitchen, coming back with a lot of mugs full of alcohol, carried the way you'd only see at a German bar during Oktoberfest. Who wants some Lauerfiku? The moment she called, the poor girl was swarmed by the partying teenagers, leaving her on the way to make some more while Izuku sang. When she came back and left the rest of the drinks at the tables nearby, she found Izuku once more extending his hand to her, his body still moving in subtler ways like slow club dancing. Come on baby. Baby, take my hand. We'll be able to fly. Baby, I'm your man. Needless to say, both of them made Tomatoes look pale when those lyrics came out of him, yet before he could draw his hand back, she took it in hers and gave him the wiggliest, most nervous smile he'd ever seen. If only he'd seen the daggers Uraraka was staring into her too. Whoa! Mina finally stopped drinking so she could whistle at the two living strawberries. Izuku's got the moves. Baby, I'm your man. She comically lowered her voice's pitch to imitate his singing, only worsening the embarrassment the two were going through. The timing of the next line didn't help. The show must go on. Yeah, I bet it must. Mina chuckled, but before she could keep teasing the two shy cuties, she noticed some sort of commotion outside the dorm. Oh, are you guys playing a concert? A voice came from outside, where it seemed like a ton of students and even some teachers. Izuku recognized Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Mike had gathered to investigate the sound. He only just now realized how loud these speakers must have been. Yeah, this is how 1A picks their reps. Tokeage shouted at them. Come in, we got drinks and sick butt music. DJ Exalted in the house. Who don't mind if I do? Midnight sauntered right in, followed in by Mike throwing his arms up in the air and going, yeah. And poor Ectoplasm apologetically hunching over on her way in, pushed to participate by her party-hard students and the sound of the vocals. Before the flustered Sidereal knew what had happened, the dorms had been swarmed by just about every other hero class in campus getting drunk off their buttes. He was dancing with Midnight, in her going-out clothes, no less, singing next to karaoke-loving Ectoplasm and having Mike join them for the show must go on. Okay. This party was FANG awesome. Thanks to these new singers, he got one to sing the White Dove chorus, another to sing the Empty Spaces chorus, and he could take care of the Take My Hand chorus, merging all three voices together in one singular choir that worked way better than it had any right to. Midnight soon came back with drinks, taking Izuku away from the mics, and from his fanboying over singing next to actual pro heroes known for their voices, only to let him go at a table where Kinoko was sitting, leaving his drink there and giving him a knowing wink. Once he took a seat and the bowl-cut girl noticed his presence, a faint smile grew on her face. Wow. Just, wow. When she tried to fan her face with her hands, her bangs flew up slightly, revealing mildly bloodshot eyes full of tears. It also let Izuku realize that her eyes were really unique, patterned like shiitake mushrooms. I've wanted to do something like that for so long, but I always got disappointed in myself and stopped practicing. I just can't stop crying, darn it. I'm so happy. Kinoko couldn't hold herself back. She got up from her seat, danced her way around the table and next to Izuku, and stood there for just a beat. Next thing he knew, she'd glomped him into a big hug from the side, the force behind it pushing him farther to his right and giving her some space to sit down next to him, still hugging him from the side. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Thank you so much. The warmth touching Izuku's heart couldn't be described if he tried. This is why he wanted to become a hero. He would have given anything for the power to make people happy, to save them even from their own emotions and circumstances. Knowing that his efforts paid off and were recognized with this much glee, he felt like the wish he made to his sidereal predecessor had already come true. Ah, it's alright, Kinoko-san. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Don't talk about it like it's in the past. Must keep going while the party's still alive. Let's dance some more. Dragged back to his feet, he smiled at the shy girl's sudden enthusiasm, to say nothing of the few mushroom-related puns she'd been making. As they circled each other with light steps, he couldn't help but feel that he wanted her to be more like this, free to enjoy herself, to be herself, to say all the puns she wanted and dance away no matter how poorly. Komori-sen, how about we sing the next part together? Echo? And oh no, my voice is all squeaky and uncute. I couldn't just. It's alright. Just think it's karaoke, everyone is expected to sing poorly. I'll sing along too. Izuku had to raise his voice a little as the music picked up from a low point, causing his stutters to be ironed out momentarily. Karaoke? She looked back at Ectoplasm-sensei, who was heartily singing the choruses despite not really having the voice for it, quite deeper than the notes she sang even, and how nobody seemed to mind. Everyone was just having a great time. Thought, okay, I think I can do it. As soon as she started singing, he knew she was being way too harsh on herself. Sure, her speaking voice was a little squeaky in a creepy cute way, like a young witch's voice. But she definitely had singing training. Her voice range just wasn't all the way there for this song's higher and lower notes. Singing together with her, he was reminded of the scripture of the dancer as he tapped into its power to help her. Once, there was a maiden who stood at the center of every dance. Back then, she knew all the dances. She never missed a step. One day, she heard something in the music as a singer dropped the beat. It taught her the joy of dancing poorly. She started dancing more and more awry. Love has no rules, she said. Missed step enlightenment. Kinoko's voice suddenly went much higher-pitched, causing her to cover her mouth in wide-eyed shock. No way. I think I understand why I was messing up earlier. It just came to me. Izuku laughed next to her as she finally started dancing again, testing the new range and control her voice had. You weren't messing up, Komori-san. You're having fun. There's nothing wrong with not being perfect, and we're not expecting that of you. Singing and dancing is all about having fun, so let yourself go. Show everyone what's deep inside you. He let go of her as she stood in the spotlight of the dance floor, smiling at midnight covering for his chorus vocals and getting ready to add a fourth one to the mashup with a third mic in hand, opening up with it when the keyboard tune took a more digital sound to it. Of course, his attention was entirely on Komori as he sang. Last night, I had a dream about you. In this dream, I'm dancing right beside you. And it looked like everyone was having fun. The kind of feeling, I've waited so long. Komori was mouthing off the lyrics despite not knowing them, her feet shifting a little to the left and to the right. Izuku gave her his brightest smile as he kept singing, his undivided attention on the beautiful face she insisted on covering up. Don't stop, come a little closer. As we jam, the rhythm gets stronger. There's nothing wrong with just a little fun. We were dancing all night long. His words made her shift one of her bangs behind her ear by reflex, revealing her lovely right eye to the other dancers around her. She didn't seem deterred by their oohs, her shifting picking up in intensity as the green-haired boy could hear her singing the lyrics more clearly. The time is right to put my arms around you. You're feeling right, you wrap your arms around too. But suddenly, I feel the shining sun. Before I knew it, the dream was all goo one. In a few steps, he got to Komori and passed her the mic, and she went for it immediately, shifting the tenor of the song into an even more bittersweet tune with her trembling, about-to-cry voice. I don't know what to do about this dream and you. I wish this dream comes true. Time for the final touch. Focusing on her Lolita-style dress and his own plain clothes, Izuku wove the resplendent destiny of the idol into the former and that of the multidisciplined musician into the latter. A double use of his Sword Queen's foretold blade, creating a magical item by infusing a normal one with a false identity. Her dress color scheme shifted to a fly agaric pattern of red foundation with big white dots all over, complete with a mushroom-shaped hat, furred cuffs and collar, and comfy pink boots with the same mushroom pattern on its frilled-us. Izuku's clothes instead shifted to a particularly gaudy set of flared pants and open, shirtless jacket, all of it seeming to be made almost entirely of gold glitter or similar materials. Even his shoes shifted colors for the occasion. Everyone in the room no longer recognized them as Izuku Midoriya and Kinoko Komori, the hero students, but as Izuku Midoriya the musician and Kinoko Komori the idol. They were in the presence of celebrities. Both of their mouths approached the mic at once, their cheeks pressed against one another for the last stretch. I don't know what to do about this dream and you. We'll make this dream come true. They realized just how close they were to each other a little too late in the middle of their chuckles, eliciting coos and us from many other girls around them. Yet, neither made a move to move away, as if waiting for the other to do so first. If anything, Izuku felt like she was getting closer, their lips a mere inch away from touching. Until a drunk Mineta slid on his knees between their feet with a mic in hand, rapping his heart out at full volume as they stepped out of his way. Okay, it's childish Gambino, Homegirl drop it like it's Nasdaq. Move white girls, like there's coke up my ass crack. Move black girls, 'cause man, yeah, I'll do either. I love PP, I love bitches, man I should be running PETA dash. There was no saving the moment by that point, not when both Izuku and Komori were struggling for air, rolling on the floor in half-drunken laughter. The rest of the class wasn't doing much better. He found out when he could finally catch a breather and wipe tears off his face. Damn it, Mercury, stop mashing up every song from last couple centuries into everyone's mind. Where's the fun in that, bud? He heard her tomboyish voice respond. For once, no technique came with it. Was he learning how to communicate with them more often? Let me cook, Saturn loves these ones. Screw it. The show must go on. Maybe the show went on a little too hard. Secretary wasn't joking around with the party animal side of easygoing friend approach. Izuku cleared up his eyes, finding out he'd fallen asleep on the couch. Much to his embarrassment, Toga had fallen asleep on top of him. He remembered some stupid drinking dare, but the details were completely lost in his memory. As soon as he tried to shift her weight around, a brief but potent headache hit him, getting more intense when sunlight grazed his eyes. Hangover? Crap. He had to heal all these people from the excess of alcohol. They all had class today. Denature venom. As expected, his headache vanished instantly. Similar to terminate illness, he could just end substances that harmed the body, drags included. The problem would be, well, using it this many times before everyone woke up. By the time he was done, his reserves of power had withered away entirely. Knowing himself, he needed to either wait hours doing little but resting, or make use of his multiple essence replenishment techniques somehow. Neither would be easy, but at least, as some early risers like Itsuka and Katsumi woke up, he saw no pain or discomfort in their eyes. It was more than reward enough for his troubles, and as he felt these emotions of relief within himself, he felt compassionate essence replenishment strum the threads of his essence, letting him recover from his exertion a little faster. His attention was caught by a small whiteboard someone had apparently brought to the party. Many names and numbers were listed there, though his own had the largest number by far. The second highest was Momo Yayorozu. Itsuka read over his shoulder, taking a look at the sleeping Ojusama. Is this where we finished tallying up the votes yesterday? Wait, this is a tie with me right below, I just realized. Izuku nodded, having a vague memory of something like that. But then, why are there hundreds of numbers here? Did all the classes end up voting for our class president and VP? Who the hell allowed that? Katsumi growled his way. Yeah, I wonder who. His memories started clearing up as he distinctly remembered Katsumi in a drunken state going, "What? Who do you think should be our VP? Speak up," and so on. He couldn't help but sweat drop. How do we break a tie? There's way too many people involved to do a recount. Unless, Itsuka took a finger to her chin. Unless you both act as VPs for the class. The blonde finished her sentence. I doubt Eraser cares. P probably not. Alright then, it's decided. We'll both be your VPs, Itsuka was about to give him a wink, when a small pillow hit the back of her head. Hey! Let me sleep, you noisy butt. Tokage shifted in the seat she was sleeping on, a perfect chance for Itsuka to pounce her and exact her revenge between yelps and tickling torture noises. The green-haired boy stifled a sniff and wiped some tears slowly forming in his eyes, taking in the massive number of people who'd given him their vote, most without even knowing him. Stupid crybaby genes, this was cause for celebration, not crying, he thought. But having come this far after everything he went through was just too much for his poor tear ducts. His eyes then shifted to the Tokajitsuka tickle fight, Yanagi having fallen asleep in the embrace of a white sheet on the floor, Komori slowly rubbing the sleep out of her eyes still in her idol costume, Jiro picking up her instruments to move them back to her room and checking them for any damage, Shizuki laying in a really comfy-looking bed of petals next to manga. I love my class. At least let me hit you once, damn it. Mineta's voice reached Izuku as he practiced his katas at one of the training gyms of UA, each of them managing to keep an open book flying at face level without shifting its pages or tilting it too much. Reading while striking, twisting and flipping around had proven Difficult a few months ago. Currently, it was his standard. Not like it was the only thing he multitasked at. He had asked Mineta to try and ambush him from any angle and use any tricks at his disposal any time he saw him training, and the dwarf had definitely tried his best. But whenever his quirk flew Izuku's way, his next kata managed to avoid the projectiles seamlessly, weaving defense, information gathering and offense into a singular training routine. Once he had absorbed everything in his book, study material for his math classes, his final stretch began. A single forefinger strike to the book's spine saw its many pages fly high into the air, some of them remaining lower in a gradual ascent to the gym's very tall ceiling. Glory path. Watching as the scattered pages shone in yellow light, Izuku ran his way up their surfaces without displacing them at all, as if mobile flying platforms rather than weightless, flimsy pages. His natural speed had gotten much better. By the time he reached the final page, the ones below still hadn't touched the ground. Now for the final stretch, flipping his body in midair so that his fall would go headfirst. In a flurry of motion without hesitation, his fists, palms and fingers struck each and every page around him, fast enough to tear the paper like he was using a cutting tool rather than blunt knuckles and fingertips. Mineta thought this would serve as an opportunity to strike, picking up orbs from his scalp to send towards his roommate. Yet, while his hands were busy striking, his legs shifted torn pieces of paper towards the projectile's trajectory, causing them to become stuck on the fragments and bounce harmlessly off of his body. By the time he broke his fall without even a speck of dust landing on him, a veritable tornado of ripped paper swirled around him, soon dispersing in every direction. Fiwo, a long exhalation came out of him, beads of sweat visible throughout his body. Thanks for the help, Mineta-kun. I feel I'm getting a lot better at doing many things at once. I want to get to the point where I can do them by reflex. He took off his shirt, a thin coat of sweat giving his ripped but lithe musculature a reflective sheen. All the easier to get rid of it with his towel. You really gotta show off like that, huh? The grape-haired boy whined. It hurts mine. I can't do even one of those things alone. Do you want me to train you? A normal human might not be able to do all of that, but you can definitely do one at a time. Izuku gave him a warm smile. I'm glad you've been behaving more appropriately towards the girls, so you could think of it as, an incentive to keep trying your best. But can I really learn martial arts with this body? I'm too tiny and there's no reach to my arms or legs. Isn't height advantage an exponential thing? He looked at his arms with a bit of a despairing expression. Normally it would be. But I feel with your quirk, you could actually make incredible use of your bouncing properties and create your own martial arts style. I'll help you out starting tomorrow if you'd like. Wait, really? I can make it work in my favor. Hell yeah, man. Let me know when you're free tomorrow, I'll be here. Hopefully with some of the girls in class. You were doing so well, the Sidereal let out an exasperated sigh. Midoriya. A feminine voice right behind him made him bolt in 180 degrees, stepping back to see Yanagi's eyes boring into his own. For some reason, her eyes trailed down from holding eye contact a couple of times, but they quickly jumped back up. Are you currently free? I believe your training session has come to an end. Why did she jump scare me like that? Whiny, sure, what can I help you with? He wiped the comical sweat drop on his face away, still busy cleaning up. You promised to prove the existence of the soul, remember? Right. He did. I'd like to get started, assuming nothing is currently holding you back. Sure. We'll just need to find somewhere appropriate for this. I guess we'd call it a ghost hunt. If he hadn't closed his eyes to laugh, he'd have seen Yanagi's eyes sparkling at the mention of ghosts. Let me just. Okay, the sorcerer was really tricky to use for him, as far as constellations went. It was the constellation of the secrets of power, the attitude of the mighty. And he wasn't exactly great at acting that way. Fortunately, it seemed he still could unlock its powers through his interest in the supernatural, especially quirks and his studies on them. After all, it's where his mastery of the unweaving method originated. Telltale Symphony. Nothing happened. Well, not quite. Izuku could hear the tingling song of two quirks around him, Yanagi's and Mineta's. But there were no spirits in their vicinity. None here. Should we go exploring the campus, Yanagi-san? Maybe we can find some elsewhere. She nodded, her face expressionless yet betraying a degree of excitement. Lead the way. I'll be right behind you. Truth be told, he wasn't expecting much. He never heard of anyone dying in UA, even though hero academies were known for unfortunate fatalities a few times a year due to accidents in training, quirk overuse, or similar issues. Finding a ghost around here would be significantly harder than when he first learned these powers, researching on spirits and ghost sightings in occultism forums at the request of Secretary. He didn't want to remember just how hard he freaked out when he saw that family of 6 ghosts, 4 of them children. But he would be lying if he claimed they didn't touch his heart, so eager to finally draw the notice of a living person and to gift him tales of their years as specters. Still, after a couple of hours of searching through the dorms and the campus, it was starting to get discouraging. Has nothing truly come of your mediumship? Yanagi seemed to be getting impatient or disappointed. It was hard to tell based on her expressions and tone alone. I don't think many people die here, so that could possibly explain it. Though wait, Telltale Symphony wasn't the only thing he could use to locate spirits, was it? Why didn't he think about that? Supernal awareness. He could use it to pinpoint the threads of fate of spirits in the area around him. As soon as he opened his eyes to the fate of the spirit world, a singular violet string got picked up, deep into the main UA building. Wait, I found one. Let's go, Yanagi-san. She barely had time to nod before he'd lifted her under his arm. In the next blink, the two were in the building, and a few more journeys cut short saw them in Aizawa's office. HM? What are you two doing here? The teacher wore thin glasses, possibly to protect his eyes from the screen he was sitting in front of. Not much noteworthy in his office besides his ugly yellow sleeping bag and the black cat napping on top of his desk. He took his glasses off as he gave the paralyzed Izuku an up-and-down look, eyes trailing from Yanagi, still hanging under his surprisingly strong left arm, to him. Sorry, but you got the wrong room for after-class marital arts training. Try asking your roommates to give you space dash. That's not it. The green-haired boy was quick to defend himself from his teacher's implications and his unsubtle pun of all things. Sensei, I think I can feel a ghost in this room. We were here to investigate. He finally realized he was still holding Yanagi, letting her down on her feet without noticing her pouting at him. Okay. His eyes narrowed, somewhere between skepticism and a headache. I was willing to play along with the whole demigod story until you told us what kind of army is sticking their quirks on you all at once. But this is getting a little ridiculous. A ghost? When Izuku nodded without paying any mind to his accusations, he specified further. The soul of a dead human being is right here in this room with us? He nodded again. Are you capable of showing this to us? No illusions, no creations. An actual, real ghost that we can see and talk to. He wondered how he should go about it, to give both Yanagi and Aizawa what they wanted. He could just use Mark of Exaltation to display the ghost, but that would just make his teacher think it was an illusion. And he didn't know if the spirit would be willing or not, so manifestation hailing summons was out of the question. The best way would then be terminal sanction. Izuku's left hand raised, lowered or relaxed fingers at random, leaving no patterns in this one-handed mudra, the lesser sign of the Heiwan. His divine authority over the spirit world caused a spot in the room to shine in amethyst light, which eventually spread a surface akin to clothing and skin from its center and outwards, until the shape of a human being stood before them. Its features then refined, strange smoke-like light blue hair, deep blue eyes, a brown jacket over a blue martial arts GI. As soon as these features began to manifest, Aizawa's eyes slowly caught up with the implications of what this kid was showing him, going from nearly squeezed shut, to surprised, to shocked, to bloodshot. It couldn't be good for his dry eye to keep his eyes open for so long, Izuku thought, but the man wasn't blinking at all. The ghost finally spoke once he had a mouth to do so. Whoa! I can touch things now. What kind of quirk dash? His eyes shifted to look at Aizawa, who surprisingly seemed to be on the verge of tears, staring right at him. Shota? Shota, can you see me? It's me. Oh buddy, I never thought you'd see me again. Come here. Aizawa had become entirely paralyzed, but he seemed to snap out of it when the ghost pulled him into a strong hug, smiling wide all the while. Their teacher's arm slowly rose from his side, tentatively patting the ghost's back as if making sure he wasn't an illusion before he put more strength into his grip, holding onto the dead man like a lifeline that could go away any time soon. Shira, Kumo?